All right, we're started now. Today's topic of discussion is going to be the nuance of ideology. And here with me to discuss this is going to be uh, I have three guests currently on my chat right now. And if you guys want to go ahead and introduce yourselves, let's start with at Conflict Hurts.
I'm that conflict hurts. I'm 20 years old. I mainly just use Twitter for news and stuff, talking about like Syria and some other political stuff. Not really anything much else.
So pretty basic, but opinionated.
Yeah.
All right, now let's move on to Zach.
My name's Zach, 21 years old. Pretty much, just internet nobody, one of billion, and that's pretty much it.
A drop in the bucket, aren't you?
That's right.
All right, and then we're going to move on to at Mr. Bubbles.
Uh, Batman McGrath. I'm mainly just a shit talker. That's really it. That's all I use Twitter for is just to get that vent out. Just troll. I'm the troll that the internet needs, not the troll that the internet deserves.
And that's perfectly fine because I mean, hey, everyone needs a good troll once in a while. We need a little bit of a outside comedic perspective.
Exactly. Nobody. It's an art form when you do a good troll, not just offend somebody. I mean, really, just you make them think, question their values, and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, because obviously, and this has been proven throughout history countless times, is that even when you're being a douchebag, intentionally or otherwise, there can always be a point to be made.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I agree.
All right. So
That's it about me.
all right. Awesome. I'm glad to have you all on. I'm sure this is going to be an interesting discussion because I highly doubt we all agree on everything. So.
Oh yeah.
So we'll see where this goes, and let's get this tweet out. Let's see. Oh god damn! I have totally brain fart. Oh shit!
So, Batman, who's your Joker?
So far, it's fucking. I call Lindsay from Queer Kid Stuff my fucking Joker.
Lindsay from Queer Kid Stuff.
Yeah. Like I said, every time I fucking see one of her videos, I just want to fucking punch her face. I did one of the videos I did. The display pic for it. I made her face out to be kind of Jokerish. It was very crude, but yeah.
Yeah, I was browsing your channel earlier and I saw that. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. But yeah, she's my Joker so far. I have been like looking at people trying to determine which one is my whatever, my Two Face, my Penguin. If I ever do anything for Christy Winters, I think she'd probably be my Penguin.
Why do you say that? Because she looks like a penguin?
Yeah, that's mainly why. Because I think it'd be funny to do her up like that, and whenever she talks, just go wah, 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 wah.
She reminds me of Danny DeVito.
Right? Exactly.
That's ew. I just had flashbacks.
Yeah, can you imagine her in that fucking in the Batman Returns fucking penguin outfit?
Oh,
You find me sexy.
I don't even want to imagine. Just the mental images. All right, well, the tweet's out. All right, the tweet's out now, guys. If you want to retweet that, if you'd be so kind.
Sure.
All right, and maybe hopefully if we're lucky, we'll be able to get some other people on and get their perspectives on things because I am a little disappointed that Zach couldn't get that supposed social justice warrior guy on because I'm sure that would have been interesting to get his perspective, especially on a lot of the questions that are going to come up on the political compass test that we're going to look at.
I'll see if I can tweet out to Contra points because I kind of Contra might want to come on.
Well, and just like I said in my last live stream, and I've said in every hangout ever since and everything, I'm more than open to anybody who wants to come on. If they're interested, then bring them in because this right here is a completely open forum. I don't have any kind of biases whatsoever here.
Alrighty.
All right, and so first and foremost, I think what we should probably get into initially is well, the stream is called "The Nuance of Political Ideology," and so I think first and foremost it'd be a good point to start to where we get what your opinion on exactly what that means, the nuance of political ideology, and what you think that's referring to.
Uh,
Let's start with Zach, and then we'll go to Batman and conflict.
okay. Um, well, when you say that, it reminds me of people not understanding that there is nuance to it. There's not just the two sides that everyone always thinks of. You can be a liberal and like Donald Trump. You can be a conservative and hate Donald Trump, or whoever. Doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of people just don't think that they're. A lot of people are just so. I don't know.
Ideologically entrenched.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's pretty much what comes to mind when I hear that.
Yeah.
And what do you think, Batman?
Yeah, like I pretty much like what he said. The last election surprised me with my mom because she's always been hardcore conservative, always Republican, always all the time. But when Trump came, she was like, "No, I'm gonna go with fucking." I don't know what she was, but I think she was a Hillary supporter, which surprised the fuck out of me because she hates the fuck out of Hillary.
Well,
So yeah, fucking
that's a hell of a 180 right there.
right. Surprised the hell out of me, but
Though
yeah.
honestly, if I did have to point one thing out, I mean, I guess it's not too much of a 180 because traditionally speaking, Republicans and conservatives tend to be they tend to be very corporatist kind of candidates, and so it's not too much of a stretch to really kind of swing over to Hillary instead of Trump in that regard, because
Yeah.
Hillary, as far as at least I'm concerned, she was basically your typical Republican wearing a Democrat's cloak.
Right, wolf in sheep's clothing.
But her saying like, "I'm proud to be a centrist." Okay.
Yeah, yeah, sure you are, bitch. I believe that.
Oh shit, new follower. Cool. Anyways, how about you, conflict? What's
Right.
your opinion on the idea of the nuance of political ideology?
Oh fuck.
I generally see it as that being able to talk to people, being able to see other people's point of views, and not huddling back into your echo chamber of a cave and just constantly reaffirming your own ideas. But that's the thing that everyone tries to do, but no one wants to ever go out of the cave and talk to people.
Oh
Like
right.
kind of like conservatives who literally their only source of news is Fox or the Daily Wire, or progressives who literally their only source of news is MSNBC or BuzzFeed.
Pretty much, and always demonizing any outside opinion.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I can understand that. Now, for me personally, when it comes to the idea of the nuance of political ideologies, um, it's exactly that. It's very subtle. It's nuanced. Like I've noticed over the past 8 years, especially, that you know political ideologies have become extremely partisan. They've become extremely tribalized, and essentially people are forgetting, for the most part, the idea that people can be in a certain political field, but they can share viewpoints and perspectives and opinions on policies that may fall into a field opposite, or at a different end of the spectrum. Like I know for me personally, I may be a liberal and everything, but I know that in a lot of respects, my opinion on immigration can technically be seen as being a bit more conservative.
Understandable.
And that for me is, it's that's the nuance part of it, is that there's all these little differences and details that as people become more partisan and tribalized, they tend to forget that, and they tend to get entrenched themselves instead. And so people will generally not find themselves in a position where they're willing to actually sit down and have a discussion about the details.
Anything?
I mean, what do you guys think on that?
I would agree because most people, when you say conservative, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican, they already have this flash memory of everything they associate with that, and before you can even get a word out of what your position on X and X, Y, and Z, they already assume your position on those things, which makes just having a conversation confrontational.
Yeah. When it's just like pretty much anytime I say anything on fucking Twitter, people always assume right off the bat I'm a white guy and I'm a Trump supporter. And truthfully, I'm not really a Trump supporter. It's kind of like how Sargon said a bunch of times. It's not really a Trump supporter. He's just kind of like the best option for right now, and he's just seeing where it's going.
Well, and that's kind of where I fell into it too. I mean, I wasn't really a Trump supporter in any real sense of the word, um, but at the same time, it's like, well, I do recognize in a lot of ways that Hillary is so much worse, and
Right?
I think the biggest thing when it comes to Trump is that he's primarily an unknown factor. He's an unknown variable, because people just automatically assume he's a Nazi, he's a white supremacist, and all that bullshit. And so,
Yeah, that gets
instead of
me as well.
actually instead of giving him the benefit of the doubt on a lot of things, instead of taking into consideration, well, let's hang back a second. He just got into office. Let's see what the hell he does. Everyone immediately just starts, entrenching themselves a little further into their own little camp. And you
Yeah,
get Trump supporters who are just like, this is great. You get the conservatives, for the most part, who are just kind of like, he's good, yeah, no, he's wonderful, and all that stuff. And then you got all these progressive people who are like, he's evil, he's Hitler, he's a Nazi, and all that stuff. Instead of actually sitting back and waiting and seeing where things go, because I think it was in Steve Shive's. I don't remember exactly what he said in his whole Trump rape culture video thing. Something about yada yada yada, hope in everything. And I think what I responded with in my response video was, well, you might want to tell that to your social justice friends, because maybe they should hang back a second and maybe consider the possibility that there can be some hope for Trump to be a good president and and help this country progress and recover the economy, et cetera, et cetera. Because at the moment, he's a completely outside variable. We just don't know.
yeah. And it seems like they all just want him to fail. None of them want him to succeed at all. They want him to fail. Even if Hillary did win, I would want her to. I would want her to
Oh
succeed. I
hell
would
yeah!
want
Same
her.
here for me.
Yeah, I would want her to fucking do good, fix the country. I would want that. But none of these people want that.
So
It's because, go ahead.
no, you go ahead. It's all good.
I was going to say it seems like they're totally willing to sacrifice everybody else just so they can say I was right and my side is the good side.
Like almost like everyone's just they're so entrenched that they don't want to take anybody else or even the country into consideration. It's just, I want to prove myself right and I want to win.
Yeah, like even if fucking Hillary did win majority vote, she won it. She didn't win completely. There was still like, what was it like? Trump won 49%. That's still 49% of the country that fucking wants him to be there, and these people are just saying no, they don't matter.
Which is primarily where I take issue with the a lot of those protests that happened after Trump's victory, with all that protest, not my president hashtag, and all these people calling for the abolition of the electoral college and everything. And it's
That
like,
was ridiculous.
are you people literally, like, for half the campaign, you people would come out and say that, Trump doesn't respect our democracy, et cetera, et cetera. And here you people are coming out in droves, and you're essentially not respecting our democracy.
Yeah,
Right? You're so full of yourselves and you're so upset that, oh, my person didn't win, so fuck the other half of the country that didn't vote my way. I should get what I want.
And they must. I live in DC. As someone who voted for him, I don't personally like him. I I liked his immigration policy. I liked his foreign policy, and I liked his economic policy. But as a person, I really don't really care much for the guy. I hope he does well. That would be good. And the thing I really want to see come out of his presidency is that, like, you know how Washington, after he ended his term, he said as for his farewell speech, I don't want political party since I can already see over the horizon of how much this is going to screw over the country.
Whoops.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I would like for Trump to after his 4 years or his 8 years for his farewell speech to mention that of all the things of the executive orders I have passed, you guys are so terrified of. Why don't you guys work to limit my power?
Oh yeah, and that's another point of contention when it comes to the presidency and them and these people bitching about Trump's not doing all these executive orders, blah blah blah. Well, it's like well, of course he is, because for the past 20 years with Clinton and then Bush and then Obama, it was a constant increase in the issuance of executive orders, in consolidating executive power, and it's not like he's doing anything wrong. He's not a dictator or anything. Trump's just using the power that previous presidents allowed him to have.
Yeah, and he's still not even all that powerful. Like he can, Congress, if they wanted to, could stop him at every turn.
Yeah,
like the Congress tried to do with fucking Obama with Obamacare and shit.
And similar to there's that recent injunction against the hiatus on the issuance of visas, that thing everyone's calling a quote unquote Muslim ban. A federal judge came out and he's just like, and they're just like, no, hold on, we're gonna stay this. We're gonna look into it, and we're gonna look into the legality and the legality of it, and see whether or not it's constitutional. And
have they come out with anything about that yet?
Not that I've seen. As far as I'm currently aware, it's at this moment the stay is still in place. The injunction is in place, but they haven't really gotten to the point of actually discussing it yet.
Okay, I only ask because I've seen a bunch of people today straight out say it was fact that the judge said that it was unlawful and Trump's going to be impeached, and I was like, I don't think that's where I think you're just totally fucking making shit up right now.
Yeah, Cenk earlier was on Twitter, and he's like, we need to impeach Trump, and I was just like, dude, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, Cenk?
I saw that. He's like, Trump's already going against the courts and our democracy. Why don't we just impeach him? It's like, because he's not. He's using the powers that were relegated to him by previous presidents, and it's the job. It is the job of the courts to come in and be like, hold up, let's put this on pause for a second and let's check it out. It's literally our system working as it's supposed to.
Yeah, it wasn't Obama in recent history, didn't he use the most executive orders out of any president in recent history? I'm pretty sure the number one was FDR.
Yeah, there was FDR who, and his executive orders were let's just admit it. It was because we were in a world fucking war. Right. And so in that regards, it's like, okay, let's give a little leeway. But up until Obama, it was a minutia of increase on executive order issuances for the most part. And then you get to Obama, and Obama issued more executive orders than Clinton did. He did it more than George Walker Bush. He did it more than George H.W. Bush.
Actually, he didn't. I'm looking at it right now. From Nixon to Trump. Nixon at 346, Ford at 169, Carter 320, Reagan 381, Bush Sr. 166, Bill Clinton 364, Bush Jr. 291, Obama 275, and Bush at 7.
Okay.
And Trump at 7.
And I'll be right back. I gotta make a phone call real quick.
No problem. But
Oh God, and Roosevelt is at like 2,522.
Yeah, and see that's going there. See, that's exactly kind of following a similar pattern. Nonetheless, is because the presidents who have issued the most executive orders have primarily been presidents who were in a time of war, like FDR and Nixon. It was World War II and Vietnam, and then beyond that, it almost sounds like the majority of the presidents who are issuing the most executive orders happen to be Democrats. And what
And a
that
lot.
and what that generally means is that even though a Republican president may come in, they may rescind some of those executive orders and powers. For the most part, it does have a cumulative effect. And because Obama, for the most part, he all he was doing is building on all those past executive orders that were still in play, and just being like, let me add a bunch more.
By the way, we got a chatter.
Really? Oh shit, I was on the wrong page. I'm sorry.
I totally forgot I had it up too. It's my friend. He reminded me on through a message that there's people talking in the chat.
Yeah, I totally forgot because I had a tab open for this article from the LA Times that I may want us to address a little bit.
All right, but oh shit, I forgot what I was gonna fucking say now. Never mind. Let's just move on.
Had yourself a brain fart there.
Yes, I did. I had something to fucking contribute, and I lost it now.
It'll come back to you at an inappropriate time.
Mm-hmm. It does happen quite often.
All right, now this is a little off topic, but I do have to point out that I am somewhat concerned, not a lot, but somewhat concerned that often the sidebar of my screen is my fag of the day, and so I'm a little concerned that the fact that I have President Obama up there right now may get my video may get this stream after we're done either removed or demonetized or something like that, and it's just like, really.
If it does, it's gonna be bullshit. Cause fucking, so what if you call him a fag? He's a fucking fag.
Well, see,
I personally
that's a funny thing. I mean, I plan to have a fag of the day. A new little faggot every goddamn day, every time I stream. But and maybe once in a while I'll pop up a fag of the month, and I'll have him up for a month like Gazi Kozo or some bitch.
Yeah, fucking Onision.
And then oh god, Onision, he's definitely gonna be a fag of the day at some point. I would just take issue if they decided to demonetize because of the fact that it's Obama. I mean,
I wouldn't doubt it though.
Which would kind of irk me, because at some point I do plan on putting Trump up there. I do plan on putting Pence and Biden and Hillary and all those people.
Yeah, freedom of speech. At least apparently freedom of speech only goes so far now, though. Granted, I know the term freedom of speech, its meaning is for something else, but it's a fucking a total international thing here. Freedom of speech to me is I can go around and fucking say whatever the fuck I want. Now that also means people can fucking say whatever the fuck they want to me back.
Well, that's kind of the point. It's freedom of speech. Like, anybody can say anything, and anybody can say anything back. Where I take primary issue is where people start saying, well, if you say this, freedom of speech, you have the freedom of speech, but you don't have freedom from consequence. It's like, are you fucking threatening me?
Yeah,
like these people
threat.
who try to justify that, because somebody says something that, they don't like, and they're like, oh, you're a Nazi, I'm gonna punch you.
Yeah, it's like, no, that's not how that works. I mean, don't get me wrong. I know that for every action, there's a fucking equal fucking positive and negative reaction, but that still doesn't fucking justify fucking hitting somebody.
Well, that's primarily it. It's like, you have the right to say whatever you want.
Yeah,
there will be a reaction, positive or negative, but that reaction should always relegate only to your own speech. No physical interaction should ever occur as a result. There should never
Yeah.
be a physical consequence to freedom of speech.
Yeah, and like Eloons who said, you can say what you want when as long as it doesn't breach the peace. Yeah. Sorry, I got tongue tied there for a second. Blah 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 blah. Blah. But yeah, and like that's something that I kind of agree with as well. As long as it doesn't breach the peace, which breach the peace could be interpreted in a bunch of different ways, but it's like inciting hate. I view that as inciting hate.
Well, and
Fucking BLM, fucking saying kill all white people, or BLM supporters.
well, see, that's where I'd put the distinction is, is the minute you start intentionally inciting a physical reaction of some sort, the minute you start inciting violence, the minute you start outright calling for some sort of physical action or reaction, that's the point when it's just like, shut your fucking mouth.
That's when the FBI knocks on your door in the middle of the night.
Exactly, right? As they should, because it's no different than someone going on Facebook or Twitter, and they can make a joke about the president being assassinated or some shit, and they can just kind of like quip about it. But it's the minute they are making a call to action that it's like, whoa, you hold right the fuck
up. I've seen multiple like tweets like that Paul Joseph Watson has like retweeted, and like they're not like joking about like, oh, how would it be happy if like Trump got hit by like a truck and like by something comical like that, or even something even less structured, but mainly just people just saying the assassins are pretty late today.
Yeah, I saw one. This chick, it was actually pretty tame, but she said, an evil man killed Martin Luther King, or a person full of hate killed Martin Luther King. Be nice if a person full of kindness would take care of Trump or something like that. It was really tame, but she lost her job and a bunch of shit, and I found that to be fucked up, especially because Madonna's sitting there saying, I've thought about blowing up the White House a bunch of times. Nothing happens to her.
Well, and that's kind of the fucked up part. Like that person should not have lost their fucking job for that. At the same time, I know there's some people who call for them to start investigating Madonna and all that crap. It's like, I can understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, she just said what she said. It was awkward, but at the same time, it was not a call to action. And so, she shouldn't be held. She shouldn't be held in a position where she can face retribution for it.
Yeah,
because that's essentially where I draw the line on free speech. Is anyone can say what they want. It's the minute you make a call to action for some kind of violence or retribution against anyone or any group, that is when you go a little too far.
Yeah, exactly. And freaking, hold on a second. Steve, Elunacy, well, I guess I just fucking doxed him. Elunacy just gave me a fucking link. I'm gonna go fucking grab it.
Oh, I wonder what it is.
It's pretty much fucking free speech. Just everything about free speech.
Oh, cute.
We're figuring it'd be a good one to have. Oh, by the way, did you guys been to Google today?
I have.
Why?
Have you seen the fucking who they got on there for their little?
Yep.
Yeah, fucking. I saw somebody was talking about it against the guy that fucking brought up when they were at the Japanese internment camps or whatever. When they brought that, he was the guy that was like the lawyer or whatever that fucking did some shit about that. And fucking when they brought that up, I was like, and the fuck's that got to do with anything today? Are you really comparing the Japanese internment camps to fucking just telling some Muslims? I mean, damn it, these people and the fucking putting words in my mouth. But yeah, us fucking saying hold off for a little bit. We want to fucking try and make sure that no terrorists come in. You really trying to compare the two?
So we're talking about the travel ban now. Sorry that took so long, by the way.
Travel ban. That's better. I need to start training myself to say that. I put the link in the description.
Oh, that reminds me. I know Mundane Matt fucking tweeted something out earlier. I need to find it. But that's something I wanted to fucking rail against him for.
I haven't watched.
His video on it.
No, it's he was responding to a tweet someone sent him. Let's see. God damn, people are just all over fucking Twitter. My timeline's huge. I don't even follow that many people. Fuck.
It's a busy day.
It is. My God. Let's see. Where are you, Matt? Where are you? Yeah, that's probably someone I'd like to have on at some point. You know, Mundane Matt. You know, because there's plenty of things that I don't agree with Matt on, and it'd be good to get his perspective.
Yeah. I don't mind Monday Matt. I know like a couple of the guys, you know, the peoples that we listen to aren't really fans of him, but I didn't mind him. But he hasn't said or done anything out of the videos I've watched that have offended me.
Oh, I just saw a tweet by Christy Winters about how she liked that one janitor's fucking video. Is it okay to punch a Nazi? I remember when he first posted that, and all I did literally was just respond with, "No, problem solved."
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, yeah, well, that's kind of like an open question. Is it okay to punch a Nazi? Well, what's the fucking Nazi doing? Is he just talking? Then no, it's not. Is he fucking starting to fucking put some Jews into a fucking gas chamber? Then yeah, it's okay to fucking punch him. I mean,
Well, of course, it's entirely variable. I mean, even if there was if there was something someone you just think is a Nazi, they don't even have to be a Nazi because that's something the left does nowadays. Everyone's a fucking Nazi.
That's the thing.
It's
When you start saying it's okay to punch a Nazi, who's a Nazi? Who determines who's a Nazi? The left says we were talking about this last night, but we could all be considered Nazis because we don't, agree with, Black Lives Matter.
Oh, absolutely.
Or
I've received plenty of fucking responses on Twitter and everything of people calling me a fucking Nazi and an alt-righter and a white supremacist, and I'm just like, bitch, you don't even know me.
I got some protection from that. I'm black. I got some.
That's true.
They'll still call you a Nazi and all that stuff. They'll just include Uncle Tom.
yeah, I was
Oh
about
yes,
to say,
I
man.
love that. I love when they say that. It's like I don't particularly like this. It's like Uncle Tom. It's like house nigger. It's like I don't really live in that. I'm not very wealthy. My parents aren't really wealthy.
Being black and not liking Black Lives Matter is almost worse than being white and not liking to them, because like you're just you they want to lump you into their group of
That's my primary issue with Black Lives Matter when it comes to opposition from other black people against them. Is Black Lives Matter has this real problem of trying to turn just black people, just the entire concept of black people or people of color, into this fucking monolith. And if you're not part of it, then you're a traitor.
Like, I don't understand why they keep on preaching this idea that every single cop, no matter what their color is, no matter who they are, they're always trying to get you if you're not white. It's like, I've met plenty of cops that just, like, in DC, it's like, as I ask for, like, oh, do you know where the train station is? And it's like, turn left, turn right, there it is. Thank you, officer. Have a nice day.
Well, exactly. It's like just because you're black doesn't mean you can walk up to a cop and be like, hey, do you know how to get to this this certain location, this certain restaurant or whatever? And they're gonna be like, oh God, black people, and shoot them.
Right?
But that's the kind of message that Black Lives Matter is really trying to push, is that, just being black, you will always be fucking killed by the police.
Yeah, and if you say that's not how it is, they're always like, you don't know my experiences.
You don't know my experiences. Okay, first, I don't need to know your experiences, because I can almost guarantee it's half full of shit, and you're just being paranoid and reactionary. But at the same time, Black Lives Matter also has this real problem of acting like every black person or person of color's experience is somehow their own, and so they start trying to argue for and take credit for other people's personal experiences.
Yeah, and yeah, fucking like Lucy said, cop attacks a black guy and loses his job. Cop throws a 13-year-old kid down, and fucking for no reason, and fucking everything's all copacetic. Just like the did you hear? I don't know if you guys heard about it. There was this kid in fucking I think it was in California. The cop literally did, at least from what I've heard, just going by what I heard, he fucking literally did take a kid, like I think it was like 13, probably late teens or something, but Took a kid, fucking handcuffed him. He was doing, I can't remember what he was doing bad, but as he was handcuffed, literally just walked up behind him, shot him in the head. Don't hear nothing, not fucking anybody about it.
Well, yeah, well, yeah, and that's a problem. At the same time, it's like at the same time, and a big issue with Black Lives Matter is that they're so worried about unarmed black people being killed by cops, but at the same time, they don't realize that in the same time it takes any officer of any color to shoot an unarmed black man, justified or otherwise, there's 2 or 3 times as many. There's almost just as many Hispanics being killed, unarmed Hispanics being killed. There's 2 or 3 times as many unarmed white people being killed. It's like if your real issue is going to be against the killing of unarmed people, then make it about unarmed people. Don't make it just about black people. If you're really going to try to have that kind of message, don't start segregating.
But the thing about that is, cops bad cops are good cops or bad cops and in between. But like bad cops, I'm sure some of them are racist, but they don't. Not all of them are exploiting black people. They exploit the poor because they can get away with it.
Well, it's
almost like a power trip for some of them.
For plenty of cops, not all of them, not even a majority, not even close. But for some cops, their biggest problem is not being, racist or anything like that. It's them abusing their power. It's them abusing their authority. It's them going on a power trip.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're black or white or Asian or Hispanic or Native American or whatever. If you are poor, if you're a person who has very little power in society, they will take advantage of that, regardless of your color.
You know what? I wonder if it'll work. What's Chrissy Winters' fucking? What's her fucking Twitter?
Oh God, I don't remember. I fucking lost it. Just use the search feature. Just use the search feature. Just put in Chrissy Winters.
Yeah. I always Chrissy Winters.
I highly doubt there's that many people on fucking Twitter named Christy Winters.
Right.
It's like you go and search Twitter and you're like, all right, so I'm gonna type in Naskatan. I wonder how many come up. Literally, I guarantee it's just gonna be me.
Okay. Since the name of this is the Nuance of Political Ideologies, let's delve into how certain ideologies begin to lose their focus.
Absolutely. Well, you guys get started on that. I'll jump back in. I need to again piss like a racehorse. It's all that coffee.
All right.
All right. So you guys keep it going for now.
What tends to happen is that as an ideology becomes more popular, more people join it, and when you have a bunch of different people who join a group with one reason, like they all have the same exact reason, but they're all different people, right? And then they start like splitting into factions of, oh, Black Lives Matter, like white Black Lives Matter activists or gay Black Lives Matter activists.
Oh God.
And it starts just getting more and more muddled. Like the actual message, in the beginning, Black Lives Matter had a pretty good message. There is a prevalence of violence against black people by cops, but for whatever reason. But as more people join it, and as it just gets. I'm trying to say it's like. How do I want to put this? It's like I don't know. Just when you just have more people, when you expand an ideology out to, let's expand it to like Democrats. How big of an ideology is that? It's enormous, and yet you have people who identify as Democrats, who come from all different backgrounds, usually, right? So as I think, as when a party gets bigger and bigger, when an ideology just grows, it has to lose focus. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but
all right. So where are we at, guys?
Talking about how ideologies lose their focus.
Okay. Well, who's kind of giving their opinion on that? Because I
I've already.
kind of caught the last end of Zach's.
Yeah. So just me at the moment, but someone else can go ahead.
I'm sorry, I did miss some of that because I was looking at the chat and fucking responding to, well, kind of responding and reading. So I'm sorry. I'm horrible. That's all I could say.
That's fine. I don't mind.
At least we didn't ignore the black guy.
Right. It's the most
Okay.
important thing.
Yeah, and
Okay.
at least for the black guy, we actually at least for the black guy, we actually gave him permission to speak well in advance.
Oh my god. Because like one thing that like most people have the idea of like feminism lost its way or its main focus. But I was gonna point to that the Women's March happened Sunday after Trump's inauguration.
Yeah.
Two of the people that were speakers at the event were the exact opposite of who you should ever want to be at your event.
I mean, I don't remember her name exactly. I know one of the speakers that they had was this, and both these women, they were trying to hold up as as examples, as role models and everything. I remember one of them. I don't remember her name. Didn't she serve like 25 years in prison because her and like a few other people, they kidnapped some like 60-year-old guy for several days, and then they tortured him and all that different stuff, and then she ended up shoving a big pipe up his ass.
Her name is Donna Hilton. She served 27 years in prison for accomplice to kidnapping, torture, and murder.
She got 27 years for kidnapping, torture, and murder.
I hate to be one of those people, but if it was a fucking white straight male,
guarantee if it was a straight white male, and he kidnapped, tortured, and murdered a black woman, he'd be in jail the rest of his life, probably on death row.
Oh no, this happened in
like 1980 something.
Yeah, 1986.
Well, even back then.
Yeah, so and there other people got like 15 plus years. And she has speaking events at universities. She has like awards for like humanitarian awards and like talking about human rights and stuff. I was like, you didn't get imprisoned because you were black. You didn't get imprisoned because you're a woman. You got imprisoned because you're a freaking murderer and torturer.
Yeah, see, that's what I can't wrap my head around that.
And like as a movement, I like at the Women's March, like, talk about your issues. I'm fine with that. Talk about your issues. You have speakers they want to bring to see that it gets more spotlight. But whoever actually authorized her being there must not understand that she just puts a huge black spot on anything you're trying to talk about. Because
black spot, don't be racist, bro.
Oh, like the moment some people Google her name to find out more about her, if they find her she's interesting or something, she was like, why the hell was this person invited?
Because she's a black woman. She's a strong black woman, and that's what we need right now, guys.
She don't need no man, man. She doesn't need no man.
But that is really the only reason. I mean, if you're a strong black woman, you will be looked up to no matter what your history is, and it's just because people want to see someone like that as a leader, just because of what it is, I mean, black woman.
I remember back in the day when everyone was making such a goddamn fuss about Dennis Rodman being being held up as some kind of person to look up to. And everyone was making such a big fuss about that, and it's like
Dennis Rodman.
It's like, yeah, that's Dennis Rodman. He's for the most part, he's fucking weird, and he's to a certain extent he may be a deviant, but at the same time, at least he's not a kidnapper, torturer, and murderer.
Yeah, I was about to say, fucking. I mean, really look at him. The guy,
he's
rich as shit, great fucking sports career. not really a good movie career. Also, he banged fucking Carmen Electra. I think that's a good fucking role model.
That's
And
pretty good.
Madonna apparently.
Okay, that will get some down points with that one, but fucking
Hey,
Madonna.
she used to be pretty hot.
She used to be, but I mean, come on, everybody was up in that.
That's probably true.
She looks busted now, though.
Well, she looks all plastic surgeryed up, man.
Yeah, and yeah. She's also getting up there in the age.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Yep.
When,
You
when
know,
you get enough plastic surgery and you hit like 60 years old, you start looking like a cartoon character.
right?
Start looking like you're straight out of fucking Looney Tunes. But on the issue of political ideologies, losing their focus. Because I kind of caught the end of Zach there about basically like these ideologies, these groups, these political parties getting a little too big, and kind of losing their grasp on their core beliefs and everything. But I personally feel like a lot of it may have to do not so much with the size of the group or how many people believe in it and et cetera, and all that stuff. I think a good portion of it may have something to do with opposition, almost kind of the same way as you think of Democrats and Republicans and the like. It's or the progressives and the libertarians. It's something like that. Because a lot of it seems to come down to each side takes their position, and they may have their core beliefs and their core ideas, and then the minute there's any sort of conflict whatsoever, it's almost like both sides just continuously start screaming at each other, louder and louder and louder, and then everything begins to move away from genuine dialogue, and at that point people become far more entrenched in the ideology, and they start trying to find all these little weasel ways of warping their core ideas, to fit their ability to yell and argue against people, and instead of actually holding to their core.
Yeah. Another thing I've noticed is that they fucking also, both sides will do it. They'll like the ban on fucking what were the travel ban, fucking the 3 month thing. Everybody that's against it just forgets about that. They keep taking things out so they can make it look worse than it is.
Yeah, and that's something that's something I am that's related to Monday Matt's tweet. Somebody there was no prior tweet. It's just somebody tweeted at Monday Matt, not a ban. And his response was, let's see, 90 days or 120 days is still a ban. Syria is banned indefinitely. So yeah, it's a fucking ban. Saying it isn't is an outright fallacy. Well, in that regard, I mean, if when you want to throw semantics into it, technically it's a ban, but it's a temporary ban, and even in that regard, you can call it a ban, but at the same time, it's not exactly that. It's not like, hey, you're from this specific country or you're this specific religion, you can't come here. It's a hiatus. It's merely a pause on issuing visas.
Yeah.
And that's all it is. It's temporary. It's a temporary hiatus. That's all it really is, until they can, reform their visa process and their vetting process.
Yeah. In which I agree. And fucking it's just like when you like I said, sorry, got tongue tied again. But it was I forgot what it was, but there was a bunch of stuff that Trump put a freeze on when he first came into office. First day, he put a freeze on this, freeze on that, and everybody's like, "Oh no, he's totally stopping this, he's totally stopping that." No, it's a freeze.
Yeah, like act like he's some sort of dictator or something. It's like, do you remember when Obama first came into office and he put a freeze on countless shit because, well, it's a change of administration, so you're gonna put a pause, and you're gonna freeze up a few different areas and a few different policies, and just be like, all right, hold up, let's hold off on this shit until we realign it with the current administration.
Yeah.
Well, it's different this time because Trump's a Nazi, guys.
Yeah, and like, well, right. And the healthcare thing, freaking so many people are going on. He's getting rid of healthcare. How am I going to get medication? He's not getting rid of fucking healthcare, you jackass.
Well, see, that's the
Well,
thing. That's the thing I was looking into it and reading about is, even though Trump was saying, getting rid of Obamacare and all that stuff, it's like, he just got into office. One, you don't know what the fuck's going to happen, so calm your tits. And two,
Yeah.
as far as I've been able to check and as far as I'm aware, Trump isn't going to dismantle Obamacare. What one of the big things he's going to do is to essentially he's going to cut off the fine that people are imposed with
Yeah.
if they don't have coverage.
Good.
Is,
I don't.
there's different things you can do. You can either go with Trump's going to come up with a new plan. You can either go with his plan. You can keep your old plan if you want to, or you can have no insurance at all. Those are like the three options.
I actually found a video that was explaining the Republican plans, because I keep on hearing everyone say they don't have a plan, they don't have a plan, and like in this video, which is by a side channel of the Vlog Brothers, he points us like from people saying that there's no plan, there's actually are multiple plans that are in the work that are in proposal.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like they're just over there in the fucking White House fucking partying and shit. They're not fucking just drinking. Like, what are we going to do today? I don't know, man. Let's go ban some people. No, they're doing shit, all right?
Yeah, it's
You
like
know, my mom...
it's like they're trying to take care of crap, but it's literally a new administration. They haven't even been in 2 weeks. There's gonna be some hiccups along the way. There's gonna be some stuff that's gonna have to be realtered. Calm your fucking tits while they realign the executive branch to their current administration.
Mistakes will be made. It will happen.
Fucking
just
like
hold
with
on.
just like with the visa thing. There's gonna be some mistakes. Yes, I understand that the current administration should have given all airports nationally a heads up to say, hey, this is what we're doing. Here's the rules. Don't just go stopping everybody.
Did you see what Trump said about that?
I did not.
He did a tweet and said if I would have given him
A week's notice.
yeah, if I would have given him a week's notice, then fucking terrorists would have been able to try and rush their way in. Which, I mean,
Maybe.
yeah, it's one of those things. Yeah, maybe. I mean, the whole thing's a big old maybe. So
I mean,
yeah,
it's a realistic
saying.
It's a realistic sentiment. At the same time, I think it may be a little overblown and kind of fear mongering, but it is to its own credit.
Usually is.
To its own credit, it is a realistic sentiment, because if you tell people, and everybody's going to find out about it because everyone has a fucking internet, a week ahead of time, here's what we're gonna do. That's just basically
That would have been hell at the airports.
It would have just been a big old flag to just say, hey, look what we're planning to do. So if you're gonna plan something, do it now. Get in here.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I wouldn't necessarily say fear mongering, because I mean, the whole point of it is to try and weed out fucking terrorists. I mean, we've seen it, in all these other countries and shit. It is something that can and most likely will happen. But so, got to weed some of them out, and he is right. I don't think they would have necessarily, because it is just a straight open window. Granted, it is an open window, but it's one of those ones. I think that there would probably be some security being able to fucking catch these people.
Well, that's something I touched on. I think in yesterday's live stream was, he could have given him a heads up and saved some people some trouble. But at the same time, these people that were being held, did it ruin their lives? No. It was an inconvenience, and that's all it was. It was just an inconvenience.
Yeah,
and people are throwing their shit in the air and throwing their crap at the fan, as if, oh my God, these poor people, their lives have been ruined, they're emotionally destroyed. Whatever will they do?
The only one I can think of that was probably affected by it was probably that director that was nominated for an award that wasn't going to be able to be there. But that's only because the only reason he's affected, and the only reason I think he's affected, is because he's probably not a U.S. citizen. So he's probably going to not be able to come in because of where he's from.
as far as I'm aware, he does have. I think he might have dual citizenship, and one of those citizenships are from one of those 7 countries that
It's
have
from
this temporary
Iran.
ban. Yeah, I was thinking Iran, because I don't think, because when it comes to someone like a fucking director, I don't think my brain's immediately going to go to fucking Yemen.
Oh God, no.
Right. Yeah, right.
Because let's be honest here, what the fuck good has ever come out of Yemen?
Right. I don't see them having a very a diverse movie
Yeah,
company
I don't
there.
see
Don't.
I don't see Yemen really
not a big
having
scene.
or encouraging a very artistically cultural society.
The only thing
Right.
you can film at Yemen is the Michael Bay movie with lots of explosions.
Exactly.
Yemen is Transformers without the giant robots.
That's pretty messed up. That's pretty messed up.
I know it's messed up, but I'm a douchebag, so hey.
Yeah, and that's another thing. That's what I was telling people as well. Like Illuminacy said, it's not if he wins the award, it's not like he's not going to get it. There's plenty of people that weren't able to go fucking accept their award. Somebody accepted on their behalf or whatever. He's still going to fucking win the award.
Yeah,
I
the
was
same.
also being a I was also being a dick and saying, and also next year he could just buy another one.
It's like, dude, seriously, it's like, I don't care what fucking award you're getting. Are you winning an Oscar or a Golden Globe? No, you're not. Well, shut the fuck up and go away.
Right? And fucking and again, yeah, like Lucy said, that's assuming the fucking moron even fucking wins.
Well, yeah, because as far as I'm aware, he was just trying to show up on a nomination.
Yeah,
It's like
exactly.
it's like, dude, okay, one, if you're not going to be able to show up, they do hold it for you and they can mail it to you if need be. And they will
Yeah.
still talk about you, and you can still call in on a fucking Skype call or something.
Yeah, exactly. And fucking hell, just have one of your fucking friends just fucking pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
They can accept it for you. People have done that before. Accepted in the ward on behalf of blah 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 blah. Here's Dickface. You know.
I am actually interested to see that video that that conflict fucking put in there in the chat. Let's see. Let's see.
Oh, put it. Oh, I guess you can't. Fucking. You have to do Rabbit one of these days, so you'll be able to do the sound or put your speakers, your mic up to the speaker, so we can hear and not do like we did last time. Not gonna lie.
Well, yeah, I do need to figure that part out, and I am gonna probably talk to someone like Jeff or Sargon and just be like, how do you find the best way is to be able to play videos, in real time for
Rabbit's probably going to be your
Hangout.
best bet, truthfully, because yeah, for Hangouts, and it's I don't know why they don't fucking fix that.
Well, Rabbit might be good to an extent, but at the same time, there would be the difficulty of, since XSplit just basically runs my microphone and then my system sounds, there'd be a lot of overlay on audio coming from Hangouts and audio coming from Rabbit.
Yeah, you got a good point.
Unless the only way I can figure is if you open up the Rabbit room and you play it like that, but just because as far as I'm aware, there's no way to mute people. Well, I guess I could probably theoretically mute people in Rabbit, and so it's just the Hangout responding.
Good. I'm not too sure.
Because as far as I'm aware, I don't know how to mute people on the Hangout. So.
All right, sorry, I had to take another call.
Oh yeah, and OBS is another good one as well. Fucking that usually that has like a lot of good fucking options and shit.
Yeah, and don't worry, Zach, we understand, but you might want to let people know, calm down with the booty calls. Your ass ain't going nowhere. It's gonna be there for them later.
I'll send out a group message, guys. I'm doing something. I can't. You can't all have my dick at once.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just calm your manginas down. You'll get to it eventually.
Me and one of my friends, I was fucking with him. And fucking, I can't remember exactly everything, but I was like, dude, there's a time and a place for everything. You can't just think of your dick all the time. He's like, no, you can think of your dick all the time. It is okay. I'm like, no, it is not.
Let's see here. Republican plans for the Affordable Care Act. All right.
Is that what we're going to go over right now?
Yeah. There's
Alright.
a conflict linked it in there, and I was a little interested. I was like, sure, why not? Let's check it out.
Yeah, that's another thing we could do. TeamSpeak for like just recording us, and then just bring up, stream the page of whatever. Well, sorry,
Actually,
you
I
wouldn't be
could
able to do it
find
on
something
X,
before
but
that.
you would have to do probably open broadcast or whatever.
Well, I like OBS's software, but my problem is it's not as easy to use as far as I can tell because I tried using it before. Um, but like I said, I mean, like the rabbit thing might be a good idea, um, for the simple fact that I can get everybody in there, and then I believe I can mute everyone so that whatever they're saying doesn't come through rabbit, but it does still come through the Hangout.
Yeah, I think you probably would, because they do it a lot. You probably would want to talk to like fucking Jeff or any of them that you can, because they do it a lot.
Yeah.
Hold on, be right back. I'm gonna go get me something to drink.
Well, don't take too long.
I will try.
Actually, yeah, I found something that could help you. It's something called a voice meter. It'll allow you to, for example, split the audio for so that the Hangout will be one audio stream apart from your individual mic and the system mic.
Mm.
If you're recording with something like OBS, that can record multiple audio sources.
Oh, well, I may have to look into that.
Yeah, because I use that a little bit for like recording gameplay with like TeamSpeak.
Oh, really? Because when I'm doing gameplay stuff, I just use Discord. All right, so yeah, we'll wait for what's his face to get back, and then we'll jump into this video and we'll take a look at it.
All right.
For the moment, I'm going to tweet out again. I should probably tweet back to Facebook.
And now I'm about to go to the horror of Facebook for me.
The horror of Facebook. Oh God, what is that?
No. I rarely, if ever, visit my Facebook because I see everyone freaking out on my timeline.
Yeah, it's hard to go on Facebook anymore because everyone, first of all, Facebook is just like dog shit now. It's like everyone's just like posting videos. No one ever types anything out and says anything anymore. They just like post videos.
And no one ever
share
really
videos.
seems like they have anything genuine to say.
No, I barely ever see anybody actually, I don't know, just post any words of their own. They're all everybody does is share videos now. It's insane.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. It's fucking Facebook. What do you expect?
Because there's one like there's one of my friend's wife that I follow on Facebook. She like after it was like before Trump got elected, she was tweeting like, if you voted for Trump, like just unfriend me, just completely just I disown you because I didn't even know you at all. I was like, I am not even going to reply to this because I do not want to have anything to deal with this. And I just keep my opinions separate and away from any public real discord because everyone look at me like I'm crazy and I need to be lynched.
You gotta lynch the black guy. Hey, you set yourself up for that, man.
I know that. I knew specifically what word I was going to use.
I regret nothing. Yeah, wasn't lunacy saying something stupid? Why am I still here? Because we're adorable. That's why.
That's right. All 4 people watching. I think 3 of the 4 is just like we have a tab open.
Yeah, probably.
You gotta start somewhere.
Well, y'all got to keep on sharing it because I think some of you got. I think at least 2 of you have more fucking followers than I do.
How many followers do I have? I think I've got like, let me see. I've only got 32.
Yeah, I've only got 83 followers. I think Conflict
It
has
seems like half the people.
I think Conflict has 100 and something or 200 and something. I know between him and what's his face, one of them's got 100 something followers, the other one's got 200 something followers.
Let's see. Batman's got 271.
What do I got?
I don't get most interaction.
271 followers on Twitter.
Yeah, I think a lot of them are bots though.
Well, even then, you
Yeah.
gotta even then, man. You gotta keep retweeting shit.
Yeah.
Because the more people we can have in here, the better.
But yeah, that's what I do. I tweet a lot.
And I mean, absolutely. Again, I mean, if there's anybody you can think of you want to ask to join, I mean, they're more than welcome to. Because you know who I think would be interesting to join,
Who?
and talk about the issues of political ideology is, some black guy or that guy T.
That would be interesting.
Because I know that guy T. He's real hard libertarian, and so that'd be a particularly interesting perspective to actually have on here and discuss these things, especially when we actually get to the political compass test.
Yeah, it would be interesting to fucking talk to some black guy or that guy T. Or as I just recently discovered her because of a stream she was on, that girl.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, like anybody, man.
What the fuck am I fucking thinking?
My particular problem is that I could tweet to any of these people and then I'll never get a fucking response.
Right.
Literally, the only time I ever get any kind of response from any of them, like a like or a retweet or maybe an actual response, is when whatever I post is rather poignant, or if it's just really funny.
Yeah. You have to like post memes at them.
Yeah, because I remember I think my two biggest tweets were one of them was this funny ass video. After Hillary lost, I tweeted it to Sargon and a few others, and they retweeted it, and I think that one got like 400,000 something impressions or something like that. And then the second one was during Halloween when I tweeted out that picture of that black guy who had the white face on and he was dressed all in white with the cape and stuff, and his shirt just said privilege.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah,
What a costume.
Yeah, those were my two biggest tweets. I'll try to find that tweet again because it was fucking hilarious. Well, those were my two biggest tweets, and that's only because people thought they were funny. It's not like anybody actually gives a shit about me otherwise. Because my stuff's really just kind of like I can make all the points I want, but I'm tiny. I'm not very well known and everything, so they're just like, okay.
We're finding a stepo in here.
Well, I mean, if like all these people that we're talking about, anyone you can think of, like I said, if you wanna hit them up, see if they're interested, by all goddamn means.
You think Jeff would come back, or do you think we scared him away?
Probably did.
I don't know. I didn't really have much of a say in that whole 10 minutes he was here. So
Yeah,
I'd say
I think he
if
just
anybody
wanted to come because he, felt a little obligated because he just kind of bailed. Not that I'm saying he bailed on the stream, but I bet he was like, you know what, I should probably just go and actually give a proper bye.
if anybody scared Jeff away, it was Zach.
Yeah,
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I remember.
dude. Even my wife was like, dude, they fangirled like a motherfucker. I was like, yeah, they did.
Yeah, fucking.
I was so happy he came back.
I was too. I just stayed back. I was like, and then I thought it was funny. Like I said, fucking, you guys had completely different questions than me. My first question, what you cooking? Ooh, salmon. I like salmon.
Yeah, fucking Zach and his creepy ass fucking questions. It's like, dude, really? You got it? Why are you doing that?
And, drunk Zach is a different Zach. I turned to a monster.
You really fucking do, dude. And it got so wrong.
Right? It did pretty damn quick. Sorry.
All I'm drinking this afternoon is tea, so I'll probably make less of a fool of myself.
Well, hopefully,
Yeah.
if we're lucky.
Yeah.
I mean, I still got my beer, so it's like, all right.
Okay. While we're waiting, I would like an interesting side topic is the
the debate between representation in art and media. Mainly, not.
Representation of different races or different
Yeah, that.
like trans people. Okay, I understand what
We're
you're saying.
talking about like the diversity aspect, or like what do you mean?
Pretty much how like not. I'll say like since like 2010 and onwards, everyone's like, okay, that we need more black people in movies. We need more gay people in movies. We need more in more books and TV shows.
Well, they've been doing that since the 80s, man. You have to have one of each kind. You got to have a black girl, black guy, white
But
girl.
the problem is now is that like
wheelchair.
okay you can't kill them now. Okay, you can kill them, but you can't kill them in that specific way. They have to act like this, but they can't be too straight because then they erode their gayness. But you don't want them to be overtly gay, but then you have them be the stereotypical gay person.
Right.
It's basically a catch-22, and then any way you try to do it, you're just fucked.
Yeah, you have a gay character who's, I think a good gay character is, I don't know if you guys ever watched The Walking Dead. There was that guy, can't remember his name, but he was like, there's a whole controversy because he was gay. And
I remember that. It was the big controversy was over the fact that, you know, they actually had two dudes kissing each other.
Yeah, they had a gay kiss, which is fine. I mean, but they did the character well because, I mean, yeah, he's the gay guy, but he's not just the gay guy. He's also a guy who tries to like breach the gap between the two communities, you know? And yeah.
Freaking, for me, because like that's where like I'm like not really an expert, but I guess like a fucking extremely all about is, you know, fucking comics, movies, shows, video. I always watch this stuff. That's where my real opinions come out. And fucking but sorry, I was looking at the chat. He said, but like there was I don't watch the show, but there's a show called The 100, and apparently some lesbian chick died at some point in time, and like all these fucking people were pissed off saying they killed her off because she was lesbian, and oh look, another lesbian died, but all these straight people are alive, and fucking.
What show was that?
It's called The 100.
Theme is they were gonna have to kill her off because one, she was leaving the show to do something else.
I didn't know that. And that's one thing that I keep telling people is that, you know, these people have lives. There's other jobs, other things that they might want to do. It's not like their life revolves around the show. It's kind of cool when that happens, but I mean, look at the past, like back in the 60s and 70s, and actors would get so immersed into a role that's all they were. Adam West used to hate Batman because nobody would call him anything but Batman.
Oh God, I imagine that.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like I remember I don't remember what season it was. I think it might have been season 5. Season 5, I think, of House MD. In that episode where they technically killed off the character Kuttner, and I can only even begin to imagine the kind of shit fit people would have if that episode played today. And it's like, dude, calm your fucking tits. He can't do the show anymore. He's going to work for the fucking White House. But people would still be throwing a fit, and they'd still be making a fuss. You know, oh, you killed him off because he's not white. You made him kill himself because he's not white. It's like, dude, seriously, just calm the fuck down.
Like,
how many white guys die in TV and like movies? How many white guys have died?
Well,
so
millions. Many. And I did find that tweet I was talking about. In case you're interested, it'll be on the stream.
Okay. The theme is, like, for me, like, I'm currently writing like trying to write a book, and when people say like we have too many white authors, we don't have enough black authors, like I'm trying to just write this book, and it has a decent amount of there's like 4 gay characters I already have in there, but the matter is none of them and almost none of the people in my story are good people. they're all generally ambiguous assholes. Like one of my most developed characters, he's like, like one of my most developed characters. He's like this. He's a gay friend. He's gay and he's the king of this country, and his boyfriend is also like the head priest. Both of them are like basically badass warriors, and everyone knows they're gay. They don't care because it's not important. And if you would actually say some shit, he would just kill you because he can.
No.
Well, and see, that's an interesting point. I mean, the whole, there's too many white authors. We need more black authors. Well, then how about this? How about instead of demonizing white authors, how about you convince black people to write more shit? How about that?
Yeah,
because it's kind of like that Oscars so white bullcrap that they had going on for a while.
Yeah.
It's like, there's too many white people, it's all white people. It's like, oh, I don't know, maybe because the majority of actors and actresses are white, and the fact that they're really fucking good at it. If you want more racial diversity in the Oscars or anything like that, well, it all depends on the year, because not every fucking person of color who's an actor or an actress is doing some humongous fucking role.
Yeah. And even then, if they are, so what? Doesn't mean that they have to fucking have it. I remember I also heard people bitching that Selma didn't fucking win. They were like, oh, the story about fucking Martin Luther King and all this other shit, they didn't win. And? It's just
what about 12 Years a Slave?
Story about Martin Luther King. What else do you need to know about the guy, man?
It was a good fucking movie. Everyone fucking admits that. Everyone knows it was a good movie. But as far as the general consensus was, it was not the best movie. It had a great message, it had a great story and everything else, but it was not the best movie, and it did not have the impact as other movies did in terms of all sorts of different topics, because you never know who the fuck's going to vote for what.
Have you guys seen a show called Wrecked on TBS?
No, what is that about?
It's about this plane goes down on a deserted island. It's just about these people surviving on it. It's a comedy. One of the episodes, they find a DVD player, a portable DVD player. It's got enough battery life to watch one movie, and their choice is Selma or Dumb and Dumber. And like every time they bring it up, they're like, "We can watch Dumb and Dumber or Selma," and everybody's like, "Oh, yeah, Selma. It's a really good movie and everything."
I'm gonna watch something. I don't want to watch something that will be depressing for me while I'm on a deserted island.
Yeah,
exactly. I'm stuck on a desert island. My fucking plane crashed. I may never be rescued again or see my family or friends again. I'm pretty sure I don't want to sit there and when I am limited to, I can only watch one movie, and my choice is between Selma and Dumb and Dumber, I want a little joy in my fucking life. I'm going to pick Dumb and Dumber.
Right? I'm deserted on an island. And it's time to pop in that movie about Martin Luther King.
Yeah, which I guarantee with that kind of circumstance, it'd be you'd get the regressive left coming in being like, oh, you only picking it because it didn't have black people in it, and I'm just like, no, it's because I'm fucking depressed and I want something to cheer me up.
And I don't want more depression.
That was actually the funny thing about the episode, is because everybody felt like they had to say Selma, and I can't remember like the character, what the type of character it was that finally said no. How about we just watch Dumb and Dumber? But it finally came to it. Everybody was like, yeah, it's the only movie we're going to be able to watch right now. Fucking, there's nothing wrong with it, and blah blah blah. That doesn't mean anything. Let's just watch Dumb and Dumber. And I think at the end of it, it turned out that like the fucking the DVDs were too scratched or some shit. Yeah, it was a good thing.
All right, but, anyways, at the moment we're we're almost an hour and 20 minutes into the stream. So
oh shit!
I know it's amazing how conversation just flows. It's amazing how conversation flows.
Oh my god, I'm looking at the picture you have up on the stream.
Yeah, the white privilege.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hilarious.
Yeah, I want to do the black version. I want to do the black version of that for my next Halloween. Oh, I would catch so much shit.
Absolutely.
But anyways, I think for the moment, I think we're gonna go ahead and we're shift topic a little bit because we did
Alright.
kind of go off into a tangent. So
Yeah,
so I think
it
for the
happens.
moment we're going to switch off to addressing the political compass test and the questions therein.
Okay.
But I mean, in the meantime, if anybody else is actually going to end up joining the stream or anything or the chat, then that'd be good. I'd love to get some extra perspective on this.
Shit. Hold on. I will be back in a bit. You guys go on. It shouldn't be too long, but yeah, you guys go on. I will be back. If it ends up ending, I gotta go take care of something real quick. Hopefully, real quick, but I gotta go take care of something.
That's fine. That's fine. Shit happens, man.
Yeah, but yeah, I'll be back. Yeah, be back.
All right, so let's see. The political compass. Let's see. Yada yada yada
Can you
yada.
can you share it on your screen?
Yeah, no problem. Actually, let's see. Yada yada yada. TLDR and all that good nonsense.
Okay. Good.
All right, so let's see here. Let's just go to take the test. All right, here we go. So, part 1 of 6. Let's see here. Just a few propositions to start with concerning, no less, how you see the country and the world. All right, and so I'm gonna look for your opinions on all these questions, and see kind of what you guys think about the questions in and of themselves, and how you feel about them.
All right.
All right, the first one is if economic globalization is inevitable, it should primarily serve humanity rather than the interests of transnational corporations. Would you strongly disagree, agree, or strongly agree?
If economic globalism is, I strongly agree.
I would agree, but I would understand that it is not the reality, since the companies have a moral obligation to get as much money as they want, and that goes with paying for lower wages.
Well, so essentially, what you're saying is you understand the idea of when it comes to national or transnational corporations, you understand the idea of their necessity to be profitable, and if it were to possibly primarily serve humanity rather than their interests, that could present sort of a disagreement on that issue, because it could end up possibly costing them money and their business if their prime concern is going to be humanity.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right. Well, I'm glad I could actually grasp that, because I mean I'd be personally here more along with Zach on this issue. I would more strongly agree, because maybe it's just the humanist in me. I don't know entirely, but but I would have to personally strongly agree, because as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to if economic globalization is inevitable, if it's going to become a thing, if it's going to become a reality for us, and then personally I see it in that regards as something that could possibly bring about the dissolution of borders. At which point you're going to want to uplift all people under your leadership, one way or another, to similar standing or minimum standing at least. And that could get real touchy when you start removing borders between like us and Mexico and Venezuela and Brazil and all that different stuff. Let's see. So we're not going to be answering any of the questions at the moment. I'll answer them. For the most part, just for shits and giggles, so we can move on. But we're not going to actually answer legitimately until we get into the later part where, we give the actual responses for you guys and see where you fall in the compass.
Okay.
All
right. So for now, we're moving on. Second one, I'd always support my country whether it was right or wrong.
Strongly disagree.
Yeah, I also disagree.
Disagree or strongly disagree?
Strongly disagree. Country, I assume they mean like government.
Yeah, your country.
I always support my country.
Yeah, always support your country no matter what. I mean, a good example would be like think back to the war in Iraq, and especially once it came to light that the war was built on a lie. I mean, I can understand
Yeah.
from that point, there's no real differentiation between the country itself uh, and the government or anything like that. And I'd have to agree with the both of you and strongly disagree there. Because as far as I'm concerned, if my country and my government are in the right, then they're in the right. If they're in the wrong, they're in the wrong, and I will not support them if they're in the wrong. All right. So number three. No one chooses his or her country of birth, so it's foolish to be proud of it.
No. It is it. I disagree with that.
Yeah, I also disagree. I mean, you don't choose where you're born, but if your country is doing something you like, you know, if people in it that you think is going in the right direction, you can be proud of that, I think.
Well, yeah, I can understand that. I mean, because obviously obviously no one chooses where they're born, but at the same time, I can understand that it would be foolish to an extent, to a degree, to be proud of it. But at the same time, you should still be skeptical of your country. You should still hold it to its standards.
Right.
And so it's not like just because you're born in a certain country, you should be like, I support my country no matter what. It kind of plays back on number two.
Yeah. Right now, I support America. Even now, I support my country just because of what it represents. We have a lot of freedoms that we take for granted, but I'm still proud of it. Still glad I live in the United States rather than somewhere else.
Right, exactly. Because I was born in America, and obviously, but comparatively speaking to the rest of the globe, I called myself rather privileged, in a lot of regards. But at the same time, there's a lot of things in this country, you can't really be proud of, because there's a lot of things you can criticize, but there's also plenty, that you can really boast about. And so, I would disagree with this one, not strongly, but I would disagree, um, because it is in certain regards foolish to be proud of your country, no matter what. But at the same time, you should still be critical of it.
Right.
All right, let's see here. Number 4. Our race has many superior qualities compared with other races.
Strongly disagree.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely strongly disagree on that one.
Our
'Cause,
race has many superior qualities compared to other ones. Well, no.
because I literally don't care what your race is or what color of your skin is or anything like that. Every race, no matter what, always has a humongous spectrum of people who fall into them, because it's not like white people are inherently smarter or black people are inherently faster and stronger.
There are certain groups that no, like was it Kenyans? Most Kenyans will always be faster than everyone else.
Yeah, well, yeah, but at the same time, in those kinds of regards, a lot of that is environmental.
Yes,
Absolutely.
And when you start taking into consideration very multicultural societies, like our own, everyone just kind of like evens out along the spectrum, no matter what the color of your skin is.
Yeah.
And so I'd have to strongly
Unless you're talking
disagree
about
with
the
that one.
NBA.
Well, yeah, but in that regard, at the same time, they're still on the spectrum, but at the same time, they work for their physical prowess and everything. Because don't get me wrong, I'm not going to talk about intelligence because I've seen a lot of NBA players who aren't that smart. I've even known some of them who are freaking illiterate. All right, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Well, it depends.
Man,
The enemy of my enemy.
And
Well,
that's kind of the point. Is it really depends, and that's why I like these questions. Is there's so many variables that you can take into consideration, and that's where a lot of the issue about the nuance of ideology really comes into play.
It's like saying, like, is my enemy Hitler and my ally now Stalin? Technically, yes, because we're in World War II. But in reality, hell no, because he's a brutal monster.
yeah, and it's also we can just bring it back to the whole SJWs and the extreme progressives. I'm not going to just
Stop
conservatives just because they're anti-SJW.
Did you
I mean, it just on that one respect, that's where we agree, and
leave
that's
a
it,
pack
pretty
out in
much.
the car?
Well, I'm sure there's like different places, but like, I don't know. I might have to agree
There's no more over there.
because I think the question is in reference to like for a specific cause, like a World War II like type situation. So,
But if we're talking about like ideologies, it's like when people try to say that the anti-SJW community is in league with
It's
the
on mute already.
alt-right in the same enemy that they kind of have of the SJWs, yes, but you can constantly see it's like anti-SJWs don't like the old Nazi memes and white power, white supremacy, Nazi stuff that you guys are preaching.
Well,
Right.
I mean, personally, when I look at this kind of question, I understand that it's extremely dependent, but for the most part, if I had to be generous, given all of the variety of dependencies, personally, I would have to say that I do agree with it, though. To put a caveat on it, I'd say I'd agree, but only barely slightly.
Yeah.
All right, so
Pretty much.
let's see. Military action that defies international law is sometimes justified.
Oof.
What are we stopping?
Well, I mean
That well.
that's where the
Could-
dependency
yeah.
that's where the dependency comes in. Because it's all about really define international law. It's sometimes justified. Well, then that kind of leaves you to think of your own situations of, well, where would I consider it justified? What
If
kind of
we're
what kind
bombing
of
sorry.
what kind of circumstances would I say okay, international law could be it could be a real roadblock into actually getting anything done, humanitarian or otherwise. I mean, take for example the issue of Libya or Syria. I mean, because there's a lot of complex political issues there, and there's a lot of international law that may hold back any kind of action. But at the same time, for the sake of humanitarian efforts, how would that play into your opinion of whether it's justified or not?
I would say like an example of like North Korea. If the United States and like South Korea had the fires they plan to literally kill almost every single high military officer of Kim Jong Un's regime, including Kim Jong Un, with airstrikes, targeted cruise missiles, and assassinations, and invading that country to liberate it, I would generally be for that because one, we're eliminating currently the worst government on the planet, and effectively freeing over 3 million people.
I don't know that. I think that would set a worrying precedent. Like if you could just go into it, like I would say that obviously North Korea is pretty fucking extreme.
But like that's like like North Korea is the extreme of a place you could do that to. It's like
Yeah, it's like North Korea is like the extreme example.
it's like Mordor. It's like the current day like Mordor that everyone's gone, but no one wants to have to deal with fighting the hordes of orcs coming out of there.
Kim Jong Un is Sauron.
I may have to Photoshop that sometime.
That's a funny picture.
Yeah, but I understand the basis of the question insofar as it's presented, but at the same time, like a part of me wants to say agree, because again, it's entirely situational. A part of me wants to say agree, but part of me also wants to say, disagree, kind of for the same reason Zach mentioned is, you know, depending on what you do and what issue you're addressing, it could possibly set a disconcerting kind of precedent. Oh, this is a tough one. Jesus.
You can kind of a good example would be the in 2011 the raid on Osama bin Laden's compound. Pakistan knew he was there. That's basically just been confirmed that Pakistan already knew where he was. They were fine with it. They were helping him, and they weren't going to give him up. Afghanistan can't do anything. Are we supposed to just let him be there, or do we just let him still just wallow, have refuge there?
And see that's a good point. I mean, that's one of the situations where I would say, I would lean more toward the agree, but I honestly don't know. I may have to do a coin toss on this one. I honestly can't choose, so I'm gonna flip my pack of cigarettes and I'm gonna see what it lands on. All right, and then let's say heads is agree and tails is disagree. Oh, fuck, that fucked up. Well, it looks like I'm disagreeing here, but only barely. All right, now next one is, there is now a worrying fusion of information and entertainment.
I agree. I agree strongly.
Oh God, yes. Oh God, yes, there is.
And
all these like late night shows like Colbert, Colbert Report, Stephen. I forget what his name. I like their comedy. I like their entertainment. I like how they talk about the news in nice, digestible bites. But people think everything they say is gospel.
Yeah, you can say the same thing for like any news outlet, pretty much. Fox News, CNN, MSNBC. Yeah, you could take it lower than that. You can go like Alex Jones. Why do people keep watching him? Because he's entertaining.
Well, see, my real hangup is the word worrying in there, is because I understand that there can be sources of information for the sake of information, there can be sources of entertainment for the sake of entertainment, and there can also be kind of a fusion of the two, in other regards in other sources, but at the same time it's like, well, I can see the benefit of providing information alongside with the entertainment. But my real question would come up in how are they doing it? In what regard are they presenting their information?
Yeah, who does a good job at that is South Park. They're pretty much like on the money for like most political humor. I don't know, like everything they do is pretty on point.
The thing about them is that they go on everyone.
And the thing
they will insult everyone.
And the thing about them is that everyone knows it's a joke. They know that the show is made to make you laugh. With Stephen Colbert, I mean, I do agree with most things like Stephen talks about, but it's like people take the jokes that he makes, and then that's their political opinion because Stephen Colbert said it, and it was funny.
All right. Well, if I had to honestly pick a position here, I think I would have to lean more toward, I think, disagree. Because because I'd have to say that as it currently stands, the vast majority of these sources of entertainment that also push information at the same time, they haven't gotten so biased to the point of being worrisome, because at the same time they are in their own regards transparent enough that you can pretty much tell if they're pushing a message, particularly a
Right.
biased message. So a lot of people can really tell, oh, they're just pushing bullshit, but at least it's funny or something like that. Um, or there's a lot of sources that they're entertaining, they push information, but they're not really biased one way or another for the most part. So on this particular one, I'd have to say I disagree.
Well, one thing about that is that some people, like, they don't get that it's like a satire. Sometimes they don't get it, that he's hamming it up. So, and also they don't get that he does play for one side. He's not in the center. He doesn't. They're like, oh, Stephen Colbert's not on one side. He just says the facts. So it's they're taking a political opinion in without even realizing it, pretty much. I don't know. That's just what I think.
Yeah, I can understand that position. All right, well, let's see here. Let's move on to part two.
Yeah.
Now, the economy. We're talking attitudes here, not the FTSE index. People are ultimately divided more by class than by nationality.
Um, I don't know. What does a person in the lower
Essentially,
class in America
well,
have in common with someone in the lower class in China?
and that's good, and that's a good point, because it's really asking, are people more divided by rich and poor than by their borders? But at the same time, they're really kind of strangely and strongly intertwined.
The country you're in pretty much defines your class, because what's considered middle class United States will be considered ungodly rich compared to a very, very poor country like Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, personally, if I had to really consider the question, people are ultimately divided more by class than by nationality. I think personally, I'd have to disagree, but not strongly.
Yeah, I think I'd fall in the same place.
Just for the simple sake that class is entirely it's entirely country dependent. Well, it's not entirely country dependent, but it's a very powerful factor. All right, what do you think? What do you think, Zach, and what do you think? At conflict.
Oh, about the question?
Yeah. Agree, strongly disagree. Agree, strongly agree.
Oh, I would also go with disagree. Not strongly, just disagree.
Disagree as well.
Alrighty, all right. So it's good consensus on that one. Now, next one is controlling inflation is more important than controlling unemployment.
These questions are harder than I remember.
I know, like I said, I think they must have changed them up a bit since the last time I took it.
hmm.
I mean, personally, in my opinion, I'd kind of have to agree with this one personally, because while unemployment may be a significant factor in a lot of different aspects of a country, socially and economically, it's the purchasing power of the employed that is really of greater concern here, because say you have zero, say you have 1% unemployment, but if your inflation is spiraling out of control, a good example would be, I think it's Zimbabwe that has crazy inflation, or Venezuela currently.
Yeah,
If you're
Venezuela is just a hellhole.
if your inflation is just spiraling out of control, then it really doesn't matter whether you're employed or not, if your money is essentially worthless.
That's true. I agree. Well, yeah.
What do you think, Conflict? Would you agree, disagree strongly, or otherwise?
Um, I would say that, huh, even though if you make the purchasing power more, you will still need people who can actually have jobs to be able to get money for that purchasing power to take effect.
Because it is a weird kind of balancing act, because you could have 0% unemployment, but your
And
inflation could be spiraling out of control. At the same time, though, you can have 20% unemployment, but the purchasing power of your money could be absolutely fucking tastic.
the thing about it is, most of the times when like inflation is spiraling that high, unemployment also would sharply rise because people aren't able to pay for their food, their rent, and all that type of stuff, and they get unemployed eventually.
So in a certain respect, inflation and unemployment are, they're kind of corollary, but at the same time they're also contradictory. It's,
Yeah,
God,
pretty much.
God, these are some good fucking questions. Yeah, but I personally would have to agree on this one. But would you agree or disagree? Conflict.
I would also agree.
I would agree because it's very ambiguous.
All right. Next one is because corporations cannot be trusted to voluntarily protect the environment, they require regulation.
I have to agree.
To a certain extent, yes, but to another, no, because I'll already say no illegal dumping. These are places you cannot dump because of the safety up by the obvious, clear safety of the environment and the people who live there.
Well, see, and
But
that's kind of the basis of the question, because if you did not have the regulation to say you cannot dump here, then that would completely leave open the entire possibility, not the guarantee, but the possibility that these corporations may dump toxic waste there anyway, and regardless of the environment or the population.
Yeah, corporations aren't founded to protect the environment. They're
Yeah.
founded to make money. And
Yes.
there are some companies that they do get hired to protect the environment. But specifically like big companies, like big oil companies, the whole pipeline
Yeah,
thing.
DuPont, Monsanto,
Yeah,
all those guys.
yeah.
Yeah, because I
You
can
know,
understand that the primary motivation of a corporation is it's obviously going to be profits, and so if it's a lot more, if it's a lot cheaper to just say screw it and dump your waste and your garbage and everything else into the environment, and not be concerned with the impact of their efforts on the environment, then if it's cheaper, then most corporations, I feel, may just take the cheaper route, regardless of the consequences.
there's plenty of examples. I mean, that's the reason we have the regulations in the first place, is because things like that would happen.
Because if I understand correctly from what I remember from history, is that a lot of these regulations actually came about, precisely because of corporate impact on the environment.
Yeah.
Almost like they were basically proving to us that you can't be fucking trusted. So I mean personally,
Yes.
I'd have to strongly agree with this one. Um,
I'm in the same boat. I would also strongly agree.
and Conflict, you said you would agree or disagree, because I don't feel like
agree.
I don't feel like you would strongly feel one way or another.
Yeah, I mainly agree, but it's not like a strong agree.
All right, well, there's that one, and then let's move on to the next quote: "From each according to his ability, to each according to his need," end quote, is a fundamentally good idea.
Wait, is that it?
hold on. Is what food quantity to his ability is a fundamentally good idea. It's a fundamentally good idea, but in practice, it does not work.
Well, yeah, that's kind of exactly why, on the basis just of the question, it's the caveat of being a fundamentally good idea. That, I would have to agree, although not strongly.
Isn't that the isn't that the basis of communism?
I think it's one of their. I think it may be one of their larger tenets. But I on this particular one, just based on the format of the question, I would have to agree that it is a fundamentally good idea. In practice, however, we've seen the result of that.
Communism.
Countless times throughout history, and so on the basis of the question, I'd have to agree, but on the basis of in relation to reality, I would have to disagree, not strongly one way or another.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with that. Yeah.
So simply for the basis of the question, it's going to be agree. All right, next is it's a sad reflection on our society that something as basic as drinking water is now a bottled, branded consumer product.
I'm not really. Why not sell water? Why not?
Well, I mean that would kind of be my position on it, because I can understand that drinking water is a basic necessity, but at the same time, though, anything could be branded and marketed. I mean, no matter what it is, but it just really reflects as to if it's just there, it's just a product. No one's making you buy bottled water. No one is making you have shitty tap water and force you to drink the bottled stuff. It's not like anyone's forcing a Flint, Michigan kind of situation on the entire country.
Right.
And at the same time, we are a free market capitalist society, and so if as far as I'm concerned, if you can find a way to profit from bottling and branding filtered water, then more power to you. If you can make a profit off that, then you're sitting on the prime epitomization of capitalist societies.
I would say a step further of this question would be something that's happening in China, where they're literally bottling and selling air.
Oh, I remember that because of pollution and everything. The smog is so bad.
God,
there's literally this company. There's just literally this company in Canada that's bottling air, and then they're
Canadian air.
Yeah, and they're selling it to the Chinese.
That's like something out of Spaceballs.
No, that's literally the plot of the Lorax movie that was animated that came out.
Really?
Yes, the air got so polluted that they were literally bottling air.
Oh my god.
It was like, holy, like Dr. Seuss was meant to be an environmental message for England, and China just took it a step further.
China just put it into reality.
I heard on the radio the other day that the air pollution in London surpassed the pollution in Beijing.
That sounds impossible.
I know. I mean, that's just what I heard. I don't know if it's true, but if that's true, that is insane.
I can imagine it happening. I absolutely could, but
It's
it
happened before.
really depends on, is it just for that specific day? What are the weather factors and everything else?
Yeah, I mean, the pollution in London has been extreme. The air pollution back during the Industrial Revolution. I mean, they were burning so much coal. It was insane.
So, based on the answers I'm seeing here, I'd probably comfortably guess that we would all agree, but maybe not strongly, but at least agree.
Yeah.
I
would say I would disagree.
Yeah, I would disagree also
Yeah,
that it's a sad reflection on our society.
Oh yeah.
No, I mean go ahead and sell bottled water. Yeah, disagree.
Disagree. There we go. Yeah, sorry, I mixed things up in my head.
That's all right.
All right, next one. Land shouldn't be a commodity to be bought and sold.
Strongly disagree.
Yeah, I also have to strongly disagree. I mean, maybe in like a utopia, but
I mean,
I mean,
I
it's not gonna happen.
personally, I'll just have to stick with disagree on this one myself, not strongly because I do at the same time understand that there should be certain land that, for the benefit of the country and the benefit of the environment, shouldn't be allowed to just be bought and sold willy nilly. I mean, state parks and that sort are a good example. Or like,
Yeah, well, our whole country was purchased. I mean, it was stolen, basically, but it
I mean,
was.
you think of like Yellowstone, you think of like
Oh yeah,
the redwood forests, you think of the Sierra Nevada, and those areas. Is that, that's a lot of very important land with extremely complex ecosystems.
yeah, state owned. So
Yeah, that. So I don't I disagree for the simple fact that, I think land should be a commodity to be bought and sold. Understandable, but only certain land.
Yeah, I would really be sad. It would really be a sad day for the oil company who tries to drill at Yellowstone
God forbid.
and watch them explode that damn volcano.
We're not finding any oil. Dig deeper.
Why is it red? It's a good side of oil. Oh God, why is the entire continent breaking apart?
we're gonna tear this whole fucking park up.
What's this look like to you, Jimmy? It's red. That don't look like oil. That's a new kind of oil, Bobby. That's a new kind of oil right there. That's rare oil. Burn, fire, explode.
Uh,
All right, so for this one,
All right.
we'll just for the sake of moving on, we'll just click that. I don't give a shit. All right, see. Let's see.
All right.
It is regrettable that many personal fortunes are made by people who simply manipulate money and contribute nothing to their society.
I like kinda. There's people who like stock market, and then that's how they make millions and millions.
oh,
Yeah,
the
it's like
money
And-
changers.
it's like these people like banks or all these and all that, or people with the stock market where they do nothing. They contribute nothing. They make no effort whatsoever.
Yeah.
Contributing to anything in the society. It's literally just plain numbers.
I mean, it's smart. It's definitely smart, but you haven't done anything. I mean, you gotta think, what are you contributing to society on a daily basis? But I don't know. It almost does seem like cheating.
In a certain sense, yeah. But I mean, this one personally, I would have to agree, but not strongly.
I
Because-
would agree with that. I agree with that.
I would say as well because like you're punishing people for using their minds to do something that they're good at.
Well, exactly. I mean, given the concept of capitalist free market societies, stock markets are going to be a thing. And if someone's smart enough to be able to, manipulate it well enough and play it well enough that they can make a fortune off of it, then more power to them. It takes an extremely smart person to do that. But at the same time, I would agree that it is a bit regrettable that there's so many people, making fortunes off of this instead of actually, working a job in any kind of industry like engineering or trucking or even the service industry or anything like that. They're not really contributing anything
Working
to
as a
society.
waiter, giving someone a smile on a daily basis,
Yeah.
unless they're a
So-
shitty waiter.
Yeah.
But-
Well, those are just the people I don't tip. But so like I could agree that it is regrettable. I just wouldn't strongly agree with it. I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, I also agree, but not strongly.
All right, next one. Protectionism is sometimes necessary in trade.
Strongly agree.
All Right, and do you really grasp the concept of the question, Zach?
I'm actually looking up the definition of protectionism real quick. Practicing insurance.
Well-
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I also agree. You have to keep your own interests in mind.
Well, of course, because that's kind of as far as I'm concerned, that's kind of the basis of trade. While trading, regardless of the form it takes, it should be fair. At the same time, one also has to take, especially when it comes to international trade. I do honestly believe that one should take one's own interests in mind first.
I'm back.
And oh, good to see you.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Hey, here's something off subject. Why is it whenever you go help somebody move a couch, they never tell you it's a fucking hide-a-bed until you're there?
Because people are assholes.
Yeah. Sorry, I was helping one of my friends, I guess, move a couch. Plus, I got me some extra entertainment for tonight.
Yeah, well, at least you got here at a good part of this, because
All right.
we're currently on the question. Protectionism is sometimes necessary in trade.
Protectionism?
Well, yeah, basically, it's the concept of, in any kind of trade agreement, be it between individuals or states or nations or whatever, that when in the field of trade, that protectionism is essentially the idea of you looking out for your own interests first.
So you're asking if that's okay?
Well, that's the basis of the question, because I have it on my screen right now.
No.
Is because we're going through the political compass test. That's the base. That the question is, or the statement. The statement is protectionism is sometimes necessary in trade, and you can go between strongly disagree all the way to strongly agree.
I strongly agree with that. Yeah. Why wouldn't I protect myself when doing any type of trade? But you always got to look out for yourself first, and then think of others afterwards.
Oh, yeah,
I'm not saying it being selfish, but
Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, I want to say agree, because the idea of protectionism should only really go so far, because otherwise you're just essentially getting to the point of, trying to cheat people and cheat the other side out of a fair deal.
You're right.
But,
I wasn't thinking.
But
I
at
wasn't
the same
thinking
time,
strongly agree as that. But
but
yeah, you got a good point. So I would go with agree as
but
well.
at the,
I wouldn't want to.
But at the same time, on the pure basis of the statement that protectionism is sometimes necessary in trade, I personally would have to strongly agree.
Yeah.
Right. So I think we all basically said strongly agree at that point. I don't know if Zach gave his opinion.
Is Zach there?
Zach might have disappeared. Probably another booty
Oh,
call.
so I forgot I muted myself.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would strongly agree with that also.
All right. Well, let's click that. All right. On to the next one.
Wait, go ahead.
Well, nobody else has come in and all that stuff, and like I said, if by all means keep on tweeting people and all that bullshit. If you can get anybody in there, by all means, please do.
All right. Well, no, like Skepo sent me a message asking for a link, and I didn't see it at the time because I didn't have my phone with me, but I just sent her the message, but I just didn't know. I didn't get anything back from her. So but yeah, go on. I'll stop distracting.
Yeah, well, maybe they'll see the link at some point and they'll be like, "Oh shit, I forgot about that."
Right. I hope so.
Right.
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 Right. Wrong.
Right.
Wrong. Wrong. Right. Right. Wrong.
Right.
Right. Wrong.
Who's on first?
Wrong. Anyways, here we go. The only social responsibility of a company should be to deliver a profit to its shareholders.
I definitely the only social responsibilities. No, I disagree.
Yeah, I also have to disagree.
Yeah, disagree. I mean, yeah, they do need to bring a profit, but not their only. Social or not, it's just not their only responsibility.
I wouldn't even say that that's a social responsibility. I'd just say that's just their financial responsibility. But their social responsibility of how they interact with the public just that's dictated by the public itself.
Yeah, that's like it's like Lyft. What Lyft is doing,
Oh yeah,
capitalizing all on that. I would take that as them doing the social responsibility to, or the socially trying to make a profit off of it. While Uber is just they're they're we're not getting into that, but yeah, I would view that as Lyft doing that.
All right. Well, so so what would you? It's sounding like you would all disagree, but to what extent would you disagree? Strongly or just basic?
I would just go disagree.
I would disagree because of
Yeah,
how
just
things
regular
worded.
disagree.
Yeah,
All right.
so
Well,
that wording, man.
yeah. Well, I personally would have. I'd be on the same boat because, I could strongly disagree. For a variety of factors, but at the same time, I do understand that to a certain extent, part of their social responsibility should be to deliver profit to shareholders, because they are a corporation, they are a company. Profits do matter, and if they're not at least putting part of their focus on profits, then the company may go belly up, or they may have to cut back and cut jobs and everything, and so there's that social aspect of if we can't make ourselves profitable enough, then it does have a social impact.
Yeah,
But I would say that yeah, their social responsibility primarily, it shouldn't be the profits as shareholders. It should be the communities that they're serving. So I on this one in particular, I'd have to sit there with you guys. I'd have to disagree, but not strongly. Let's see. Well, this should be an easy one. The rich are too highly taxed.
Strongly disagree.
I would probably go with just disagree.
I am not sure on that because I don't know the current tax rate and how that kind of breaks down.
Well, like I don't think rich people should necessarily be taxed more just because they are more rich. I think it should be always be a percentage thing instead of just. It's a hard one because like they can do more, but like then if you're gonna just be shelling out like almost all your money just because you can afford to shell out almost all your money, then what's the point of fucking even trying to accomplish being that? Or
Because I can understand the argument that like if you keep on increasing taxes on the wealthy, and someone's trying to become wealthy, they realize as they get more money, you're just going to be taking more and more and more of it away from them. So then, of course, they're going to be hiding it in other places like offshore banks, Swiss bank accounts, and so on, since they're being taxed so much.
Well, that's where it kind of comes into the concept of, because the statement being the rich are too highly taxed. I personally would have to strongly disagree. I don't think they're being too highly taxed, but at the same time, I do understand the concept of if you continue to raise the taxes on the rich, and these taxes get too high at the same time, it disincentivizes people from attempting to become wealthier and wealthier. It disincentivizes people to have that ambition and make that effort.
Yeah, exactly.
So I would strongly disagree with the current statement that the rich are too highly taxed, though a lot of different variables therein. I could be persuaded to say just disagree, but for now, strongly disagree.
I've actually got the brackets and the rates for 2016 up. I'm sharing the screen, and it looks like 415,000 and up, you get taxed about 40%, which is that's kind of a lot actually.
Well,
that's really a lot.
It is, but at the same time, you also have to take into consideration the fact that generally speaking, the wealthier you are, the far more loopholes there are, for you to take advantage of. Because when you're poor or middle class, there's really not a lot you can do to kind of sway your tax bracket.
Yeah, there is those like fucking.
There's not a lot of
deductibles,
charities and shit like that.
Yeah, as while being extremely wealthy, like I believe Trump mentioned that in one of the debates with Hillary, is that, yeah, I barely paid anything in taxes, if anything, and that's not my fault. I was just taking advantage of the current loopholes in the system you support.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
and
remember.
like I had an argument with somebody, and maybe you guys might disagree with this, but yeah, I was telling them everybody pretty much does it. When you go to the H&R blog, they're asking you specific questions. Have you done stuff like this? Have you done stuff like that? Fucking, I could write away my whole computer right now because it's for kind of my business if I wanted to do that, you know?
And, and exactly the whole point of having all these tax experts and everything is that you are specifically looking for what can you do to reduce your percentage owed. And the simple fact is that the richer you are, the more loopholes you have to take advantage of.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, hey, if I could make a charity where fucking I get a bunch of money, and like I could give away a shit ton of money, and then I'll end up just getting it back later. Fucking hey, I'd do that. Buy a bunch of shit. Yeah, I'll do that. Fuck.
Prime examples would be like people like Mitt Romney,
Yeah.
who's a multi-millionaire, and I did think during the election he meant it came out that he was only paying something the equivalent of about 17%.
Jeez.
And then there's all these massive corporations like General Electric and Apple and all them, who, as even though they should be taxed at, I think that their current rate's somewhere around 35%. A lot of these major corporations, in many cases, hundreds of cases, either don't pay anything in taxes at all or end up actually getting a refund.
Yeah, in which I do think that they shouldn't. I mean, come on, they get fucking shit tons of money. They don't.
Yeah, and that's something that I did particularly agree with, with Trump during the campaign, was that he was talking about, yeah, we can lower a lot of these, and it's a similar message to Bernie Sanders, is that him and Bernie Sanders are kind of in agreement on the issue of closing these fucking loopholes, and
Yeah.
the only difference being is that Sanders wanted to increase taxes on the rich, while as Trump was saying, we're just basically gonna simplify the tax code and we're gonna cut taxes across the board, but at the same time we can recoup a lot of that by ensuring that people pay their fair share by cutting a lot of these loopholes.
Yeah, that's another thing about Trump. Like, he might have gone bankrupt a couple times, but the dude still knows business. He's made shit tons of businesses. He's still a rich motherfucker.
Well, see, that's the thing about it. Go ahead.
He went bankrupt 8 times, and he has over 100 successful businesses. That's not much of a failure rate.
Yeah,
See, that's exactly what I was gonna say. Is I always saw all these fucking Hillary supporters and everything else talking about Trump went bankrupt so and so many times. It's like, no, Trump did not go bankrupt. Those particular business ventures went bankrupt, and that was only a few out of the more than 100 businesses he runs.
yeah.
That is impressive. I'd be lucky if half my businesses failed. Because
Right.
Because chances are I could start 100 businesses right now, 90 of them would fail.
Right.
So Trump is not a stupid man when it comes to business.
No, he is not. So he knows money. He knows how to do this.
Yeah, he's a very successful businessman. He knows this shit. The only thing is that a lot of these business ventures that did fail, they didn't fail because he's a crappy businessman. They just failed because he found himself in a position where he's just like, hey, fuck it, let's take a chance.
Yeah.
And well, some of them just didn't happen to work out. And so let's see. So the rich are too highly taxed. We're just going to go with the primary consensus here, which is strongly disagree. Those with the ability to pay should have the right to higher standards of medical care.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Yeah.
Strongly agree.
Yeah, I mean, personally on this one,
Well, okay. Well, like,
I'm
in what way do you think they mean? Because
well, you got to think about it like this: is that even if we had universal health care in this country, and everyone received exceptional medical service, or at least a minimum medical service, and all that good stuff. Everyone got the treatment they deserved, their medical care that they deserve and they need. That's understandable, and I can completely agree with that. But as far as I personally am concerned, if you are wealthy enough that say your standard person, goes in and there's some kind of issue that they need to get an MRI for. Well, okay, they'll get an MRI. But if you're wealthy enough and you can afford it, you can say, that's great, doctor, let's do the MRI, but I also want a CT scan, I want a PET scan, I want all these different extra tests.
It's like we have an experimental procedure that's not like we have an experimental procedure and it will cost X amount of money. I have X amount of money. We're going to do the procedure.
Exactly, and that's why I feel like, I agree with universal healthcare. I think we should have it. That was one of the primary points of agreement that I had with Bernie Sanders. I think there should be universal healthcare, that everyone gets the healthcare they deserve, that everyone gets the healthcare that they need. But at the same time, if you're wealthy enough that you can afford all the extra procedures, you can afford the extra medication, you can afford the experimental procedures and all the extra tests, then by all means, if that's how you want to spend your money, spend your money.
Yeah, agreed. Like going to a dentist, you can get whatever you needed done. But if you can afford an ivory fucking tooth or an ivory fucking cap or something, then fucking pay for it.
No, that's why in as far as the statement pertains, I wouldn't personally say strongly agree. I'd just stay with agree, because depending on how you look at it, it could it could have some variable. It could have some wiggle room. Yeah, you probably heard my dog. It could have some wiggle room as to what dictates what is basic care, what dictates higher care, et cetera, et cetera. So I wouldn't strongly agree. I would just say, yeah, if you can afford it, then you can get more than what everyone else requires. But not to the point insofar as it could be argued that well, everyone has their basic health care, but fuck you, you got to pay for it. Oh, you can't pay for more? Well, he's rich, he can get it. So I wouldn't really strongly agree in that point.
No, I don't think anybody should be overlooked because they have. I don't think people should get special treatment because they have more money. They should get this, same care.
Yeah, nobody like our current system. If you have money, you're essentially getting special treatment.
Yeah. That's why I'm not a donor.
Which is why, I don't think anyone should get special treatment because they're wealthy. I just believe that they should have the option to better treatment because they're wealthy.
Yeah,
and that's all it really falls down to, is it's an option.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Of course,
I pretty much agree with everything you just said there.
Yeah. See, I'm a little disappointed right now because, there's so much we're all agreeing on, and we don't have some kind of dissenting opinion in there.
Right.
We don't have a libertarian like that guy T in here, to argue, different aspects of these questions. It's a little disappointing, but at the same time, I mean, I'm a tiny ass channel. Nobody fucking cares. Nobody's paying attention.
That too. Oh man, I wish we could get somebody that.
I swear to God, if I could find somebody to bring in on this fucking discussion who has even if they have only 1,000 followers on fucking Twitter, it'd be like, cool, join us and tweet it out. All right, let's see. Next one. Governments should penalize businesses that mislead the public.
Strongly agree.
Are we talking about No Man's Sky level of misleading?
I don't think that's what they're technically referring to. I think that what they're technically referring to is what's the fucking term?
Like false advertising, basically.
Yeah, essentially false advertising.
I mean, that's No Man's Sky. That's got No Man's Sky is written all over.
I think they may be referring to false advertising in a certain sense. Like, you have all these companies out there that like DuPont or Monsanto and all those that or the oil companies, they could be saying one thing to the public with the commercials and shit about, oh, we treat the environment right, we're so careful, oh, we're doing this and that, and then it actually turns out that they're dumping oil left and right, they're dumping waste left and right, and they're doing all this shady shit. And should the government penalize these people?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
To a degree, yes, but like if it's like semantics, no, because then that just people being petty. But if it's like a actual like donate for every dollar you spend, or for every dollar we spend, we're using 50 cents of that to like plant some trees, like take care of a park or something like that, and in reality they're doing none of that. Yeah, that is false advertisement. It should be punished for that.
Yeah. So generally, I'm getting kind of the consensus from everybody here that we'd all probably fall along the strongly agree aspect.
I'll promote it to be agree, not strongly agree.
Yeah. So, yeah, but for the most part, we agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I can understand if you say, I can understand the idea of saying you strongly agree that, well, that could open up a whole can of worms about, well, who determines what's misleading and who doesn't.
Is it misleading for a company to, like, say, like, for instance, like a drug company, you see a commercial for a drug, like an antidepressant, and at the end they have like that guy who like talks really fast saying what all these side effects could be? Is it misleading? Would that be misleading?
No, it wouldn't.
No?
It wouldn't be misleading for them to actually to state. It wouldn't be misleading for them to state these things very quickly, as far as I'm concerned. But it would be misleading, as far as I'm aware, for them if they presented.
Said it has no side effects.
Yeah, if they presented this drug, and they don't even have to say there's no side effects. It's just if they go so far as to promote this drug, but just simply not mention the side effects.
Hey, on a side note, is it just me, or does every drug now have a side effect of having suicidal thoughts?
Most of
It
them
seems
do.
like
it.
Right?
And you wonder why all of these shooters that happen most of the times aren't actually like crazy. They just went off of their like ADD meds.
Well, that's the thing with a lot of drugs nowadays, is because I see all these fucking drug commercials and everything. It's like every single one of them that I see, I think to myself immediately afterwards, I'm just like, I think I'd rather just have a fucking runny nose. I think I'd rather just deal with a sore leg once in a while. I mean, goddamn, every single one of these things could possibly kill me.
Our society is over medicated. We try so much to just, like, my child isn't functioning in school, just send to the doctor and just give me a prescription so I can pop some pills into him. Not me actually take the time to try and teach them how to control their attention, their anger, their energy, and direct it into something positive.
Well, yeah, essentially. I mean, it's like that's a whole problem with the whole ADD, ADHD thing. Is like,
oh god, I hate that so much.
It's like, it's like, oh, your child's not really paying attention in school because they're a fucking child. They are a child. They have a lot of attention. They have a very short attention span. They have a lot of fucking energy and everything. Yeah. So you're just immediately going to assume they have some fucking mental disorder or something, and you're going to medicate them. Well, here's an idea. How about you actually sit down with your child, and you actually talk with them. It may take a little effort, but talk to them, figure out what they're interested in, what they're kind of doing, exactly. What they're thinking, and all that stuff.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. Like, there's of course kids that do need the medication, but like not every single one of them does.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if your kid literally has a hormonal imbalance that they have too much energy, medicate them.
Yeah,
it literally will fix the problem.
Yeah, because the primary problem, especially with the ADD, ADHD thing, is that a lot of these people, they just end up going to their pediatrician and saying, oh, my kid's not paying attention in school. They're like, here's some pills. I'm sorry, but
isn't it mainly a psych evaluation, not actual any blood or actual like test?
Well, that's the thing. It's like okay, well, you're going to have this complaint and your doctor's just going to be like, well, I don't have the time, so fuck it. And they're going to hand you some pills. No, you need to fucking, if it's really a genuine issue of something like ADD or ADHD, do a psych eval, or maybe do some kind of, brain scan or
Blood
something
work.
like that, or blood work, because there is going to be some kind of psychological or physical variances related to these diseases and conditions. So, do the fucking work before you just start saying, oh, it's this, here's pills.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so I guess on this particular one we can all agree.
Definitely.
Yeah.
All right, so we're almost done with section 2 already. Cool.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to have to dip out of the call. I've got to go make dinner for my family, so
Fuck your
I
family.
might be back on later.
Yeah.
I might be back on later, depending on whether the stream's going or not, or if I have to do something else. But definitely good conversation.
It all depends, because I think once we're done with the political compass test, like I said, we're probably going to move into actually taking down the specific answers from specific people and figuring out where they fall on the map. And then afterwards, we may discuss a couple more issues, and then the stream will end. But after the stream's ended, if you want to continue with the call after the stream's ended, then by all means, then we can do that, and we'll be here and everything. But beyond that, we're basically looking at finishing this up and discussing it point by point, and then we'll move into figuring out where you fall individually, and then maybe one or two more issues we'll go into.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we may be
hopefully-
on for a good bit, but not too long. Like it's not,
All right.
I don't think we're going to be on for like 5 or 6 hours.
Yeah.
Oh god, no.
All right. So I'll talk to you guys later.
All right.
Sounds
we'll see ya.
good. See you around, Zach. All right, here. Let's see. Next one is: a genuine free market requires restrictions on the ability of predator multinationals to create monopolies.
Wait, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Well, essentially, it's saying that a genuine free market will require appropriate regulation to ensure that multinational corporations cannot create a monopoly on a service or a product.
Oh yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much.
Yeah.
Like breaking up. Oh, like when I forget who did it, which president did it, when they broke up the railroads and the oil companies so that they weren't all owned by the same damn family.
Essentially, and then like a similar like modern comparison would be like, say if, because I know we've unfortunately consolidated all these large banks into like 6 different banks, and it used to be hundreds. But say it got even worse and it ended up consolidating to like 1 or 2 major banks, or if Apple ended up suddenly just dropping off the face of the earth, and basically the only option you had for software was Microsoft. That would be a monopoly. And then it's the basic statement is saying, would a genuine free market require the appropriate restrictions to ensure that these companies could not become monopolies? I know, you heard my fucking dog.
Of course, the furry has a dog.
He just went out for the bathroom, so he's all fucking excited. Yeah, so he's attacking the boyfriend right now, and he's going like, play with me, you son of a bitch.
Do it now.
Get into chopper.
Do it or you go to the gas chamber.
Yeah, but essentially that's the concept of the statement.
All right.
I would agree then.
Yeah.
Actually, I would strongly agree. Every once in a while, you need a little resource hammer to break things up, so things can start to get some more creativity in there.
Yeah, and that's where like I can understand someone like that guy T. These real heavy libertarians. I can understand their arguments for where they may disagree with this, because a lot of these people do end up being to the point where it's where it's like, well, if you start putting these regulations, you start putting these restrictions, then at that point, it's no longer a genuine free market.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
so, I mean, honestly, in concept, as in the application to real world, I would have to agree, but purely on the basis of the statement in and of itself. I would kind of fall more along the libertarian lines, and I would disagree, but for the sake of argument here, I would open up that caveat to the interpretation of genuine free market, and so I would inevitably end up even if not to a strong degree, I would still agree.
Yeah, I'm about the same. I would agree as well.
All right, so we can click that because I don't think anyone can. I don't think anyone with all the different variables. I don't think one can generally strongly agree. In a certain perspective, I can understand strongly agreeing, but given all the different variables, I don't believe anyone can genuinely strongly agree. I think just agree. Unless of course you're a fucking libertarian and then you're just going to disagree no matter what.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, and now this one's going to be an interesting one because it's extremely variable. The freer the market, the freer the people.
What exactly do they mean by that?
Pardon?
What exactly do they mean by that?
Well, essentially, as far as I can tell, what they mean by the freer the market, the freer the people, is it's kind of the more libertarian aspect of looking at the market. Is that the freer the market, meaning the less regulation, the less restriction that there is on the market, that essentially, ideally, the freer the people will be, the less restrictions there are on the market, the less regulations are on the market, the less restrictions and regulations there will be on the populace at large and the purchasing public.
I would agree in principle, since the idea is like, if you have, let's say you have a person wanting to buy a lawnmower. Lawnmower A is a pretty shitty lawnmower, but it gets the job done okay. Versus lawnmower B, which is more fancy and will get everything done very nicely and very efficient, but you can't afford product B, but because of restrictions and regulations, product A wouldn't even be allowed to be sold.
Yeah,
But
essentially.
You still have someone that actually needs to buy the product A and is willing to buy it, even though it has all these malfunctions and problems. They're just taking it they're buying it to their own knowledgeable risk.
Essentially, yeah. I mean, I'd have to kind of sit on point with you there, that in principle, I would agree. I couldn't possibly strongly agree, because I do understand, especially as a liberal, I do understand the concept of essentially for a civil and functioning society, especially a capitalist one, to require some level of standard, some level of regulation and restriction.
Well, yeah, I totally agree. All right, explain the question again, because I think I missed something.
Essentially, what it means is that the fewer regulations and restrictions there are on companies, businesses, and corporations, meaning the freer the market, that the less restrictions and regulations and impedances there will be on the people, meaning freer people. Essentially, it's saying it's almost to the point of coming down to just quantity of options, regardless of quality, quantity of options, where the less regulation and restrictions you have, the greater quantity of options that the purchasing people will have, and so they will be freer in the regards to make the choices for themselves,
And yeah, I agree as well. I'm going to stick with just an agree and not strongly agree, but yeah, I agree.
All right. Well, I'm gonna take a momentary piddle break
All right,
because I think my dog kind of convinced me to do it.
understandable.
Yeah, I'll be right back. It should take no more than 30 seconds.
All right. So hey,
Yeah.
who's your favorite Batman?
I would say, what's your name? Ben Affleck Batman.
Ben Affleck.
Yeah,
You're a cretin.
I know. I like what was his name?
I was going to say at least you didn't say Bale. I do like Affleck, but
I like Christian Bale's Batman.
I
I
hate
like
you,
the
man.
I like the design of him and like the actor character, but I despise his damn voice. It's looking like he's gargling a bag of dicks.
I like him as Bruce Wayne. I like what they did with the Batman suit. I agree with that. Except I didn't like how they did the mouth area, and yeah, the way his voice was fucking annoying. But
It's like,
I just didn't
am
like
the
it.
night.
Yeah, swear to me. But I did not like Bale. I didn't like. I'm not a fan of the Dark Knight movies. And I hated Heath Ledger's Joker. I liked him in the movie. I just didn't like him as Joker.
I understand the methodology that they were having with it was that they were trying to do, instead of like the whole comic booky, instead of the whole like what's the word? No, was it the eccentric Joker that's all like laughs, and you can kind of joke with him a little bit. You put the more of the actual psychosis diagnosed Joker, the one that's actually insane. That is like he's not the comical insane. He's the insane with the innate desire to destroy the world.
Yeah, I got that. I didn't agree with it. He's just that Joker. I just think that there was better characters they could have done that would have fit that a lot better. That would have made it more believable. I just don't think that it was the Joker at all. I thought the writing for it was lazy. You know, I understand where they were coming from. He was an homage to the Joker. That's really all he was, and I agree with that. It is a good homage to Joker in the comics, but it's still not the Joker. It's just cosplay to me, and yeah, I get what you know the symbolism that they were going with it and everything, but like I just didn't like it. I'll admit it is that part of it is more of I just like the comic book one better. But the other stuff, like I just thought the writing was lazy for it. I mean, he had some good one-liners, but I thought the writing was lazy for it. Like I said, Heath Ledger, he did good. He was good in the part, good in the movie.
How'd you like Doomsday?
I'll admit I didn't like Doomsday. I will say this: Batman vs Superman had its faults. It really did, but all in all, it wasn't that bad of a movie.
It wasn't that bad of a movie, but it had oh, actually no, let's get off this topic because I don't really like going this constant fight over this stupid movie review.
I hate to say it, man, but right now at least it's an actual honest to God conversation, two different opinions. Let's do it. Come on.
Oh god. So like like the movie, I understand that it's a good structure. It's the foundation of the movie is good, but the foundation of like you have Superman and Batman, and you have their different ideologies clashing with each other. That as a foundation is good, but how it was executed, I despise it.
Yes, you know what? I strongly agree. Say when you follow it up with that, I agree. Yeah, you are totally right. And like, I didn't like what they did with Lex Luthor.
Oh God, I
again.
hated him. He seemed like he was someone who should be on ADD meds.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't Lex Luthor. He was Heisenberg or whatever the fuck that guy's last name is. And I don't care if his fucking last name is Junior. That is a sorry ass excuse.
And like they tried to have it the fact that like his father kept on like making weapons for like whole people, and then eventually died. So that's why he hates God complex, which I just fucking hate.
Right?
Because it was just so pathetic of an actual like. You can write a character who has a they don't like God complex and give them an actually better damn reason than that bullshit.
Right? And like it might have been cliche, but even just having it as his dad is Lex Luthor and he just hated fucking the metahumans and everything would have just been fucking fine.
Like
didn't trust him and shit. That would have just been fine.
Like in the comics, like Lex, like he has like the anti-God complex, not really like the God, but like to what Superman represents as a god among mortals that at a whim can destroy the planet. That is what he doesn't hate Superman because Superman saves people. He hates Superman because he can do anything at a whim and there is nothing that can stop him from being evil.
Yeah. And when it comes to Superman, when you break down the ideologies, Batman and Lex Luthor have the same thought. Superman, at any day, can just say fuck it and just go around and become a dictator. It's the execution of it.
Like Batman is doing the thing of I am keeping a leash on him closely, and if I see him step on line, I'm going to take him out in the back and put him down like Yeller. Well, Lex just says, fuck it, I'm going to try to just kill him right here now.
Yeah, I'm going to kill him so I can prove that I'm the one that's protecting this planet.
Yeah.
and that is one thing. When it came down to protecting the planet, Lex always did put the planet first.
He's just like if Superman gonna die,
right?
Planet survives,
right? And here's another.
Like, fuck it, yeah, fuck him. I don't care. Earth is number one priority. He's like Trump. America first.
Well, this sure is an interesting topic of discussion.
Yeah, right when you left, I just asked him, "Hey, who's your favorite Batman?" And we just went from there.
Yeah, it took me a little longer than usual. I apologize.
Oh no, it's fine. If I can just make a conversation, we're live, not like we're all just gonna sit here.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you don't want any kind of silence. That's creepy.
Oh yeah, just all you hear is.
Oh God.
Have you guys ever played Outlast?
No, I have not.
It's this game where you're in.
I think I have it, but I haven't played it.
I know what it is.
Yeah, it's the game where you're in an asylum. But when you're hiding in whenever you're hiding, you always do that. You're trying to stay quiet, but you just hear the guy going. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. There's guys naked coming after you.
See, this is exactly why, because I have a gaming channel, but this is exactly why I would be so fucking horrible with horror games, especially like ones like those ones that are really like psychologically thrilling, or even ones with jump scares.
Yeah. Truthfully, in Outlast, I actually figured it out. I just ran through the whole thing. It turned out to be not that hard. You could just run through it. They're not going to get you. As long as you actually pick the right way and you're good at fucking maneuvering, yeah, you'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm just such a fucking pussy. When it comes to horror games, God forbid if I were doing a live stream or if I were making videos with a horror game, literally half of my entire thing would just be me freaking the fuck out.
The only time I'll do any type of like fucking jump and like is whenever they just do the jump scares. Everything after that, I'm just I don't get scared at it. It's not that it scares me. It's just more like just go fuck yourselves because they always got some bullshit ideology fucking crap, and it's always just like, dude, seriously, go fuck yourself. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear not. Sorry. Not another one of these we're the same type of bullshit speeches. Just go fuck yourself.
Anyways, speaking of ideologies, let's get to page 3.
All right, page 3.
All right, let's see here. Now, a look at some of your personal social values. Abortion, when the woman's life is not threatened, should always be illegal.
Not always, but I think there should be limits. Because I actually knew a girl that pretty much used abortion as birth control, and that should not be condoned whatsoever.
Oh well, yeah.
At least I have my personal opinion. But yeah, there should be limitations.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, because I understand the whole the concept of the what is it, the 29 weeks or something like that, that thing. Because I understand that at a certain point the fetus is basically developed to the point of being a fucking human being, where it has the appropriate mental capacity and nerve connections that it can feel pain and it recognizes pain and stuff like that. But I mean, me personally, when it comes to abortion, you got to look at it realistically and scientifically. You got to be like, okay, at up to what point is this just a cluster of cells? At up to what point is this being, this thing, undeveloped? At up to what point is it not conscious to any extent that we are aware? And any time before the point of self, not even self-awareness, but just consciousness, any time up till that point, as far as I'm concerned, would fair fucking game.
I'll just stay out of this.
All right, well, okay. I'm sorry. Somebody I think might be interested. I was just letting him know, seeing if he is to come in. But all right, what were you saying?
Well, regardless of what I was saying, basically the statement "abortion when the woman's life is not threatened should always be illegal." How would you feel about that?
I'm at a disagree. I would, truthfully, if there was something more in the middle, I would be there. But I'll just go with disagree.
And what do you think about it? I mean, because I know you don't really want to give an opinion on it, but would you agree, disagree, strongly or otherwise with the statement?
I would disagree.
All right. Well, we kind of reached a consensus on that. I don't think any of us would strongly disagree on it.
Yeah.
Now, let's see the next one. All authority should be questioned.
Agreed to an extent.
Same.
That's one of the reasons why, I didn't join the military. I don't have anything wrong with the military. I love them, and I respect authority. But there'd just be so many times I would just be, they'd be like, "Go fucking run." Why? And it would just be to the point. The only reason I'd be doing it is just so they would actually give me an answer. It's not. It doesn't matter what the answer is, for the most part. I mean, when I ask and they just said because I told you to, I'd be like, no, that's not the fucking answer I'm looking for. Just give me a different answer.
Oh yeah, see that's why situationally I could disagree with it, but just as especially when it comes to the military, but just as an average citizen. Just an average everyday citizen dealing with daily life and businesses and the government and everything else. I for the most part I wouldn't strongly agree, but I would agree personally. Yeah, but I think the primary consensus here was that conflict. Didn't you say? I think you said disagree.
I said agree.
Disagree or agree?
Agree. Agree to an extent.
All right, well, that's a general consensus there. The three of us here, so. All right, next one. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth.
Agreed. Truthfully, kind of. Yeah, I would probably say strongly agree. Well, no, 'cause I can never really strongly or disagree or agree on anything. I'd have to say agree.
And what do you think of conflict?
Eventually, someone has to say it's enough.
That's why I say agree.
Well, see, that's personally, I'd honestly personally I'd have to disagree with the concept, because it's because it's based off a really really old, I think it was Babylonian code of laws.
Yeah.
So in a certain respect, I could understand it, being acceptable for the time. But in the modern era, it's the kind of sentiment that I'd have to disagree with, just on the basis of it being, so old and for the most part, extreme, not extremely, but to a degree regressive.
Well, I look at it as kind of like the golden rule. The fucking do unto others as you do unto as you want them to do unto yourself. Fucking it. When I sorry, the way I view eye for an eye is like that. If I'm if I myself want justice for something that happens to me, then of course people are going to want justice for stuff that I do to them. So don't be a dick.
Which I can understand, which is agreeable, but at the same time, it depends on what form that justice takes.
Yeah, and that's why I'm staying at agree, because exactly there's of course always going to be exceptions. If we're talking, a guy kills, there's well, let's say there's somebody's going to kill another guy, and that guy defends himself and kills him, and the mom's like, "Oh, you took my son, so I should take your son." No, that's fucking retarded. The dude was defending himself. Go fuck yourself. But if the guy was like, just fucking walked up and just shot him, I don't think she should take his son, but something should happen to that guy. There should be some justice with it.
Yeah, absolutely understandable, and I can understand all the variances.
Yeah.
I mean, I would still personally have to disagree. Just on the basis that from the source of where such a statement comes from, it is rather, it's dated, it's regressive. I mean, I would have to disagree, but I wouldn't I wouldn't strongly disagree, and if I did, and my disagreement it'd be only partially over the fence.
I gotcha.
But a significant portion of me would agree with the statement, given a variety of factors. But overall, I'd have to sit like barely on the other side.
Yeah, I understand that. For the most part, we're at the same point. It's just on the not the sentiment, not the phrase itself, but it all depends on what the situation.
Absolutely, but let's just click some bullshit.
Yeah.
Let's
Go ahead and disagree.
All right, let's see.
I'm gonna have to go.
Joke. What was that?
I'm gonna have to go.
Faggot.
Douche.
Everybody's leaving. It's just gonna be me and fucking Batman.
Hopefully, we'll be able to get into some agrees and disagrees and have some good combos.
Oh well, yeah. I can honestly tell you at this point that there's plenty we don't fucking agree on.
Oh yeah.
And we can explain our positions at that point.
I disagree.
Oh, Contra just fucking replied. Contra just replied to Conflict. Sorry, I missed this. I wasn't on Twitter.
We're still here.
Yeah, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna respond. I'm just gonna be like, well, we're still here.
Hopefully he's down.
Yeah, we'll see. So let's see if they respond. But anyways, let's see. So the next one, and a real damn shame, it's just gonna be you and I. But let's see. Taxpayers should not be expected to prop up any theaters or museums that cannot survive on a commercial basis.
Maybe no, I disagree. I mean, I like history and everything. Those things should, especially museums, theaters, and probably give or take on them, but museums, I think we should always have museums.
Yeah, and so that's a point where we'd have some agreement, but the reason I would disagree with the statement is the basis that things like theaters and museums, like if we're talking movie theaters, then yeah, obviously if they can't survive on a commercial basis, then fuck them. But
or just bullshit Broadway ones, yeah, fuck them.
But typical theaters, the artistic aspects, same with museums, the history and everything. These are extremely important artistic and cultural aspects of our society, and they shouldn't be levied on against the market by comparison.
Yeah.
And at that point I'd have to agree, but not strongly, just on that simple basis.
Yeah.
Oh, well, looks like I found somebody to fucking join us.
Nice.
Awesome.
Contra?
No, not Contra. Someone else from my one of my followers.
Cool.
Let's see, let's message him.
Yeah, the other dude I asked, he said he wasn't up for any type of political conversation right now.
What a bitch.
Yeah, I called him a bitch.
Everyone's so shitty about it. Jesus Christ.
Right.
He's just like I got a second one.
BLM supporter. No, I was joking. He's actually a cool guy. He does support BLM, but he's a cool guy.
Oh wait, you said he was a BLM supporter, that kind of shit?
Yeah.
Well, then he should get on. That's an interesting topic.
Right. That's what I'm saying. There's been a bunch of stuff. There was a video I made. It was about whitewashing, and specifically for the Great Wall, or the Wall, whatever the fuck that movie's called.
Oh yeah, the Great Wall.
Yeah, fucking me and him had a good conversation about it. But I told him, I was like, dude, one of these days I want to get on a live stream with you about this and talk to you. Fucking, he bailed, fucker. He broke my heart.
What a bitch.
All right.
Oh, look, a new person.
Hey. Yep.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Pretty good. Just got done eating dinner.
Oh, good, because everyone else who was in here was like, "Oh, I gotta go make dinner."
Right. Nice. I'm cool about it and everything, but I just want to know: am I going to be like? Is the other guy going to be a furry as well? Or
fuck if I know.
Surrounded by furries?
You might be. Very well, might be.
They're all furries.
But
everyone tagged in as a fox for me.
Yeah, but don't worry. We're not going to gang gif you.
Good. I'll have to get a batarang. I got batarangs.
But yeah,
I'm pretty good with them.
But and there's the other one. But essentially, what we're currently doing right now, and what I'm planning to do currently at this point in the stream, is that before the other two guys dropped off, was that we're currently going through the politicalcompass.org test, and we're discussing each of the individual points and statements that it brings up.
Okay.
And then once we're at the end of it, then we'll go through the test, one by one for each person, and kind of figure out where they fall on the political compass. And because the whole point of the stream is like it's titled "The Nuance of Political Ideology."
Mm-hmm.
To kind of get other people's perspectives on these different topics. And then after we get through all that, then there could be a couple of different topics, a couple of different things that have been going on lately, either nationally or internationally, that there's a lot of contention on from be it authoritarian or libertarian, left or right, whatever, that we could kind of discuss and see kind of why they're in that position, and what the kind of arguments could be.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, and I know, and I apologize. It seems a little dull and boring and heavy, but at the same time, it's an interesting concept. It's an interesting topic of discussion.
Which one?
All right,
which question
should
are we
be
on?
working now. I can hear everyone.
We can hear you.
Yep.
Yay.
Awesome. And
Yes.
did you hear literally anything I said in the last 2 or 3 minutes?
No, I was loading Firefox.
Goddamn Firefox.
Normally I use Chrome, but then I had to get out the actual Fox browser because Chrome sometimes likes to play up with Hangouts.
Which is funny considering it's a fucking Google product.
Right?
Yeah, but essentially, as I explained just a minute ago, is we're just going through the political compass test right now, and we're giving our opinions on each of the points and statements that are made, and we're discussing them, and then afterwards we'll go through the test individually for each person in the chat, and see kind of where they fall on it, and then afterwards we can if anyone's got any anything they want to bring up as to current national or international situations and the arguments and perspectives that could be brought up from either side, and we can cover those and kind of discuss them and see like what are the arguments being made and what are the arguments against, etc., etc.
All right.
Yeah,
Sounds
so
good.
nice and simple, intellectually stimulating kind of stuff. But
Sounds like a plan.
currently at the moment we're on page 3 of the political compass test, and we just covered the we basically covered the an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth question. So at the moment we're on the issue of taxpayers should not be expected to prop up any theaters or museums that cannot survive on a commercial basis.
Well, the first thing I sort of think of when that question is brought up is, are these necessities on the budget? Are these things like healthcare? Are these things like education? Do we really need those things? And my answer, especially with theatres, would be no. And with museums, I think there's more of a case to be made. But ultimately with museums, I feel a lot of the information that you can get from museums, you can get from other sources that aren't publicly funded. You can and aren't restricted to the public. You can get that stuff online quite easily. I know it's a different thing. You're going out and seeing memorabilia and artifacts and things like that. But usually I tend to think, I don't think that these places necessarily, I mean, not all the time. I think there's probably exceptions, so I don't think I'm in strong disagreement about it. But these are luxury commodities that we're talking about, and I feel we shouldn't necessarily reinforce luxury commodities if they can't survive on a commercial basis.
Yeah, which is absolutely an understandable position. So I'd say that. I'd have to guess that on the basis of the statement, you'd probably be more along the lines of agree but not strongly.
Yeah, I'd probably agree on that, not strongly.
All right, and what do you think, Dan? What's your opinion on that?
Okay. Problem is that, in an ideal world, it would be a good idea, but the problem is that any sort of art or cinema or what have you that comes out of this system would be just products from it'd be pushing the same narratives that the government approved narratives. So anything contrary to that is just, it's not going to come out of it. I mean, I like the idea because there is a big problem with any kind of artist who isn't already got a. There's a problem with artists finding the financial backing needed to actually survive, to eat. But this isn't the answer, because it's, again, you're only going to get only certain people are going to get it, and ones who are aligned with the current political establishment, and they're only going to produce certain types of, well, let's be honest, they're going to be producing political propaganda at the end of the day. So
yeah,
well, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because in Britain we have the BBC, which is publicly funded. They give out TV licenses so you can access all the BBC channels, including the BBC News channel. And I tend to see that they favour sort of a central. They don't really have any strong bias one way or the other, but if there was anything that I could pick up from the BBC, it would be sort of an established pro-establishment position. You very subtly. I don't think it's anything like, you know, how with Fox News it's quite conservative. With CNN, it's quite leaning towards the Democratic Party. It's definitely not that distinct, but with the BBC, I think there is sort of a level of responsibility. My sister works in the BBC. She made a off-the-cuff Facebook remark about something political. I can't remember what it was now, and she got a row from her boss for doing so, because they said they want to sort of keep these things, you know, as balanced as possible. They're just there to really report the news and not really spin it.
Yeah, which is a position I understand, but at the same time, I think you know, in particular issue with the BBC is that because it is taxpayer funded. I don't remember exactly who brought up this point. It might have been either Milo or Sargon, who basically stated that, you know, because it is publicly funded, that, you know, to a certain extent at least, they do kind of become the mouthpiece for the party that whichever party happens to be in charge, be it, you know, the Tories or the Labour Party or Lib Dems or whoever. Well, not the Lib Dems, not anymore.
I was going to say though, the thing is, naturally we have a anti-establishment bias because we aren't the establishment. We are the civilians. We're not the establishment. We hold the establishment to be accountable to do good things. I think a lot of people don't look at it from the perspective of the establishment. A lot of people don't realize, all right, we're in charge now. We're in charge of the destiny of these people that are beneath us. I think we should do our best. I think there are definitely establishment organizations that do their best for the people, and I guess you could argue there are others who have more malice of intent, but those, if we start throwing out accusations of, oh, you're just doing it out of malice of intent, it kind of makes the I'm not saying authority, I know this was a question earlier, in fact I'd strongly agree authority should be questioned, but I wouldn't say
Hello?
Foxy there.
I think he might have either cut out or he's having a very extensive brain fart.
Somebody reboot him.
Did you try turning your Fox off and on again?
So this is what happens when you go to get that car Fox.
Exactly.
I'd have to go with it. Like I said, I think museums should definitely. It's not a strongly agree, but they should definitely, for as long as we can, keep them. You know, taxpayers should. You know, not really. Well, yeah, taxpayers shouldn't have a problem with trying to fucking do that. But yeah, when it comes to like food stuff like that, if it got that bad where we had to fucking get rid of it, yeah, fucking bring the fucker down. I don't care.
Oh, and that's why I made a particular point earlier about like particularly on the issue of theaters, like stuff like movie theaters. You know, those are entirely you know, commercial entities, and so yeah, absolutely, they should, if they can't survive on a commercial basis, then, you know, by all means, we shouldn't be forced to prop them up.
Yeah.
However, on the concept of, you know, traditional theaters where, you know, you have plays and performances and things like that, where art is especially you know, pushed and portrayed, as well as museums for the, you know, a lot of historical context, because, you know, the internet can get you a good ways far, but to actually go to a museum, to be able to see it, to be able to touch it, in some museums you can touch it, but to be able to actually see it and experience it to a certain degree, I think it does have, you know, it does have a strong
effect and causes.
It does have a strong.
Makes you remember it.
It does have a strong effect on our social, cultural, and, you know, artistic, you know, views of, and our cultural and artistic evolution. And so I think, at least for the current time, I'd have to disagree with the statement, because I do think that theaters, artistic theaters and museums in and of themselves are a socially and cultural benefit. At some point in the future, maybe not so much, but as it currently stands, I'd have to disagree with the statement.
Yeah, agreed. Disagree. Right.
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 Well, they are relevant. It's just they should be funded not through taxpayer money, but through profits of the actual the company.
Yeah, I just don't think it should go to a company of any sort.
Well, see,
It
that's
should
why
be to the museum itself. To the museum then funds expeditions and stuff, or whatever, however they acquire their art. I don't know, but the stuff. But regardless, the money goes to the museum. It's like, I forgot what it's like. I had a brain fart right there. But yeah, like, I don't think the money should go to any type of company.
Well, see, that's why I'd have to say that, as on a taxpayer basis, I can understand to a degree, maybe some limited amount of taxpayer assistance, but in and of itself, I think, these ventures should be able to support themselves primarily through their own commercial activities, as well as donations, charities, that sort of thing, interested wealthy parties, etc., for the most part.
Yeah.
All right,
Agreed.
Well, for the most part, I think we'd probably, at least for the consensus of the chat here, I think the agree option would be the most relevant. I may be kind of the outlier here, but at the same time, I think the general consensus is agreeing with the statement.
Sure. I can go with it. I dig.
All right, next one is schools should not make classroom attendance compulsory.
What does that mean?
Well, essentially means. Oh, go ahead.
It means you don't got to go to school if you don't want to.
Oh no!
Yeah, basically it's saying if you are in school, you're at school, you're there, you got to go to class, as opposed to just as opposed to the idea of, if you're not in school, if you didn't go to school, if you have an excuse or whatever, then fuck it. Because I think that's what it's basically saying. But the statement in and of itself could be pushed to go so far as to say that if you're not being homeschooled or you're privately schooled, then you should go to fucking school. You have to.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, yeah, as long as you're not in fucking homeschooled or anything like that, I think parents do have that right and shit. If they want to homeschool their kid, they can fucking homeschool them. As long as they're actually doing something, they're getting some type of an education. Knowledge is always going to be up there at the top of anything.
Because I can understand the point of, I can understand the point, to a degree of making classroom attendance compulsory. Oh, he's back. Cool. Right. I can understand to a degree the idea of making classroom attendance compulsory, but people have their options and everything. But at the same time, education is basically the cornerstone of any society.
Yeah.
And so if you could basically say, you got to fucking go to school. It doesn't. If you're not in homeschool, if you're not going to a private school, you got to go to school. Then I'd say, by all means, I would agree. I wouldn't strongly agree, because if you strongly agree, that kind of implies that it's getting a little too forced, a little too authoritarian.
Yeah, you're pretty much saying fucking all kids should have to go to school, to classrooms.
Yeah, like all kids, you have to go to school. You have to come to a classroom, and you have to be told what the state tells you.
Yeah, or at least.
Go on.
Oh no, you go ahead.
I was going to say, because I disconnected, my internet decided to die. I'm not sure if this has been brought up, but Have you considered? I think one of the things people don't consider on this question is whether that child is looking after a ill parent or an ill sibling. I think that's one of the things that's been brought up. It was brought up a lot when I used to go to school that there were kids looking after their parents, and they had to do that and do schoolwork, and it was very sort of overwhelming for them to assume that kind of responsibility over their lives, especially at that age.
Well, insofar as my experience here in the States, that kind of thing, it's never really prominently been taken into consideration, at least from my experience.
I think that's because we have a lot of things to help somebody like that, and so they can go to school. We do have a lot of services and shit. Not to mention we do care about each other, man. We're not all assholes. There's somebody's got family that'll come over and help out.
Well, see, that's the primary thing is that the majority of these so-called services and assistance and everything, it most of the time it always falls down into, well, do you got a neighbor or a friend or family member who can do it, or can you afford to pay someone else to do it? There's no real safety net there for people who are in those kinds of struggling situations.
The only way they can really sort of provide is if they have to miss school. Yeah. On the other hand, what if you don't consider that? If you just say, okay, let's consider that, but let's also look at it from another perspective, I would lean towards agree, because I think school is a massive foundation block for somebody's life. It's building, it's giving them some kind of discipline.
Yeah, exactly.
Because this kind of question always makes me that you brought up, Fox. It always that kind of point always makes me think back to that show, The West Wing. It always makes me think about that character Charlie. How his mother was an officer and she was killed. He didn't really know his father or everything, and so he was the one who, through high school and trying to attend college and everything, take care of his sister as well. And so it was extremely burdensome. But so I can understand the idea that it may be a burden, it may be restrictive in those senses, but at the same time, it's the education itself that really allows these people to move beyond their current circumstances and flourish a bit.
Yeah, exactly.
I do think with I know in Japan school is only mandatory up through middle school. That you don't actually have to take high school classes. That's why basically every anime takes place in high school, because to them it's the same point in their life as college is for us, basically.
Essentially, that point of adulthood.
Yeah, and because of that, a high school diploma or whatever they have there is a lot more valuable, So I could see. You're going.
Is that why the age of consent in Japan is 13, or is that sort of a separate thing?
It might have something to do with that. I don't know.
I think I need to visit Japan.
I think they could roll the. We could do that here in the States and see how that works. Maybe it'll mean that high school education here in America is more valuable, and then we'll give you more job opportunities than it does now, which is basically yeah.
Well, yeah, because in the States, you have a high school diploma.
Yeah,
well,
I agree.
That basically doesn't mean anything to have a high school diploma, because it's
I'd probably agree, as long as the external sources are sorted out. Then, yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's all kinds. That's the thing about that particular statement about this.
But hey, I actually have to
compulsory.
jump off now as well, unfortunately.
You whore. So it's just gonna be a bunch of fucking.
That's fine.
Ugh.
Yeah. But hey, man, it was nice talking to you. Freaking. I'm sorry, I was reading the chat. But yeah, it was nice talking to you. Fucking, you guys have fun.
Of course, absolutely.
Yeah, we'll do this again sometime, man.
Fantastic.
All right, see you, man.
All right, peace.
See ya.
It was nice meeting you guys.
Have a good one, man.
You too, man.
What's your Twitter? Oh,
I think it's on the video description.
Oh yeah, his Twitter is
oh yeah, but they're
his Twitter. Which one is his? I don't fucking remember. I think his was Mr. Bubbles 4200.
okay. I'll look that up.
Yeah. Anyways, what I was basically saying is that it especially here in the States, you know, you have a high school diploma. It really in the workforce and in jobs and careers, it really doesn't fucking mean anything. And which is a shame because it's only like, you know, hey, yay, you have a diploma now, hooray, congratulations. But then you go out in the job market and it's just like, oh yay, congratulations, you barely passed, you fucking moron. And they don't really care unless you have like even getting an associate's degree in university, it really
I
doesn't
didn't know
mean
they were
anything.
all undoomed.
Yeah. But like even having an associate's degree from university, it really doesn't fucking mean anything. It's really no different from having a high school diploma. It's once you actually get a bachelor's, master's, or PhD that people actually start giving a shit.
Yeah, because yeah, unless it's sort of a big, you know, still a big deal like a PhD or a doctorate, most people just want to get the best people available. I mean, there's a big problem, especially in this country, with so many students choosing law degrees that there's not enough roles for everyone to sort of get into what they want to do. Like, obviously, there's judges and barristers and lawyers and things like that, but there's not enough meat for everyone to chew in on. So a lot of people have basically studied a degree only to find that it's worthless.
Essentially, the supply outstripping the demand.
Yeah. And then we've got the opposite problem with things like doctors, which is why the NHS, National Health Service, is in such a state is because we don't have enough doctors, and a lot of foreign doctors actually fill up the gaps there in that regard, which is why it makes it all the more baffling that to me that so many people are just demonizing foreign workers. They actually contribute a hell of a lot to, if they're working and contributing to the society, they should be regarded as just as important as, you know, British citizens contributing to the economy.
Well, yeah, definitely. I could agree on that point. That like, you know, people who immigrate to your country, you know, and they provide a service, they work a job, they have a career, you know, they have a specialty, something like that. I can completely agree that those people, you know, should be more than welcomed into your society. But I think a lot of the issue that people take in England in regards to immigration is kind of the same issue that a lot of people take with here in the States in regards to illegal immigration. Is that it's a lot of, you know, unskilled, low-paying labor force that, you know, comes in, works for next to nothing, and then essentially, you know, fills the technically the gaps of these jobs that, you know, people are always saying, well, if all the illegals went away, then, you know, Americans don't want to work it. Who's going to do it? It's like Americans will work it. They'll just do it for a more legitimate wage.
Yeah, there is sort of an argument to be made about that. I think it's not a black and white issue.
Absolutely.
But ultimately, I sort of lean towards. It seems like a bit of a dickish thing to say, but a lot of the people who tend to complain about these kind of things are the people who are having their jobs taken. And while I sympathized with the fact that they're having their jobs taken by these new things, part of being a human is learning to adapt and trying to say, okay, these are the changes that are happening. You don't have to necessarily be okay with the changes, but at the same time, you should be able to roll with the punches to a sufficient degree that you can say, all right, maybe I could look at improving myself in this area, maybe searching for a job in this field. Because we still, in Britain, is one of those countries where there are a lot of opportunities available to build up a degree or a diploma. You know, whether you've got GCSEs or, you know, higher education or anything like that, there's plenty of opportunities available for people to take.
Absolutely. I mean, there's my biggest problem with immigration is really just that there's so many different variables to take into consideration. But me and myself in particular, personally, I'm just like, regardless of the situation, regardless of the circumstance, my primary issue always comes about when in regards to just illegal immigration. Like if people want to come here legally, regardless of their capacity or their abilities or anything like that, then by all means. But my primary issue comes with illegal immigration, just people who just will willy nilly cross the border, and they don't go through the process. That's kind of where my primary and
Yeah,
almost entirely my primary issue with immigration is. Otherwise, immigration, I don't give a fuck. Anybody can come to this country. I don't give two shits.
another big issue that I find is this doesn't happen so much with the European immigrants. This happens with the more Middle Eastern and North African migrants. Is that there's a massive, massive cultural difference between what's acceptable and not acceptable in Africa and the Middle East, and what's acceptable and not acceptable here. And this is why things like the Cologne sex attacks and the rape crisis in Sweden are happening to such an extent, because they've been quite heavy-handed in accepting these refugees in good faith. I think Merkel's initiative in order to accept these Muslim refugees was made in good faith, but it was very heavy-handed. It was very, um, very poor fun, poor form, I should say.
Isn't it illegal in Germany to criticize the refugee crisis? I heard about that yesterday.
I don't think it's illegal. Like if you immediately say something, you'll be thrown in prison. But
Oh yeah, right.
you have to be very careful in how you express yourself. I mean, something like somebody like Crawton T has to be quite careful in how he expresses himself, which is why I felt at times he could be a little bit one of
Abrasive.
the abrasive at times. I mean, I'm okay with him calling maybe Islam a death cult or something like that, but when he starts, I've seen him really kick off and use the N word, and I don't think he is a racist. I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to get to these people. I've done the same kind of thing with other people, is that he's trying to get to these people and offend them as much as possible. But when you reach that sort of level, you're basically giving up on arguments, and you're just throwing rational discussion out of the window, and you're playing on that into their by their rules.
Exactly. And no nihilistic pillow. We can't just say set up the camps. That's nonsense. There's a procedure we have to put in place first. It's bureaucracy, my friend. Anyways, I don't even remember where we were. Oh yeah, here we go. Let's move on. Let's just move on to the next statement here. Otherwise, we'll probably go on to a tangent about the European crisis and jobs and everything. Let's see. All people have their rights, but it is better for all of us that different sorts of people should keep to their own kind.
Yeah, foreigners.
It's such a vague question to me, because it doesn't really. All people have their rights. Okay, I can accept that, but it's better for all of us that different sorts of people should keep to their own kind. What exactly does it mean by that? Does it mean like nationals should keep to their own kind, people who are of a certain faith or a certain political belief?
What if they just mean honest?
It's very vague.
Well, see, that's primarily the issue I take with a lot of the questions in this quiz, is that a lot of them are so open to different factors and variables and interpretations. But I mean, I understand that they're trying to be as neutral as possible for the most part.
Well, I've heard this one in particular is intentionally biased in its questions, but I haven't taken that much of a look myself. So,
well, as far as I've experimented, this test doesn't really have a bias, because that's almost why these statements and questions are so vague. It's because they're not trying to create any sort of implicit bias on the results. That they're trying to stay essentially on the points as neutral as possible, and then I think leave it up to the people taking the quiz to interpret for themselves.
Hmm. Because when I hear that question, I mean, you can think of multiple things. You can think of course, as someone mentioned in the chat, you can think of segregation, which I'd be against segregation, but you could also sort of think of it on a level where it's just people who want to talk about politics intelligently, people who want to rationally discuss things, and people who are more interested in like the drama and the keks and things like that. I think.
Yeah, kind of like how one could say, well, it's better if people just stick to their own kind in reference to like, the anti-social justice kind of people, the skeptosphere, just stick to your own kind. And on the other side, you got the social justice warriors, the feminists, and those type. It's just stick to your own kind. I mean, in that respect, I could kind of understand, but at the same time, it's like, well, doesn't that just sort of it just sticks you all together and you form your own little echo chamber and nobody really ever learns anything.
Ultimately, I would lean towards disagree because I think it's important to build bridges between people. I think it's important to say, okay, let's look and discuss these things. If you need, um, I suppose there's not much of a better word for it. If you need your safe space, you can have that available privately. I mean, it's your own private, whatever safe space. Everyone should have it. But it definitely
You
should
mean
be a
your
thing
home?
on. Yeah, basically, just do something
Yeah.
else.
Yeah,
But don't put it in places like public institutions. Don't. Uh, I think it's important to build bridges. It's important to have civilized conversation. If you're not willing to have civilized conversation, I'd say there's a bit more of an argument for it. But ultimately, if I assume the best from that question and say, um, if I assume the best from that question, assume, okay, it's about people who want to, even if they strongly disagree on something, and I guess I'm being a bit idealistic on next question, but sort of thinking someone like me and Millennial Woes to have a conversation. We disagree a lot on things, but I'd still be welcoming of that conversation. But I think Millennial Woes would have an intelligent conversation. Me and him would have an intelligent conversation, even if we don't agree on a lot of things.
essentially, I mean, because nihilistic pillow there in chat made a good point. Is that there always needs to be a place for dialogue because regardless of one's differences, be them religiously, be them racially, be them sexually, ideologically, whatever it may be, there always needs. You can have your little safe spaces. You can have your little places you can go to privately to just be amongst your own and all that good stuff. But for the most part, it's best in and of itself, you know, to be able to be open to each other and to be able to have that dialogue, to be able to have discussions, and agree and disagree and work through them.
Yeah, it's you don't want to, contribute too much to the culture of tribalism, especially that's arising today, in politics.
Yeah, so like
I don't want to
primarily just on this statement, I mean, I can understand the sentiment, but it's a particular section, but it is better for all of us that different sorts of people keep to their own kind. I'd have to disagree on principle that it's not better for all of us to do that. I'd
Yeah,
say it should be an option, but I wouldn't necessarily agree it's better.
yeah.
Well, just for shits and giggles, we could disagree on that. Right. Well, this
Yeah,
next one.
Fox, to touch on. Oh, okay, yeah. Never mind, go on.
Oh no, go right ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. To touch on a point you just said before, I know around a couple of years ago, after the term SJW went mainstream, the more libertarian sort of people kind of distanced themselves from the progressives and the hard leftists. And what I'm seeing now is they're not really going towards either, or the hard right wingers either. So they're still kind of keeping to themselves, from a lot of what I'm seeing. So
Well, I've
yeah,
partially
I get
noticed
you.
that, particularly in the last like 10 years or so, I've kind of noticed that is that in terms of ideological differences, it's really turned from being a left-right issue into more an authoritarian libertarian issue, and for the most part, it almost seems like a lot of that it's almost forming like a V shape, that people kind of follow along those lines, where from your complete libertarian centrist, it just kind of V's out up into both corners of the top authoritarian regions, and then people just tend to congregate and follow that path, and there's not a lot of outliers in the meantime.
Nana Sipilla just said the libertarians always seem to side with the party out of power. Good reason for that is because a lot of libertarians just despise the establishment.
Yeah, a lot of libertarians are like anti-statist no matter who the fuck's in play.
Taxation,
basically.
taxation is theft.
All right,
And I think,
all right, Anarchy Ball, chill out.
I think I generally tend to be on the more libertarian side of these things, but it's something I've been thinking of doing a video about. Has sort of libertarianism almost gone too far in a sense? There's obviously libertarianism is an important value, but do we really need it to go to such extremes as everything the government does is a move out to get us? Everything is out to serve their own agenda and nothing more, because that breeds sort of an aura of paranoia, I feel, and mistrust, and it sort of breaks barriers down between the establishment. Or if there was already mistrust between the establishment and the population, that creates even more mistrust between them. I think it should be a healthy relationship between the pair of them.
Well, from what I got from a video by that guy T, he seemed to express that a good compromise that you could make would be allowing taxpayers to decide on what their tax money is spending. Like say I really like roads, and I could use my tax money to pay for new roads. And if I don't like, say, art grants, I could say no, don't spend my money on that crap. And,
So sort of like a democratic consensus, at least
Yeah.
on the
Uh-huh.
at least on the state and lower level.
There's
Yeah.
already a couple of huge problems I can see with that. First is you're going to have to throw in a lot more bureaucracy. If you thought the bureaucracy in the current system was bad, it's going to be even worse if you throw something like that. And it's not even necessary bureaucracy, which leads me on to the second point is ultimately, I think we need to have some kind of faith in the state to know what it is doing. I think as long as the state, as bad as I find Donald Trump's handling of the state right now, I don't think he will, declare martial law and start killing people or anything like that. I think that's obviously not going to happen. But
Oh yeah, a lot of that kind of stuff is just absolutely completely blown out of proportion.
yeah,
All this, Donald Trump's a Hitler bullshit.
and I think libertarians kind of always accentuate that with the government, and it breeds an aura of mistrust between everyone involved.
Yeah, which I can sort of understand their position, but at the same time, it's just like, guys, I mean, be realistic here, tone it down.
I mean, I would be happy to question all authority. I'd probably strongly agree on that. I think the act of questioning them is okay. It's dismissing them or thinking that they're plotting against you is what I'm against personally.
Oh yeah, I mean, but that Batman guy and I we covered that earlier. The all authority should be questioned, and he did make a really interesting point about in certain regards it shouldn't be, because for the most part that's kind of the basis of the position. Is like, prime example, the military. If you're in the military, you're just a private or something like that. It's not your job and it's not your position to sit there and question everything your sergeant or whoever tells you to do. Whereas more in the domestic sense, just being your average citizen.
The thing is, I assume what the test is trying to say is you as a citizen, not if you're, say, in a job. Because I work a job, I don't really question the authority in my job, because obviously doing so might put my job in jeopardy, and it would with other people also if I say the wrong thing.
Which is why I can understand it has more of a social aspect to it, and one's relation to one's government authority, rather than when you go to work or you go work for the military or something like that.
And even then, I'd say there's probably some questioning of it in private. It's not people saying, well, they probably know best, so let's
Yes.
just go along with it. I mean, okay, that's obviously an argument, but
Yeah, some kind of wiggle room.
yeah, I think there's sort of keep the answer as is, because I don't want it sort of be changed, especially if Batman's not here. It's just something I was sort of thinking about when I
Oh,
first came and watched the
well,
stream.
no. All the answers I've clicked on and all that stuff currently, that's just to get us through the test. Because we're not really going to pay attention to the results. It's once we come down to answering the questions ourselves and seeing our individual results, that's when it'll actually matter.
All right.
All right. So the next statement is: good parents sometimes have to spank their children.
Well, it depends. It depends on the child. It depends on the parent. It depends on the circumstance.
Well, they do say sometimes, so
Yeah, and
Yeah.
if somebody if a parent spanks a child, that doesn't automatically make them a bad parent. So I'd be inclined to put agree there. I think um, there are definitely other ways that you can punish children, but if they misbehave, but
Yeah, I don't think spanking. I don't think spanking is the sort of thing that should be like your first resort of punishment. But
yeah,
but sometimes because they are children, they're going to be a bit unruly. They're going to be a bit rowdy and all that stuff. They're going to be a bit.
and not you can't really argue with a child. Like you can't, explain to them what they're doing wrong and expect them to understand because they're a child. I mean,
they're not intellectually developed enough to really be
mm,
be reasoned with the majority of the time. So sometimes it's like it's no different than when your dog pisses on the carpet and you got to put their nose in it. Sometimes you got to smack a kid.
mm, um, obviously you don't do it all the time. Obviously
Oh
you
yeah.
you don't go further than that. You just give them a spank on the bottom, but because it's you know it basically teaches them, it's a deterrent for them not to do it again.
Yeah,
Really.
it's a method of reinforcing discipline and reinforcing your message, because like children, kind of like pets, you can't really reason with them most of the time, if at all.
Mm,
And so there needs to be that physical aspect to enforce said discipline.
yeah.
So I think I'd also agree with this statement.
yeah, I agree as well. I mean, sure, I don't know how much it helped when I was spanked as a child, but sure, it's an option. I mean, especially if the kid won't behave and got anything else, but for that, then yeah,
Like those super obnoxious fucking kids in like
yeah,
Walmart or something.
yeah, yeah. There you go. Those ones you can tell. Those ones haven't been spanked.
Yeah, yeah. It's just like, bitch, you need to just don't even worry about your groceries or anything. Just take your kid, drag him out of the store, spank him. All right. So the next one's going to be, it's natural for children to keep some secrets from their parents.
I think that's
Um,
a strong agreement for me, because I don't see, in general, I don't see why it's not natural for anyone to sort of keep secrets from people, like even authority. I don't think I think children are fine to keep secrets from their parents. I mean, obviously, if it's a secret, like, there's some kind of illegal activity going on and they're being bribed, obviously that's a different kind of discussion. But um, if we're talking about, oh, they found a little route, they found like a little hiding spot near the forest or something that they go to and they don't tell their parents, I, I think that's fine, as long as they don't put themselves in any danger when they're doing that. I think that's fine. I think that's perfectly natural for kids to keep those secrets.
Yeah, because I think because we're naturally inclined to want to share plenty as children with our parents and everything, and want our children to share things with us in order to build sense of that certain sense of trust and bonding. But at the same time, it's also a learning process to keep secrets because for the most part there's some things that it's no one's fucking business at the same time, and so we gotta kind of learn that balancing act as children of of being able to trust our parents, but being able to at least retain, some sense of independence. And then it's that weird balancing act of figuring out, okay, well, when do I go to my parents? When do I keep my secrets?
I'm not really sure why. I'm not really sure how this question fits with the others on the test. I mean, it's more a question of what is or isn't reality,
Well,
not
well, again, for this
not really an opinion.
particular section, it's your personal social
Oh,
values.
okay.
So it
I'd
would
say
fall into
it's
that.
Oh, okay. So it's just
I'd say
phrased poorly.
it's probably authoritarian libertarian. It's the authoritarian answer would be, yeah, I want to know the secret. The libertarian answer would be, okay, it's not necessary to know the secret. And I think there's an argument to be made for both, but I think whether it's good or not, as Nihilistic Pillow says, but as to whether it's natural for a child to do that, I think it's of course it's natural for a child to do it.
Of course, I mean,
Yeah.
it's perfectly natural to eat for even adults to do it to each other. It's just a
Yeah.
part of the human condition.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, it's all
I
part of the
think for the
learning
most
process.
part, I think we'd all agree, but I don't think we'd strongly agree.
I would,
Sure.
if you want to put agree, that's fine.
Yeah, but it's just for the sake of argument at this point.
Yeah.
So let's see. Next one is possessing marijuana for personal use should not be a criminal offense.
Um, I have a weird stance on drugs. My position on drugs is very odd, I find, because not a lot of people sort of have the exact same position as me. I think there's enough that we know about marijuana that I feel it should be legalized in the US and the UK. I think when compared especially to alcohol, which I think marijuana is less impactful on the body than uh, long-term alcohol abuse,
As well
long-term marijuana abuse.
as well as the mind.
Yeah. Um, and I think marijuana has sort of been safely sort of studied to a point where we can say, let's give it a try, let's test it out. My problem mainly stems with the other drugs, because we don't know as much about them. We haven't had these debates as much about these drugs. And plus, I feel there is an argument that if you are taking drugs, of course you have the independence to do so, but you also become a liability to the state when you're on these drugs because you aren't as responsible for your own actions. If you do something, the state has to take some kind of responsibility to stop you from doing anything harmful to yourself. You're taking yourself out of the workforce by doing this kind of thing. Um, ultimately, I just sort of when it comes to marijuana, I think there's enough that we know about it for marijuana to be allowed. But when it's other drugs like LSD and those more um, potent drugs, I think that's where it gets a bit more questionable.
Oh yeah, I could agree. I could agree to that, and that's particularly why I'm appreciative of this particular statement. Singling out marijuana as the issue.
Hmm.
For me, my biggest concern is keeping. I really don't want big tobacco or any big corporations getting involved in that kind of thing. I don't really want big tobacco to be a thing, but you can't really. I don't know how you could stop that from happening if you did legalize it.
Yeah, it's
It has
about
to be taken into consideration.
compromise.
Look at like Oregon and Colorado. I mean, they legalize recreational marijuana and haven't really seen any problems there so far.
Yeah, but that's so far. We're talking more as we develop over time, as you saw in like the Industrial Revolution, as corporations started to rise, as the world got more connected. I think ultimately corporations are going to rise out of that. Conglomerates will start to rise, and whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is debatable.
Yeah,
Um,
we may eventually start seeing things like marijuana, similar to alcohol and tobacco, starting to
mm,
become very corporatized.
mm.
In reference to the particular statement, though, I may be a little biased on this myself, but at the same time, I think I'd have to strongly agree with the sentiment.
Uh, I'm sort of in between agree and strongly agree on marijuana. I've smoked it before. It was fine. I've done it firsthand. I've had no problems, and of course it differs for different people. But from what I've understand, marijuana is not that potent a drug. It's probably on the same level as alcohol, if not less so.
Sorry about that. That's just my
Nope.
boyfriend bitching at my whiny
Uh,
ass dog. He just keeps running in. He just keeps running in between us and like getting up and like pawing at us and going. Even though
What breed is it?
it's a Chow Chow retriever mix.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, like he's been taken care of and he had his playtime and everything. He went out into the bathroom and all that stuff. But he's just he's just being a little attention whore. He's not even a year old, so he's just energetic, being an attention whore. He's just wanting everything for himself. Yeah, but anyways, I think for the most part, I think we could probably. I mean, I would personally strongly agree, but I think the general consensus on this particular issue would be agreement.
Hmm.
Sure.
All right, for the next one, it's the prime function of schooling should be to equip the future generation to find jobs.
When we look at this question, we should sort of realize what are the other functions of schooling. Obviously, it's to meet people. Obviously, it's to develop your knowledge. Those are the ones that also immediately stem to mind. But when the question is prime, I would have to agree with that if it's prime. I think the next logical step after education is occupation. And I think using that as sort of a transition phase should sort of be the primary aspect. Helping make the successful transition should be the primary aspect of education.
Well, yeah, I could agree with that because I mean, education in and of itself, for the most part, because there's a lot of different social aspects and social interactions that come into play in our development therein. There's also the aspect of like think of things like music classes and shop and stuff like that, things to develop skills and interests and the sort. But I think for the most part, it should be primarily educational and preparation for actually being able to get out into the workforce, being able to establish a career and a work ethic.
Hmm.
So I think on this particular one, I'd have to say agree. I wouldn't strongly agree, but I would agree.
I'd probably agree as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Agreed. Even though the reality of the situation as is now is probably more useful now for developing social skills than it is for getting a job later in life. But it's not really how it should be, I guess.
I suppose, but at the same time, there are other ways to develop your social skills outside of school.
Oh,
Meeting
of
up with
course.
people. Um, so I don't know if I'd say that's the prime function. That's just a byproduct of it, which is a good
Yeah.
byproduct.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Um,
Okay, I guess another way of putting it would be it's not very good at its prime function.
well, at least not in this country for the most part.
Yeah.
All right, next one is going to be people with serious inheritable disabilities should not be allowed to reproduce.
This is a tough one for me. On this question, I think I would personally disagree, but I'd put a note next to that question and say, as long as both adults know that this person with a serious inheritable disability knows this and knows the full repercussions of what they're doing, I think that's
And
necessary.
the way how these things could manifest themselves in their children. They need to be knowledgeable. They need to be prepared for it.
And I think there is a good case for it, being unfair on the child, especially, honestly, I think that's more with the abortion debate. I think that's even more of a problem for the child than, aborting them in the fetal stage. I think that's even more of an issue because they're having to live through it. It's not, a thing that's, thrown upon them before they can even act. With regards to abortion, they're not really cognizant with their life ending.
Yeah,
But
essentially, shut up, dog. Essentially, coming down to the question of um, of suffering, for the most part, is because like if you know your child's going to have this particular terrible disability or disease or something when it's born, well, the question really comes down to essentially, you can abort it up to a certain time. That's understandable, but or you can take it to term, and then your child is going to have to live with this issue, and it's going to have to suffer, and it's going to affect the child. It's going to affect you. It's going to affect countless different aspects of your life.
But at the same time, even if you take that inheritable disability into account, I think it's still possible for those children to go on to live decent lives. I think it's still possible. It might be a complication, but it could also be, they could go on and still be, relatively happy themselves, keeping this sort of disability under control. They could go on and live prosperous lives. I think it's not too far-fetched as long as the parents know what they're doing, as long as they get the right help. I'd say I'd probably disagree with that question, but with the notes that the people should know what they're doing, because if they don't know what they're doing, then it's disastrous for the parents, it's disastrous for the child, obviously it's disastrous for the state. It's just, I don't know. I'd probably say disagree.
Okay, how about this? How about a third option? How about after you've had a few kids and you know that okay, this is going to be passed on, and then you get a tax break for getting the surgery, so you can't have kids anymore. Maybe it's like, I don't know, just because I guess that one could have potential issues as well. I'm just thinking of that one. You know the autistic screeching meme that's been going around. I'm just thinking of the person that started from. The lady with like 4 kids who like all have autism. So.
I actually saw that. Was that where the meme actually started? I thought that was just someone responding to it.
I don't know if that's where it started, but I know that's where it really blew up, because it's the one after that was the guy photoshopped the lady's face onto one of the heads, and then the other guy's face onto the other one, and then you multiplied the amount of people doing the autistic screeching, so it was 4 of them. Then the 2 characters are saying, "Let's have a 5th." So yeah,
I guess that's very obviously, it's very dark humor, and honestly, that meme I do laugh at. I even asked for one, with when Sargon and Kyle Kalinske did a stream today, and I asked someone to commission maybe a macro with Kyle and Sargon agreeing to stream and talk about the Justice Democrats, and then you had like a Pepe with the face with the autistic screeching above it. Yeah, I think the way people were towards that lady was a bit overly harsh. I think it's not. You can sympathize with the lady without necessarily agreeing with her. You can still be nice to that woman, because obviously it's pretty fucking traumatic if you're born with 4 autistic children to look after. I mean, I don't know the severity of how autistic her children are, but if it's enough to be considered disorder, it's obviously definitely at least a problem. And with 4 of them, it's pretty fucking difficult to be, work well with that. And I'd understand why she'd be offended by that. But the best course of response is, "We're sorry. I'm sorry to hear that, but we're not taking the piss out of you. This is just sort of a little joke that we're having about it. Bit of dark humor. We don't mean any ill will towards you." People just going to her and saying, "Oh, well, you should have just had the fallopian tubes tied instead of like."
The way that one started was he posted it was someone else complaining, and they took a screenshot of someone who posted the meme, and then one of the replies was a lady complaining about it because the the autistic screeching part. So I can kind of see why someone wouldn't really be all that apologetic with her, since she kind of started it.
I
And
guess, but at the
I don't know,
same
I
time,
just
it's something that you need to be a bit sympathetic about. Like, you need to be. I mean, I make jokes about it as well. But if someone comes in and says, I think I remember when I think it was Spino and Sargon. Like, Sargon wanted Spino to join a stream, and Sargon was making jokes about Spino being autistic, and then he realized, okay, Spino might actually be autistic. I'm not sure if he is actually, but just honestly doesn't change my position. I like Spino.
I do get the feeling sometimes that he might be.
Um,
Just be honest.
yeah, but you can get that with everyone, I suppose, to an extent. But if it comes to the point where if you start actually overusing that term, it comes to the point where it's like saying, okay, if you're going to say person X is autistic and they are autistic, congratulations, you look like a fucking asshole. If you say that and you're getting owned by someone who is autistic, and if you say that and they're not autistic, you look like an idiot because you're using a label that isn't true. I think it's about moderating it. It's the same with shit posting in general. It's knowing about when to moderate it and when not to be a fucking jackass. Like, problem with politics in general is just it
well,
varies from
the
person to
problem
person.
with Twitter in general.
I don't know. Not just Twitter, the internet in general, man. Like,
Okay, yeah. Well, at least the text part. I think it is a little easier in voice places like like Google Hangouts, which is why I really do appreciate them. But even then, they have their own issues.
I was with Sargon recently, and he made a really good point in saying Twitter and voice chat and things like not voice chat, text chat is by definition quite confrontational. It's easy to sort of get het up. I can get very het up on Twitter, whereas if I were to go on a live stream with the person I was arguing with, I'd be more reciprocative of having an in-depth, intelligent, reasonable discussion like I'm having here now with you. I'd be happy to do that. But on Twitter, especially with the 140 character limit, you've got to appeal to a certain ethos with your crowd. You've got to sort of it's just confrontational in nature, the internet, and that's the way it's always going to be. You can't change that like the social justice warriors think you can, but at the same time, it doesn't necessarily give you the justification to constantly act like an arsehole like the poll tarts believe.
Yeah. So just so we just don't get sidetracked too much, because I mean we're still only halfway through this thing. Luckily, one of the later sections is pretty short, but so I would say on that particular issue of the serious inheritable disease disabilities, I'm getting kind of the feeling of consensus here that it would be a disagree.
Yeah.
All right. So the next one would be
Sure.
The most important thing for children to learn is to accept discipline.
Like the schooling question, it's important to know what else the children need to learn. It's what else can the children learn? Well, you can learn how to learn for starters. You can learn how to develop his or her skills in a certain area. They can learn what else? They can learn how to approach situations. What other things can you kind of think?
Well, I don't really know, but I mean it's the wording of the question
Yeah.
in and of itself that I would be inclined to click disagree, because I can understand perhaps the most important thing for children to learn is discipline, but not always and entirely to just accept it.
Yeah, that kind of, yeah. For me, I'd say, yeah, the most important thing for me that I'd say that for children to learn is reading and writing, because that's, we read every day pretty much, even just from the signs on the street to wherever, and that's how else you're going to learn
Yeah,
things like history.
and let's I suppose you could sort of extend that into what I said is learning skills that make you go on further in life. It's about learning how to develop yourself so you can move on in life. And when, say, your parents or something and your guardians pass on, you're able to fend for yourself inevitably. Um, that's kind of the idea. And I think it's important for a child to accept discipline from the parents if they've done something wrong, and to um, but ultimately, is it the most important thing? I'd put it at number two or maybe number three, but I don't know if I put it in number one. So I'd probably put disagree.
Yeah, well, even on that basis, I would still, just as I said earlier, I'd still kind of fall into the disagree category.
Hmm.
I would strongly disagree.
All right, well, so that one's going to be a disagree for the most part. Let's see. The next one is: there are no savage and civilized peoples. There are only different cultures.
I think that's one of the easiest questions. Then I'm going to say strongly disagree because there's primarily because there are people, it's been scientifically proven that people are, there are people who are generally more unhinged than others. There are people who are more willing, and it's not to do with a cultural thing. It can be kind of a genetic thing. It could be a a biological thing in general.
Yeah, essentially, there's tons of different variables that could lead to it, but we've as humanity has spread throughout the planet. I mean, there's a clear distinction between what the majority of human beings would consider civilized, and these, albeit small and sporadic groups of people who, just they're the
Isn't
kind
there
of
isn't
what
there
up?
a country where they have signs posted everywhere to teach the migrants how to use toilets? I know I saw a picture of it somewhere.
Well, I think there might be something like that somewhere, but I mean, take into consideration, like say you go into the Amazon rainforest and there's all these uncontacted tribes. I mean, we've seen them, but they've been uncontacted, and they're usually almost always extremely aggressive, and extremely aggressive in a lot of ways. It doesn't matter if it's shooting arrows at airplanes, or if it's killing explorers, or one way or another. I mean, there is a distinct difference between what we would
even
consider civilized and a more savage kind of outlook.
even then, it's not necessarily just because of the culture, though. I'd say that's because of the environment that they're in. They're not, if they were in, say, a metropolitan city, they'd obviously have to find another way to survive than just going around doing what they do. In a rainforest, however, it's more about, hunting and, staying alive and things like that. From that, it breeds a culture of violence as necessary to survive in life. I think that's and there's kind of an element of I think it's a term that is overused, but there is a bit of an element of cultural relativism to that question because it's assuming that all people are, on the same wavelength. All people, all cultures also are on the same wavelength, and I just don't think that's true. I think there's more to it than that. You can't just say, well, all in all, these things are ultimately on the same level because, let's be honest, no culture is really on the same level as another culture. There's obviously so many variables at play.
Well, that's primarily why I would have to agree with you on that. In relation to this statement, I would choose the strongly disagree option.
Hmm.
Mhm.
And Nihilistic Pillow said, "This is why I disdain these tests. The wording of the questions capture no nuance." Well, that's almost the entire point of these tests, is that they're meant not to be nuanced. They're meant not to in any way kind of relegate any sort of bias one way or another. It's for the most part really, being as vague and unbiased and neutral as possible in order to allow the viewer and the reader, to kind of take considerations upon themselves and
Yeah,
really judge it, from their own ideological perspective.
because there's one thing that I've never heard people say about the political compass, and that's that it's biased. Actually, I've never actually seen anyone with the accusations of people saying, "Oh, that has a liberal bias. Oh, that has a conservative bias." Nowadays, it's actually really refreshing to see something that isn't. And obviously, there's cons that come with that. It's not as nuanced as you bring up, as Pillar brings up, but that's kind of the point that rolls with it, really.
I have seen a few people, like I said before, say that this test has a bit of a liberal bias. That was during back when everyone in Gamergate was passing this test around as like, see, we're not right wing guys. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I have heard I have heard plenty of accusations of this thing having a liberal bias or a conservative bias or a libertarian bias or one way or another, and it's and
maybe, but
and
that's more.
that kind of plays into the whole fact that in reality it doesn't, is because no matter who you talk to, you're always you're always at some point going to find somebody who's going to say it has a bias one way or another in any direction.
I think the way they say liberal and libertarian, nearly all the results that I see from this tend to be in that bottom left quadrant. I mean, sometimes I see a few in the bottom right quadrant as well, but generally, especially with people on the internet, I tend to see people in the bottom half of the political compass. I've only seen a few in the authoritarian area, and like I said, it might be because we're on the internet.
Yeah, that's true, but at the same time, there's also the concept that, as far as I'm aware and as far as I've experienced, most people, be them left or right wing, generally aren't of the more authoritarian variety. Most people do tend to hover in the libertarian in the libertarian fields. It just really depends, kind of like this test. Kind of like this test really explains, is that it really comes down to more economic policies.
Hmm.
Yeah, but yeah. Anyways, I think I don't know, Dan. What's your opinion on the previous statement? Because I know Fox and I both strongly disagree.
I don't know. I guess I have to see more of it. We'll see. I mean, there are other tests as well, but some of the questions you could argue are kind of leading, but then is there really any way of writing that isn't leaning one way or the other? Is it?
Yeah, because it really doesn't matter how you format a question. You could try to be as unbiased and neutral as possible. Somebody's always going to find
Yeah.
some justification of their own for how it's leading in some direction or another.
Plus, nobody's perfect.
Yeah, and that's just the nature of language, unfortunately.
Hmm.
So, but we'll just click that. All right, so let's see the next one. Oh, we're almost done with this section. The next one: those who are able to work and refuse the opportunity should not expect society support.
No, they shouldn't.
Well, yeah, I personally would agree with this sentiment because if you're able to work and you refuse to, you shouldn't expect anything from society. If you're in one of those situations where you're in a position where it's difficult to find work, or you're disabled or something like that, then I can understand, because there's a lot of different variables again. But I think people who are able to work but just flat out refuse to, I don't think they should expect anything from anyone.
I actually disagree with that. I think with regards to this question, I think everybody, no matter who they are, it's kind of the same argument I use for basic income, but with basic income, I accept that it's not the most pragmatic thing to do because that would be a huge amount of money being thrown into something. I think everybody, no matter who they are, has the right to a certain minimum standard of living. I think everyone sort of deserves a standard of living. Nobody deserves to, have no shelter or food or drink. Everyone deserves, these basic human rights. It's about then incentivizing these people to go after the luxuries in a capitalist system. It's incentivizing people to chase the luxuries by contributing to the state that makes us as a an efficient nation. I don't think it's fair to say that just because they refuse to work that they should be told, oh well, we don't care about you anymore. I think that's unfair.
Yeah, on that position, I can agree. I can agree with you on that position, but again, in and of itself, I would have to agree with the overall statement. But for the most part, in particularly in taking those things into consideration, it would be an agree to this, presented statement, but it would be only somewhat of agreement. It's just like you're just barely on the other side of the fence there.
I mean, I wouldn't say it was a strong disagreement on my behalf either. It would just sort of be, I can definitely see the argument for it. It's just, I think every sort of human being has a right to a certain minimum standard, and if society decides just because these people refuse to work that they should not receive that minimum standard, I just think that's a bit unfair. I think these people should be incentivized to work for the state with luxuries and commodities and things like that, and improvement of food. Um, but as far as not being supported full stop, I think that's a bit unfair.
I kind of disagree with you on it being a right. Well, it's not a right. You gotta, if you to get a minimum standard, you gotta work for that. That, or find someone who can give it to you.
No, because when you're born, would you say that you
Okay.
have a basic human right to to certain things?
Well, no,
That
you're
you
given that. Like
That's
your parents are the ones who give you those things.
I guess it's your parents, but if you, let's say, I know this is more about an animal kingdom kind of scenario, but let's say a family of a certain animal gives birth to a baby, and then suddenly the parents are both killed. Um, that child was just completely defenseless and unable to help itself, and it will probably die too without any kind of intervention. What what I'm sort of suggesting is, okay, I know a child can't work, but at the same time, it's something that you're kind of born into. There always should be sort of a minimum standard that we should prevent our civilians. It's sort of a civic duty that we should prevent our civilians from spiraling down to the point where they could be dying as a result of these things, and not just, oh, well, eating the wrong kind of thing, because that's their choice. I think that's their choice in what they choose to eat. And that's not the state's fault if they die as a result of that. But when it comes to um, people actually dying because the state isn't able to provide for them, I mean, I suppose when I think about it that way, I suppose that might incentivize people to work, but at the same time,
Here's the thing. I don't think that the state should be providing, because then now you're forcing other people to pay for whatever. It should be at least a private institution, like say, like either a church or a food bank or what have you, that exists based on altruism of others, to take care of people, to give them food and whatnot when they
but
like
let's go
they're
back to the question. It's expects society support. It's not necessarily the state. It's
oh yeah,
society as
you
a
said the
collective.
state.
Well, I know I said the state myself,
Oh,
but
okay.
it's the question is expect society support. It's not limited to the state. It's also limited to the things like food banks and things like that. I think everybody has the right to survive, has the right to basic commodities. It's then, once they've got those basic commodities to survive, it's to then incentivize them to work in the capitalist system to obtain luxuries. They can still survive their life because we need people to survive their life. But
Now, see,
it's a
with that particular caveat of the differentiation between society or the state. Um, I mean, and based on the question, it really depends on how you feel like defining it. I
I
mean,
think
in the particular instance of introducing that caveat of the difference between the society and the state, if you relegate the question to referring to just the state, then I would still agree with the sentiment. Um, on the other hand, if you relegate it to society as a whole, then I guess I can see your point, and then that would I think swing me a bit more on the disagree aspect.
I got a feeling that the if you answer agree, it's going to be more in the socialist end. It's going to be like they
Well,
do mean the state when they say society, but I guess I don't know for
well, I
sure
think
though.
I think I think on this particular one, if you hit agree or strongly disagree, that will determine a certain variability swinging more toward the libertarian end.
mm.
Um, Whereas
No,
disagreeing
I think
would
it'll.
swing, I think, more toward the liberal and progressive end.
Does it
I
work
think
like
it'll.
that? I thought it was mainly two kind of questions: authoritarian, libertarian, and then left and right. I
And I
didn't
guess
realize.
well, those are the primary axes, but a lot of these questions can swing more toward one way or another in a variety of directions because even though there's these even though there's these four different areas of political ideology for the most part, there is a lot of overlap regardless.
Mm.
I don't know. I think it'll go more. If you answer agree, it'll go more toward the authoritarian in in segment, and if you answer disagree, it'll go more toward the libertarian one, simply because the problem was that you're going to end up someone's got to pay for it, and if you force other people, then that is you using your authority to force other people what to do. So it is inherently against libertarianism.
Well, it's a good question because you never really know what way it's gonna swing.
Yeah.
There's so many freaking variables. That's what I
Mm-hmm.
that's why I love it so much.
I'm just gonna nip to the toilet quickly.
No problem. All right, but I know I guess I could be persuaded on that particular point to select the disagree option. I think it really depends, but I think I can just be persuaded to select the disagree option. I know he disagrees, but I take it more as you saying that you'd go for the agree option, Dan.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, I would disagree because it's not a right. It's more. I don't like the term because of how it's been used, but I guess it's more of a privilege, really, that other people through their altruism are allowing you to continue surviving, even though you're not contributing anything back to society,
Hmm.
or at least you're not working at an actual job to do whatever.
Now, that's a good point. All right, and then did you want to wait for Fox to get back, or did you want to just move on to the next one? We can repeat it back to him if
Uh,
necessary.
sure, we can repeat it back to him again. Well, I think he's back now.
Yeah.
Fox, yeah,
That was quick.
that was quick.
God, you must piss like a goddamn hummingbird. All right, so
So,
moving on to the next one because I think we all essentially went for the disagree option on the previous one.
mm.
Is this next one? When you are troubled, it's better not to think about it, but to keep busy with more cheerful things.
Strongly disagree.
um, it depends on the kind of things. It depends on the variables, really. I think if it's so bad, the troubling is so bad that it cripples your ability to do other things. I think, it's if you keep yourself busy with more cheerful things, I think that's justified. But otherwise, I think it's important to work towards trying to solve that problem, keep it on your mind, and um, think about different approaches to the problem, discuss it with different people, and try and work out some kind of solution.
Well,
I think that's
well, and that's why on this particular question, that's why I would kind of I'd lean, although not very strongly, into the disagree section, because while I do understand that if you're troubled with something, if there's issues going on, it's good to keep yourself distracted to an extent, but at the same time,
you
regardless,
can't avoid them.
you're gonna have to tackle that crap at some point. So you
Mm.
might as well still keep it in the back of your mind at best, and then deal with it as you're able to. Uh,
I guess it
and
depends on.
at worst just dwell over it.
I guess it depends on what kind of problem it is. Like if you lost your car keys, well, then obviously you should be looking for them instead of just watching TV to try and cheer yourself up about it. On the other hand, if you're worried about a nuclear war, well, then there's very little you can do to stop that other than like getting the heck out of there to some other place. So you probably would be better off focusing on other things at the very least.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
for the most part, given our average daily lives and everything, and the issues we have to deal with therein, then I for the most part, I would disagree.
yeah, I disagree too. I think it's more important to problem solve than unless it comes to a point where it's actually stopping you from doing other things, like living your life normally. In which case, on a sort of mental level, I'm talking about here now, like, uh, you know, thinking so much about it that it's giving you depression or anxiety. I think in that case, yeah, I think it's important to keep yourself occupied, but otherwise, I disagree.
Yes, I think we get general consensus on that one. All right, almost done with section 3. Just 3 to go. All right, first generation immigrants can never be fully integrated within their new country.
How long do you have to stay in Japan to become Japanese?
Well, I mean, well, on this one, I think I would agree slightly on this one, just because first generation immigrants, in my experience, although they do generally tend to integrate pretty well, I I very rarely, if at all, have ever found myself in a position to see them being fully integrated. Whereas their children and their children's children are a lot more successful with that, because they're born here, they're raised here, and it becomes a lot more natural to them.
But that's the thing. You said rarely. Why should we limit the people who are capable of doing that?
And that is something I'm taking into consideration, but that's why I said rarely, if ever, because you know although I do believe there are some first generation immigrants that can and do fully integrate. I do feel that they're in such a small proportion that I can't disagree with the statement per se because of that proportion, but I'd be more inclined to agree, albeit slightly.
Uh, I don't know.
Most of them there. You're going.
The wording says can never. You're saying rarely. I mean, I think I have encountered people in my life who have done their absolute hardest. They've tried so hard. They've also done it onto a good level to integrate into their country, and I think they should be rewarded for that perseverance, for that ability, to be fully integrated into that new country of
Well,
theirs.
well, yeah. I mean, if I take the statement at complete face value, then I would have to disagree with it. Um, I'm just sitting here, my brain's going through all the different
Okay,
variables.
that's why they don't they have strongly agree and just regular agree. Like you can say, yeah, I agree with that, but in some cases,
Yeah,
you know.
I honestly think this test, the answers would be a lot better if they had if they had one of those those bars that you could drag across, drag across
Mm.
anywhere from 0 to 100.
I think the reason they said they don't have a neutral opinion is because they felt it would be a cop out. They felt it would make people just use that button so many times because, as we all know, politics is extremely controversial. It requires a lot of nuance, and I think a lot of people would sort of just go. They'd sort of lack the initiative to, make a stand on certain points. They kind of want you to take an initiative one way or the other on a certain point.
Yeah, which absolutely understandable. I'm just I'm just making some kind of observation, I guess.
Mm.
But
For me, I'd say for most of them at least, they're always going to have loyalty to their own country. The first, simply,
yeah, their own country, their
let's
own
say,
culture, and everything.
yeah, like let's say that we end up going to war with their home country. Well, then now we have a potential, at the very least, a double agent on our hands. Maybe I
Yeah,
know there
the
was
possible dissident element.
There was a Dr. Seuss comic about World War II I saw a couple days ago that was like how about like a whole bunch of Japanese suicide bombers, how and this one guy just handing them out all across, and they're all living across the West Coast.
Hmm.
So yeah.
But I do have to say, if I took variables into consideration, I would agree with the sentiment. But if I took it at face value and I disagree, but at the same time, I take issue with just taking these statements at face value. So I would have to agree.
Uh, do you want to break the tie? Because I'd personally go disagree, but do you want to break the tie?
Did we lose you,
You there,
Dan?
Dan?
Hmm?
Did you want to?
What's up?
He was asking if you wanted to be the tiebreaker here on this one because while I would go agree, he would go disagree. What would you kind of go for?
I'd agree.
All right.
Sorry, I thought the question was directed at you.
Yes, victory is mine. All right. Next one. What's good for the most successful corporations is always, ultimately, good for all of us.
Uh,
It's definitely disagree for me, but I don't know whether it's strongly or not.
I'd kind of personally fall into the same sentiment there because there's a lot of variables that are really trying to push me towards strongly disagree. But
well, hey, what's good for the corporation would be making boycotts illegal. So that's definitely not good
yeah,
for
what's good
forever.
for the corporation is a lack of worker rights.
Yeah.
And so I would absolutely disagree with this one. It's
Yeah.
just really a question of disagree or strongly disagree.
Hmm. Um,
Okay. Well, in that case, is there anything you can think of that's good for both the corporation and everyone else?
them staying in business because people need the corporations and the corporations need them. Is it
Essentially employment, allowing these people to have a job and make money and go back out and buy things,
as
and
well as the
it's
offering of services?
yeah
Oh
that
yeah, but
that that
what about
cyclical
the
kind of format.
corporations that everyone hates, like Gawker Media or uh, I know a lot of people are not really too happy with the big five New York book publishers. They see them as completely irrelevant, and they could just go away tomorrow because we got small press publishers and Amazon publishing, where like anyone just put whatever book they want there. And
Yeah, but that really comes down to a matter of not really what's good for corporations being good for us, but as long as these businesses can stay in business in the marketplace, then they should be allowed to. Um, but no matter how obsolete they may be. Um, but as for what's good for successful corporations, being good for all of us. I on just that particular point because we know what's good for the most successful corporations,
Yeah.
and it almost entirely across the board, almost it's always bad for the actual people, bad for the workers.
Hmm. So really, it comes down to it's saying always ultimately good for all of us.
Exactly.
I think that's assuming we absolutely, on all accounts, need corporations. And while I agree that corporations are extremely, extremely important and are basically going to happen unless you install communism or something like that, which obviously, isn't a good alternative. Um, ultimately, I think barely, just about barely, civilization could continue without corporations, which is why I sort of lean towards strongly disagree more so than actually just disagreeing, because disagreeing would be saying, yes, but let's just acknowledge that without corporations, there's no chance we could survive without them in our current day and age. Um, but if we were to get rid of the corporations, it's really saying, could we survive in a more sort of communist system? And it would definitely be worse. There's no denying that. But could we survive? I think we could survive. It's just that we do a lot. It's the same thing I feel with Brexit. I think we're obviously going to be worse off after Brexit, in my opinion. But will we survive? Yeah, we'll survive after Brexit. I just think we're just going to lose hegemonic status, um, which is a big thing.
Now that would definitely be an entirely interesting topic to have sometime, have a
Mm.
discussion over sometime is Brexit and the European stuff. But anyways, so so Fox, you're saying you go for more for the strongly disagree. If I heard
Uh,
if I heard you correctly, strongly disagree,
yes,
but
I'd probably say strongly disagree, because I'd say disagreeing is saying it's probably giving them a bit too much wiggle room in that sense.
anyhow, in a certain respect it is. But I would I can't I can't really personally go so far as to strongly disagree on this one, but just disagree. Albeit
I would
albeit
strongly,
severely.
I would strongly disagree myself because I kind of think, well, we'd probably be a lot better off if a lot of these corporations didn't exist and were replaced instead by smaller businesses. But that's just how I see it.
Oh yeah, that's something actually I didn't consider, is the smaller business aspect of it. In which case, I'd probably put my strongly disagree as a bit more confident. I was sort of thinking between the sort of communist system and the corporatist capitalist system, and I'd go with the corporatist capitalist system, but I think we could survive with the communist system. But with small businesses, that's an aspect I didn't think of. So I'd say I'm a bit more confident in the strongly disagree.
Yeah, that's actually an extremely good point. I will admit that that entire viewpoint, it would push me into the strongly disagree camp with you guys.
Hmm.
Yeah, hey, bring it back to news. Which is more accurate? A lot of these smaller blogs and YouTube channels, or Gawker?
All right, next one being, and for the last one this section, no broadcasting institution, however independent its content, should receive public funding.
Now this is interesting because I was talking about this before I got disconnected earlier. Was the
And the BBC.
BBC, but the thing is with the BBC is that they also provide, a TV license for you to watch TV. It's publicly funded, but in return you get a TV license to watch the TV. And at the bare minimum, you can watch things like BBC. I also think there's a few other channels like Channel 4, ITV4. No, not ITV4, Channel 4, Channel 5, ITV, and BBC are the main ones that immediately stem to my mind. With something called Freeview, and then you get expansion packs like Sky and Virgin and things like that for the TV, so you can get more channels. Um, to the question, no broadcasting institution, however independent its content. By independent, does that mean it's not representative of the state's position? It's just completely, its own thing. It's free to do whatever it wants and how it reports.
Essentially, I think that's kind of what it's referring to, as well as you could take into consideration the idea of, like the massive mainstream media, as opposed to, like take for example, like, CNN or Fox News or something like that, as compared to something like InfoWars or TYT.
Yeah.
I mean, personally, on this point, I'd have to agree. I wouldn't strongly agree, but I would agree, because in and of itself, it really is, kind of coming down to the basis of the free market. And if you're a broadcasting institution, it doesn't matter your content. You should not, be at the you should not be receiving public funding. You should be at the mercy of viewers.
I'm going to have to agree also, because at least with the BBC, there's something in return that you're getting. If it's just sort of, I suppose with taxation, yes, you are getting the actual broadcast in return, but with the BBC, you're getting something else in return as well. You're, the ability to watch those channels. Like, that's something that you're getting in return. And I don't know, maybe I'm thinking about this the wrong way, but I'd lean towards agree. Personally, on that basis.
Yeah, what do you think? What do you think about it, Dan?
I don't know. I guess it depends more on what they mean by public. Because do they mean public like the BBC or more like PBS? Because if it's like, if it's more like donations from the public, that's fine. Because then if they make a children's show about how they're really 32 different flavors of gender identity, and you don't like that, you can say, hey, I'm not going to donate you any money anymore after this.
I think the basis of the question, when generally referring to public funding, is there, for the most part, referring to taxpayer dollars.
Okay, well, in that case, I would
donations
disagree.
Yeah, because when it comes to taxpayer dollars, don't just no. But if people want to donate and people want to be charitable about it, they want to support it, that's their decision. So on that one, I think the general consensus here is agree. All right, finally, Section 4. God, Section 3 was huge. All right, Section 4, and how you see the wider society.
Oh boy, here we go.
I know, right? Our civil liberties are being excessively curbed in the name of counterterrorism.
Yes, they are, but I don't see how it's more an observable fact there other than opinion.
Yeah, I would have to agree with this one on this one, just because of the fact that I remember the goddamn Patriot Act and the NDAA.
Oh yeah, the fucking. You've definitely had a lot worse in America with things like the Patriot Act. But
it's our lot in life.
That's kind of a difficult one for me. I'd sort of think. I'd sort of have to be given specific examples where recently, where
Snoopers Charter.
My issue with the Snoopers Charter was more. It wasn't so much that they had, the government had access to it. It was more so if somebody hacked the government, got into government stuff, it would then be in the hands of people actually using it through malice of intent. I would assume the government wouldn't necessarily use it through malice of intent, but I know the people like fraudsters and stuff and hackers would use it for malice of intent. That's when I'd be very concerned about it. But in terms of counter-terrorism, I see I obviously don't agree with the Snoopers Charter, but yeah, I'd probably go agree if that's the sort of general example being proposed, and with stuff like the Patriot Act considered as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've lived with the Patriot Act, the NDAA, and all that stuff, and all these other bullshit programs. But at the same time, I would go to the point of agreeing, but I wouldn't strongly agree, because it's not like they're just randomly going into the Constitution and swiping away rights left and right all the time.
Yeah.
It's an excessively, they're being excessively curbed, but at the same time it's a very slow and arduous curbing.
And
We're
I
not get-
also with
Yeah,
that
we're not
question,
getting. Yeah, go on.
with that question, I also think of stuff like airport security, how it was really ramped up after 9/11, with the metal detectors. I think that was a necessary move to make, but
Well, with the way they handled it now you don't need to go on the flight anymore. You can just go to the airport, and now you got a big crowd of people. You can just
well, yeah, that's what
murder.
happened in Brussels, I
Yeah.
believe.
It's happened
gonna happen a lot more.
It's happened a few places. People just walk into airports, and it's a freaking airport, especially if you go into a large international airport. Like, God forbid someone went to JFK or Atlanta. There's tens of thousands
Especially
of
all the
people.
protesters.
But there is a lot of security at airports. I will say it's not like a library or something like
There
that.
is a lot of security, but it also has to be kept in mind that it's the TSA, so they're basically rent-a-cops.
They're not really.
Yes, but it's better than nothing. Like, say, like a library or something like that.
I heard on Maddox's podcast he used to do. The other guy, I can't remember his name now. He said that thanks to the TSA, there have been more automobile accidents because everyone's just going. They're just driving places instead of flying. So not only are they not really catching terrorists, they're also causing automobile accidents indirectly. So.
Oh God, fucking TSA! I just need to get rid of it.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest. Unrelated note not related to the TSA. I mean, related to the question, I can't wait for someone to hack the NSA and just dump everything on the internet. Just so remember Ashley Madison? Imagine that, but just several magnitudes more. Like, everyone is going to be freaking out about it, and it's just we're never going to see this kind of thing again after that in regards to the internet, because no one would be okay with it after something like that. After everyone's private conversations are just laid bare for the entire world to see.
If someone literally hacked the NSA databanks and released everything on the internet, I completely understand the kind of drama that would bring about, and the kind of conflicts. But at the same time, I'd also have to say I would be laughing my metaphorical tits off.
Yeah.
So, anyways, in regards to the statement, I'd fall into the agree section, but not strongly.
Yeah, I think I would. I think there's instances where it's necessary, but it's starting to overreach a little bit.
A bit.
I mean, hey, they're not gun grabbing yet, so I wouldn't say strongly either.
Yes, it's not like Obama came for our guns.
Not for lack of trying.
All right, next is a significant advantage of a one-party state is that it avoids all the arguments that delay progress in a democratic political system.
This is going to be a disagree for me, but I'm not sure whether it's disagree or strongly, because even if it's a one-party state, I know it says delay, but even if it is a one-party state, there's still going to be people who disagree on certain things. There's always going to be disagreements within a certain party itself.
Well, I mean, hell, look at China.
Yeah, but that's more sort of. This is sort of assuming. In that case, yeah, but that's assuming that these one-party states are necessarily authoritarian in nature. I mean, I guess they have to be. I guess that's kind of, but I don't think it really says an authoritarian one-party state.
Yeah, I would disagree basically on just 2 points with this statement, and that would be, firstly, that it's a significant advantage, and secondly,
yeah, because you need the debate,
and secondly, that it avoids all the arguments that delay progress. And that's the only reason I would disagree. I wouldn't go so far as to strongly disagree on this one.
The only reason I'd agree is if they present it more as keeping the nation less divided, because with what we got now, it's kind of Yeah. Now that
I mean, honestly,
one
I'd be
party
more
state.
comfortable, honestly, with with a system of no parties than a system of any parties, or I mean, one party, because at least in a position in a political system where there's no parties, and then people can just they can come and they can argue and they can debate and everything, and you'll get some consensuses left and right and all that good stuff, and
I
eventually you'll get
know.
to it. But with the one party thing, it opens up far too much room for an authoritarian aspect.
I know. I was doing some research for a video with QQ, and a friend of mine was telling me about how in Australia, the way they do it, and they have you vote for parties, and they have like so many different parties.
All these
Yeah,
countries that have just like shit tons of parties, god damn, it gets complicated. But at least primarily in these places, their whole election season and primary things are extremely short, unlike ours where it's, oh, here comes the next presidential election. Let's spend a year and a half doing this bullcrap. That just gets annoying. So I think I'd disagree on this one.
Would I put strongly? Let's think. Like you said, it's not a significant advantage. It doesn't avoid all the arguments. It definitely avoids some arguments.
Oh yeah, some
Uh,
primarily like the issue of just partisan obstructionism.
but like I think the thing that's swaying me actually more to strongly disagree is your point about the importance of the debate. That's something I think is really, really important, is the importance of the actual debate. It's just as important as getting things enacted.
No, absolutely. I'm being a little more. I think I may be being a little more generous on it, which is why I wouldn't go so far as to strongly disagree.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that one? Oh, is this a long section too? Oh God, it is.
So where do you fall, Dan? Is he there?
Oh, he got distracted.
Didn't
He had brain farted.
Sorry, I thought I answered and said. Wait, which one was agree again?
It's the significant advantage one.
Yeah, I said I disagree that it's an advantage because it isn't.
Yeah,
But would you disagree or strongly disagree?
Strongly disagree. Sure.
Alright, so we'll keep that in mind for later, because this stream's almost at 5 hours right now. I've had I've had a few different guests on and everything, and so I don't think we're gonna find ourselves at a point where we're gonna be able to maybe cover any further topics after this stuff, because we can finish this up and discuss the points, and then go through real quick and see where we fall on the map. And I think after that point is when I can probably end the stream, and then by all means, y'all are welcome onto any further streams in the future to discuss these things, because there's, God knows, I'm gonna have plenty of live streams.
I probably should put some live streams on my own channel. It's just setting up OBS and all that stuff is a bit of a takes effort.
Yeah, that's why I just keep it simple and I use XSplit and just make it as user friendly as possible.
Yeah, I've done plenty of streams on my own channel, but I use Misha, and that one's pretty easy to set up. But then the guy who was developing it kind of just quit. I guess I don't know why, so that kind of sucks.
What a bastard.
Yeah.
All right, so
shame too, because it's the most lightweight software that I've found for streaming.
Yeah, it's always those freeware ones. They're so good, but then they get dropped so quick.
Yeah.
All right, now let's move on to the next one here. And just for the sake of time, I think we should try to Yeah, actually work through these a little quicker.
Okay.
You know, just a little quicker. I'm not trying to like rush you guys or anything.
No, I got you.
All right, so the next one.
I
Although
didn't,
the
I didn't realize you've been on for. Oh, sorry, go on.
oh yeah, I've been on for I'm at 4 hours and
Okay.
53 minutes right now. Because
Wow.
I had like two or three other people on earlier, and then one of them dropped off, and then we started getting a couple other people on, and then the original ones dropped off, and then it's just you guys now. Yeah, but I'm at least glad that I get some people on and get some different perspectives because
Mhm.
just it would get really annoying just doing like the same two or three people all the time. All right, so the next one. Although the electronic age makes official surveillance easier, only wrongdoers need to be worried.
I'd disagree, but I don't think I'd go strongly because obviously, let's say you've got in an age of surveillance, I think it's possible if the state sees something and they're responsible and it's something that you're doing that's embarrassing but not illegal. I don't think the state would really care, but at the same time, I think other people could care and use that against you. I think it's something that we use to blackmail people or even persecute against them. Like, for example, I'm trying to think of stuff. Practicing, some kind of religion or some kind of um, abstract kind of thing in your own house or whatever. Um,
Yeah, I mean, I would disagree simply on the basis that I understand the to an extent the need for surveillance of actual wrongdoers. That's perfectly understandable, but at the same time, only wrongdoers need be worried. Well, that brings up the issue. That brings up the issue of, well, if you're snooping on everybody, who's to determine what's a wrongdoing?
Well, hey, if you,
It kind
I
of
imagine
harkens
that.
it harkens back to the issue of the argument a lot of people try to make is if you're doing nothing wrong, you have nothing to hide. And I would have a similar argument as probably Sargon would as well, as well, if I'm doing nothing wrong, you have no reason to look.
yeah, the thing
Well, hey,
is, they've got to be sure. The thing is that they've got to be, you know, they've got to look to make sure. And then if they see, okay, you're not doing anything wrong, let's move on. Don't just keep staring at them if it's not necessary. Like, don't put eyes on it if it's not necessary. Is what I'm trying to say, basically.
Well, yeah,
well,
which is why I would I'd only go so far as to disagree, but not strongly, is because I understand the need for surveillance,
Yeah,
but
same.
but at the same time, too much surveillance could leave too much room open to an abuse of power.
Yeah, and plus, people could use that as a way to blackmail or to persecute is another thing. I put that as just a simple disagree there.
hey, the way I see it, the British government probably considered our founding fathers to be wrongdoers. So yeah.
Yeah, God forbid if they had the internet back then.
Oh boy.
God, guys, you are such wrongdoers. God.
We're terrible, but at least we're not as bad as the Australians. Yeah, so I would take that kind of as a disagree from you, Dan.
Yep.
All right. Next one: the death penalty should be an option for the most serious crimes.
Disagree, but I don't know whether it's strongly or not because what you're essentially doing with the death penalty is you're saying, let's just give up. Like, let's just give up on this person. There's no way they can reform. Let's stoop down to their level and let's just kill them. Let's just make sure they're not a drain on society anymore. And I disagree with that because I think there is a point where people can. I think anyone is capable of changing. I think anybody is capable of turning their life around. I mean, even if they have to live the rest of their life behind bars as punishment for what they've done, I don't think killing them is necessary. I don't think that's the right thing to do. I think they should still be given the opportunity. And this is actually a later question. Punishment should be more important than rehabilitation. I would disagree with that, but we'll get to that when we get to that.
Yeah,
But
I mean, because I can understand your position, and I would have to agree with it that that the death penalty shouldn't be an option for the
would I
most part.
abolish?
I do in one particular circumstance, and just one, believe that the death penalty should be an option, and that's only because I do have a bias. I do have a personal stake in it, and that is the issue of uh, people who sexually exploit or sexually abuse children. And
I think that's
I only have a
before.
person. I only say that it should be kept open for them because like I said, I have that bias. I have that personal stake because I was sexually abused as a child. So it's just like, ugh, I know I should disagree, but fuck them.
I know. I am sorry to hear that, but I'm just going to answer Pella's question quickly. No, I'm being genuine. I'm not just like throwing that, like just going, oh yeah, sorry. Like I am genuine when I say that. But
Oh no, I
Well,
understand.
he
It's
would
all
have been on
good.
5 hours.
would I abolish life in prison without parole? I wouldn't necessarily. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't necessarily go to that length. But I think I would sort of say if that's say life in prison with parole is given, but the prisoner in a very, very certain case has made massive attempt to reform. If they're repeat offenders, fuck that. I'd make that without parole. But if the prisoner has shown they've made absolutely the best effort, they have improved, you know, they want to reintegrate into society, I think they should be kept on a very short leash. I think they should be given another chance. I think if one mistake on a gross level should not determine whether you live the rest of your life behind bars. Now, two mistakes, I think that's
It's once we
another
start
question.
setting up a pattern of behavior, then yeah, we can be a little less lenient.
Yeah. So, um, back to the question with death penalty. With regards to sexual abusers, obviously I think that's fucking disgusting. But isn't life without parole giving up on rehabilitation? No, because you can still rehabilitate those people. You can still try to rehabilitate those people. Death wouldn't be okay. So
Yeah,
I think
because it has to be taken into consideration with the way the justice system works. That someone may be given life without parole, but at the same time, there's always the option at a later date to rescind that and allow parole to become an option.
I'm just gonna
And
go back to the question sort of sexual abusers. Obviously, it's fucking disgusting and perverted. That goes without saying. That's why it's a crime,
Mm-hmm.
and it's horrible for the children. Would I say it's deserving of death? No, because ultimately, those people can be taught to reform. Again, it's like I definitely put that in the upper level of crime, but I don't know. I'd probably put murder above that, very slightly above that, because I suppose you can make the argument for psychological scars and things like that. But
Oh yeah, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree on everything you're saying. I mean, the rational part of me is saying, when it comes to child abusers and people who sexually abuse and exploit children, the rational part of me says, well, of course, we should actually work to rehabilitate these people and to deal with their issues because it is a psychological aspect. Um, it's just that emotional part of me that's just like, no, fuck them.
yeah, that's fine. Again, as long as you don't let that sort of domineer your position,
Oh, I
it's
never
okay
do.
to have a bit. It's okay. It's okay to have that. It's not.
I never let my emotions dominate my position. Honestly.
So
So for me, honestly, the answer for this it would be disagree.
I don't know. Would it be strongly for me? Probably, because I just can't see any kind of reasonable state of affairs where um, the death penalty is.
okay, how about this? Would you be, if we could go back in time, would you be against killing Osama bin Laden, for instance?
Well, the thing is, with Osama bin Laden, that wasn't really. He was captured and put on trial. He was sort of. The only way they could really get him was by systematically killing him. I mean, I suppose without
I think
putting other people.
I think essentially it comes down to the question of state-sanctioned murder, be it through trial or otherwise.
And usually the state does act with the right thing. In the example of Osama bin Laden, I'm not going to lose sleep over him, being killed by the state because of all the, the awful things that he orchestrated. But it comes back to the basic minimum that every sort of human has. I think, and I know that, that person has breached that, the murderer or Osama bin Laden in this case has breached that. But like I said, I'm not going to lose sleep over it, but I think he still kind of has, still has basic human rights. Those don't just disappear. But at the same time, I'm not going to make an argument with someone saying, "Oh, well, he should have been killed." I'd say, "Yeah, fine. If you had to kill him, kill him." Same thing with if it's in order to protect more life, then if you've already got them in custody to the point where you're putting them on trial, and you have the option to just put them away forever, that's they're already no longer a threat. But with Osama bin Laden, he was already a threat. He was still out there, and they probably felt that was the only way they could stop him was by shooting him. In the current scenario, so yeah, I think Osama bin Laden's death was justified. The more I think about it, but if he'd been captured alive, and I don't think it would be necessary because he'd already be captured. He'd no longer be a menace.
So in respect to, like, say, Osama bin Laden being captured instead of shot, if he were captured, then you would, from what I'm understanding, argue in favor of incarceration rather than state-sanctioned murder.
Yeah, basically, because although I think that would actually be one of the cases when I think without parole, because I think the sheer damage that he's done to the state, to an enormous amount of people, the magnitude of what he's done, the terror that he's stricken into everyone's hearts, I think that would be one of the cases where I would say, I don't care how much you reform, we're not letting you out. I think that one instance is so colossal. Well, actually, no, it wasn't even one instance. It was multiple instances because he orchestrated more than just 9/11. I think I think that would be an example of a prisoner without parole. If you kill him, you basically make him a martyr in some respects. But at the same time, they needed to kill him to protect themselves and protect other people from him orchestrating anything more.
And I would generally fall in line with that opinion, but
Agreed.
I still couldn't bring myself to strongly disagree with the sentiment. Just simply agree, albeit severely.
Yeah, I think it was Kyle Kalinske that said I don't know if he supported Dylan Roof getting the death penalty, but the thing that he did say was he's not going to lose sleep over it. I'm not going to lose sleep over Dylan Roof getting the death penalty, but I don't necessarily agree with it. I don't think it's the right course of action, but I'm not going to lose sleep over it.
Understandable. I just realized it's off topic. I apologize, but I think I just realized why, as compared to yesterday's stream of mine, why I may not be getting as many watchers in today, or I get spikes of watchers and then they just leave. And I think it might have something to do with Obama being under my fag of the day.
What was yesterday's?
Yesterday's was Justin Bieber. Exactly.
But you got to put someone like Aaron Banks or Richard Desmond on there. I'm not sure if you know who they are, but they're pieces of shit in my opinion.
I'll put plenty of people on there. I plan on having a different person every time.
They haven't done anything in particular today. Nothing in particular today, but
Do you hear how Zuckerberg is suing a bunch of Hawaiians so he can just take their land?
Oh God. Fuck you, Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah.
Every time I hear about Mark Zuckerberg, literally all I think about is that one Game Grumps session where they were talking about the when he was tweeting Aaron. And, and Aaron's just going on and on and on, and then 2 hours later, in all caps, Mark Zuckerberg.
I hope he does run in 2020. Then everyone can just take him down a notch, and when he loses.
Oh, but
That's kind of what I want. Why I want a more less establishment thing. That's why I'm supporting Justice Democrats, because I probably agree with them more so than I agree with the corporate Democrat line.
which let's be honest here, the overwhelming majority of the Democratic Party, as it's currently established, is extremely corporatist.
Yeah. I don't necessarily agree with a lot of well, actually, no, I agree with a fair bit of what Bernie Sanders and co say. It's just I disagree on a lot of points, but I think it's better than the alternative.
Yeah, and that's why I think the Justice Democrats may actually do fairly well, because there is going to be a significant portion of people, particularly Bernie Sanders supporters, who will look to it as an alternative.
I think a lot of people, especially because I was in a stream with Sargon and Spino talking about this.
I remember that.
I think it was Spino that brought it up. It was the Nirvana fallacy, just thinking, oh, because the Justice Democrats don't perfectly fit into line, or even really fit into line on many of your points, that you can't support them and that they're bad people or something like that. And I think me and Sargon see it, and Spino see it, as we definitely don't agree with them on all the points listed there, but I think it's a necessary first baby step in order to take it, in order to take money out of politics. That's the big thing that you can take away from it. And I think all of us agree that that was a big thing that we could do to help.
Oh, exactly, because I was listening to Sargon's stream with Kyle earlier, and even like Sargon was doing, there was plenty of points where I wanted to just, I wish I could have interjected myself and made my disagreements and my arguments known to Kyle. But for the most part, I do agree with the Justice Democrats and their platform. But I'm gonna have some disagreements, as should be natural, because everyone's gonna have some kind of disagreements at some point on any kind of platform. But if the majority of those positions, are something you can agree with, then I think it should inherently be something that you may want to at least to some degree support.
Coming back to the death penalty question, though, now that I think about it a bit more, I'd probably actually go with just disagree, because while I say there's no real instance that I can think of where I think the death penalty would be justified, like I said with Osama bin Laden and Dylan Roof, it's not something I'm going to lose sleep about.
Yeah.
So I would put disagree, just disagree.
All right, and did you say you'd disagree as well, Dan?
Yep.
All right. Next one. What's the next one? In a civilized society, one must always have people above to be obeyed and people below to be commanded.
Agree, but I'm not sure if it's strongly or not. Probably strongly, though, because it's just a natural thing that happens. There's always going to be a hierarchy. You can't really avoid that, really.
Well, I would certainly strongly agree with this one, because it's just the nature of civilization itself.
Yeah, you can't really put everyone on an equal level, because that's just being relativist at the end of the day. So yeah, I'd probably strongly agree with that.
What do you think, Dan?
I disagree, because I think you can't have a civilized society in which doesn't have that sort of hierarchy, even if obviously not everyone's going to be equal, just because that's how life works. But it wouldn't be you don't need to have this sort of hierarchy like that to have civilization. So I'd say I disagree, but not strongly.
Why is that?
Well, like take let's say you're in like a small village or a small town or something, and then you can have you don't need like a central authority. You can have more what's the word? More populist type of thing, where like let's say someone steals something, then the rest of the village can get together, find the guy who stole whatever it was from you, and then get it back. You know?
Yeah, but there's still a degree of authority there, isn't there? There's still,
Well, yeah, but it's not as structured. It's more
I think a
fluid.
good I think a good metaphor would be like in terms of as how democracy works in and of itself, in that the smaller the group, democracy functions a lot more effectively, as opposed to why, like, say, the United States and basically every Western country is not a strict democracy per se, because the more people you have, the more people there are in a nation, the more people there are in a culture, in a society, it becomes a lot more. It becomes cumulatively more convoluted, a lot more inefficient, and all that in between. So, like in the concept of, like, a small village or something like that, or a small town, I think the argument could be made that you don't always need someone above to be obeyed, someone below to be commanded. Um, but I think as society exists now, I think it's essentially a requirement.
The things that I think of, like the more extreme incidences that I think of, are stuff like in the Fallout games, the settlements in the Fallout games, and even then, you've sort of got people. I think of Good Springs from New Vegas. There's no clearly defined leader of that group, but there's no like president or mayor or whatever. But you've got I think it's Trudy in the bar, and you've also got sort of Doc Mitchell, who are sort of the respected elders of that community, and what's his name? Easy Pete, I think, was another one. I don't know if you've played New Vegas, any of you.
I have.
I just
I
played.
just haven't played in a long while.
I played 3 and the first one.
Okay.
Well, I guess also in a certain respect, it could be argued that in a civilized society there is there's a set of laws and rules that should be obeyed and held up. At which point it brings in the question of, well, who's going to enforce them? And it's going to have to inevitably be someone who, to some degree, in some respect, is going to have to be obeyed.
So
Well, let me clarify. I'm not saying that such a hierarchy we couldn't live with that, but I'm saying that for civilization to exist, you wouldn't necessarily need that sort of a system.
Yeah, in a certain respect, I can understand that, but I'd have to say, given the variables, I would have to at least downgrade my response to agree rather than strongly agree.
Okay.
So we've got a disagree,
say,
agree, and a
yeah.
strongly agree. Because I think I'll keep mine as strongly agree. So
Okay.
should we go agree?
In that circumstance, we'll go middle ground and we'll go agree.
Yeah.
That works.
All right, next one is abstract art that doesn't represent anything shouldn't be considered art at all.
Strongly disagree. One of the easiest questions there, and I'll say why right now. Abstract arts, there's a difference between art and high art. Abstract, everything in a sense is art. Whether it's high art or not, that's the question. But it should be considered art, but it's not high art.
Well, no, everything is either a tool or it's art. But yeah.
I mean, I'd have to strongly disagree on this one, just because of the fact that, yeah, sure, your stuff's not being put up in a museum and being sold for $5 million and by a bunch of hoity-toity assholes, but if it is a creation of an expression of some sort through some medium, it is art. Abstract or otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be good art. It can just be the most pretentious thing ever, just be a massive cry out for attention, but all in all, it's art, really. I mean, take it or leave it, really, but it's still art.
Sure. I'll disagree as well.
Strongly.
Not strongly though.
Well, I got a 2-1 on strongly, so we'll work on strongly.
That works.
Yeah, just for the consensus basis.
Okay.
All right, next one. In criminal justice, punishment should be more important than her rehabilitation. I personally am going to strongly disagree on this one.
I'm going to mildly disagree. We were talking about this earlier. I think rehabilitation is. I think I made the analogy somewhere else, but I think justice is. Punishment is justice for the victims of the crime, and rehabilitation is justice for the people who have committed the crime. It's a two-way street.
Well, absolutely, it is. It is in its own respect kind of a double-edged sword of a question, but as the question as the statement pertains, punishment should be more important than rehabilitation. I have to strongly disagree with that one. Just on if I took it at face value and I took into consideration the variables of how the justice system works and how it at least should work.
I don't think I'd put strongly disagree, because I think that would insinuate that rehabilitation should be more important than the punishment, and I suppose that depends on the crime. But I think ideally you want to strike a balance between the two. You want to reform the criminal. You want to try and make them into a better person and mold them as a acceptable contributor to society, but you also want to give penance to the victims of the crime. So I disagree, but not strongly.
Yeah, which I would have to concede to your point, but yeah, I'm looking at it more as like primarily like if you take for example the United States justice system, um, when it comes to imprisonment and things like that, and there's a real disparity in funding, where about 66-67% of the funding goes to the enforcement and imprisonment aspect of it, and the punishment aspect of it, while only like 30 to 33% actually goes into rehabilitation efforts. And I think personally, I think those numbers should be flipped. I think rehabilitation should be more important, but you know still retain the punishment aspect, because there has to be actual justice.
I mean, I think the kind of system that you're kind of thinking of is something like Norway. And I think in most cases that works for more petty crimes.
I wouldn't personally go so far as in Norway, because they're just a little too pansy about it.
I guess, but
With all these fucking privileges these fucking inmates get in the
but I
walking
think
around.
the example I'm gonna make here, Anders Breivik.
Yeah.
The system is completely not equipped to deal with something of that magnitude. So
Yeah, because I know someone I was talking to a Swedish guy yesterday, and he brought that up, and he brought up the instance of Breivik basically putting in a complaint, or filing some kind of complaint or something, that essentially he wanted a PlayStation 4 because he only had a PlayStation 3, and they fucking gave it to him. And
What?
at the time I understand how their system works and everything, but I also made the argument because someone else was really taken aback by that, and at the same time I did make the point that, well, he is a mass murderer, and so if you're putting him in a prison system where he can generally in most locations within the prison come and go freely, they have access to all kinds of power tool equipment, and they go in the kitchen areas and the common areas, and they have access to very sharp utensils and things like that. He's a mass murderer. So in a certain respect, if you don't give him what he wants, what's to stop him from just going on another fucking killing spree?
no, I don't think that's
Well,
necessarily true,
stop him
because there
anyway.
was actually, I think he's on a special sort of thing because he's a mass murderer. I think what they've done is there was sort of something about there was a story about him not being allowed to meet up with other prisoners, and he wanted to meet up with other prisoners, and people were saying, and I think I said at the time, I think let him, but make sure there's enough security around, because all it takes is one thing for something to go horribly wrong.
So
You know, like
essentially, in his particular case, it's a restriction on his freedom of movement.
yeah, he's basically constricted to this one sort of room. It's a nice room. It's like like a student room or something like that in a.
Oh yeah, well at least it's not like solitary confinement like we have. God, that is horrible.
Hmm.
I stayed voluntarily one time as an experiment in solitary confinement for 1 week, and that was probably the most horrifying week of my life. It was
Just
Sorry.
but yeah, like I think he's sort of restricted to that room, and I think if he went out, there's a real danger, not just of him doing something, but another prisoner just going up to him, punching him in the face, because you hear a lot about like the prison raping stuff that goes on with the criminals who are sort of arrested for more petty things, sort of take almost a vigilante approach to it and really sort of bully the child sex abusers. And
oh yeah, absolutely.
um, at the end of the day, you've kind of got to keep those prisoners safe. You've got to keep the prisoners safe. That's a basic human right. Doesn't mean they should be allowed out or anything like that, obviously, but you've got to treat them with a degree of if
Humanity.
they're in danger. Yeah, if they're in danger, make sure they're not in that danger actively.
Yeah. I mean, in that respect, in a certain to a certain extent, I could be argued down to a disagree instead of strongly. I guess because I'm just going based on what I know in my perspective, but that's exactly why I bring people onto the live stream and to chat. It's because I like to have that outside perspective, and so you make a good point.
Wait, what was the question again? The only thing I can remember is the PlayStation.
In criminal justice,
like, should we give this?
In criminal justice, punishment should be more important than rehabilitation.
Oh, right, yeah. Disagree, but not strongly, because yeah.
Yeah, so that's a three-way consensus on disagree.
Uh-huh.
All right, next one's going to be, it is a waste of time to try to rehabilitate some criminals.
Disagree, but not strongly. I mean, it's certainly not a waste of time to try.
Same.
But it is true that there are some people who are just insane.
Same. I see the argument that some people are just not going to change no matter how much you try, but I think we should always be open to it. I mean,
exactly. I mean, you should always at least make the effort. I mean,
yeah.
You may not succeed, but you never know. I mean it's easier to actually try, and it's better to try and fail than to just push them aside completely without any consideration.
But the reason I just only slightly disagree as opposed to strongly is there is a decent argument to be made about money being thrown into those situations on the professionals' time being wasted on those things. I think that's a decent argument to be made for it.
Well, it is a decent argument in a certain sense, but I'd see those arguments more as, the inconveniences of it, rather than the actual, complications and roadblocks to it.
I suppose, yeah, but I think I'd still sort of stay just a normal disagree.
I'd have to agree, right there. I'd go with the disagree instead of struggling.
Oh, I thought you were going to actually agree there.
Oh no, I make that mistake sometimes, and I have to clarify. All right, so that's a consensus disagree on that one, as far as I was aware.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, so let's see, how far are we? We got 1, 2, 3, only 4 more left in this section. Good.
Yay.
All right, the business person and the manufacturer are more important than the writer and the artist.
Disagree or strongly disagree is where I'd lie, because the way I see it, it doesn't matter how good the business person or the manufacturer is. If the writer or artist is not very good, it's not going to sell. But I also see the argument of if a writer and an artist needs a manufacturer or a business to really galvanize, in most cases, to really galvanize them to the most success. So,
Personally,
but I also
I
see,
would I would have to I would have to agree with this one slightly, only slightly, for the simple fact that I recognize that as important as the writer and the artist are to a society and to a culture, um, at the same time I also understand that how important the manufacturer and the business person are, how important industry and business is to the society as well. And I think in essentially without the former, the latter couldn't really flourish.
oh, so you're looking at it from a different perspective.
Exactly.
You're sort of saying, oh, when compared, which one do we need more, the writer or the artist or the business person, the manufacturer? I'm sort of looking at more, if an artist or a writer makes something and then gives it off to the business person or the manufacturer, I'm sort of looking at it from that stance. You're sort of just looking at it as sort of a general thing. I'd agree with you there on that, but on the way I'm sort of thinking about it, I would disagree. So I think it's
Yeah, because it really depends on how you look at it. I mean, because kind of from my perspective, it'd be agree, albeit slightly, and taking your perspective into consideration, I if that's the perspective I wanted to look at it for, then I would also disagree, albeit still slightly.
I have to agree, but sadly more because from everything I've seen, like all the artists who are not very good marketers, just or business people, just they don't sell too well, and that's just the sad truth of the matter. That there are some,
Essentially looking at it more
yeah.
from an
I mean, there's
individualist
some amazing
perspective.
artists that nobody knows about because they're not good at marketing. You know.
yes, and I guess you can make the argument for things like, the Transformers franchise in the cinemas. Nobody's acting as if they're even good, to be honest, but they still make a lot of money. But at the same time, there are plenty of examples that I can think of homegrown sort of things that didn't require much, manufacturing or business management that went on to become very, very successful.
Occasionally you have those, which is again why I'm not strongly agreeing, but it is pretty rare compared to just how many things there are that I've seen that are just wow, this is great. Why isn't anyone know about it? You know?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
this
guess.
particular point in the conversation is when my boyfriend would love to hear about it because he'd have so much to fucking say because he's an artist and all that stuff, and he is so pissed he's doesn't have more attention and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But
Oh, hey, get better marketing.
I'm trying, damn it. um, but I think generally the consensus seems to be, because I know Fox is saying disagree, while Dan, you're saying agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, again, like I said earlier, depending on the perspective you look at it from, I could go either way, agree or disagree, albeit slightly on both. But
I will say from your perspective, I would agree.
yeah, because when I think about it, I look at it more as, you know, by societal, national, and cultural standards. Um, I see business and industry as being the more important of the two distinctions,
Yeah,
albeit not like overwhelmingly more important.
yeah. So I think that's two agrees and a disagree, all in all. Because I think Dan's was sort of a general agreement with it. Ours was sort of dependent on how we interpreted it. So I'd put
Yeah.
agree for that.
Well, it's a general consensus agree then, right, for that one. All right. Mothers may have careers, but their first duty is to be homemakers.
Agree, because if you don't have that, then you're not going to have discipline for the kids, and then they're going to grow up to be hoodlums and criminals, and yeah, that our future generations are just too important to risk that. So I would say agree.
Yeah, I would on this particular one, I would select agree on the simple basis that, well, it did specify mothers. If it were single women, if it were women who, even if they have a husband or they're single or whatever and they don't have children, then I wouldn't agree that their first duty is to be a homemaker. But as a mother, that's extremely important.
When we
And
say homemaker,
like
I
a
suppose
stay at home mother, somebody who they're just around the house taking care of the children, doing the chores and things like that, running some errands and all that.
the thing is, the father can also do that as well. Like, that's the way I see it. I mean, it's not
Yeah.
just something that's just limited to the mother, but
Well, kind of the way I see it is, if you're well off, you got a well off enough job, you could probably just hire a maid. But then if you're in more of a working class type of job, more manual labor, then well, no, the father really can't do that kind of work.
yeah, fine. I don't know, but the fact that it says mothers also, if yeah, it's definitely the obligation of a parent or a maid to be the homemaker. That's definitely the obligation, but just the mother is makes it a little bit more questionable for me. It's very difficult for me.
Well, yeah, it's a strange kind of distinction here. Is that they only say mothers. They don't include fathers. They don't say parents. So, I mean,
Well, they're trying
they
to
had
ask you,
say
are you?
if it had said fathers instead of mothers, then I'd have a similar sentiment. I'd have to say that I agree because the children do come first, and if if fathers or mothers, either one, can find a comfortable balance between being a homemaker and a career, then by all means do that.
I since you guys have both gone agree, I don't think I need to have a really strong opinion on that. So I think we can move on to the next question.
No problem. Let's see.
Because I'm
Multinational.
quite neutral.
Oh yeah, and that's understandable because it's all really dependent. Let's see. Multinational companies are unethically exploiting the plant genetic resources of developing countries.
What? Uh, I can't think of an example just because I
Monsanto,
don't know.
Monsanto, India.
Okay, well, what companies?
That would be the company I go to immediately is Monsanto, and
Oh, you
I
mean
think of India.
like call centers where they hire a bunch of
No,
foreigners and pay them
no,
wages?
Monsanto. Multinational companies are unethically exploiting the plant genetic resources of
Oh,
developing
fine.
countries. So like Monsanto with their efforts in India and stuff like that, where they're basically essentially forcing all these poor rural people into what could essentially constitute as economic slavery by having all these awkward contracts, and they have their genetically modified seeds that you can only use once, and you can't store them for any longer than a certain period of time, and they say you can't plant any other seeds, you have to use ours.
Wow, that's crazy.
And so on this particular one, I would have to say I agree, but not overwhelmingly so, because
Yeah, I'd say the same because if you strongly agree, you're assuming that all a massive amount of multinational companies are doing this, and I don't think a massive amount are.
well, yeah, because to strongly agree would insinuate that a shit ton of companies are doing this to a shit ton of third world countries, and honestly, really, it's not a lot of third world countries. and it's a very small amount of multinationals that are doing it.
Yeah, I guess I'd agree as well, but I don't know too much about this, so.
There's a little bit of breaking news just to go off topic.
Oh.
Do you know that the Attorney General disagreed with Trump's position on his executive order?
I had not heard about that yet.
Well, she's just been fired.
Yep.
Oh. Yeah, well, hey, well, it's in the president's power to do that, so I guess, what are you gonna do?
Yes, but I think it's just one disagreement. I mean, it just goes to show Trump's kind of mannerisms in general. I was reading, I've actually got it here, the Sunday Times. Let me pull it up. The leading story on that was Trump and Prince Charles, in a climate row, and president won't take lecture from Prince. They're saying stuff like, in order for the members of the royal family to make a nice introduction with Donald Trump, they have to treat him like a child. Basically, they basically have to have the youngest sons, William and Harry, meet up with Trump and keep things on a normal level, because Charles is a big environmental activist, and obviously Trump's position on environmentalism is that he thinks climate change is a hoax. So when you've got such different characters, they think that there's going to be a big argument between Charles and Trump over these things. So essentially what people, diplomats with the royal family are trying to do is they're trying to they're going to just treat Trump like an absolute child. It's just it's so sad, like, that people thought Hillary's a terribly flawed candidate, but she's still a politician. She's still capable of acting like an adult. Trump really, I don't know if he does this purposely. I think he does.
Didn't
honestly.
Hillary steal like 200 grand worth of furniture when Bill left the White House?
Did she?
That's what I heard.
I think she did.
That's not really acting like an adult.
I haven't actually heard of that, but
yeah. Well, to be fair, I didn't hear about it until last year. So.
Yes, but at least if you look at the efforts that they're trying to make, Hillary, I think, is trying to make somewhat of an effort. Trump isn't even trying, and you can make the argument, oh, well, at least Trump's honest, but really, I think it's more, I sort of say, well, at least Hillary's trying to be, a relatively civil president. Trump isn't even trying to do that. That's one of the first obligations you should have if you're going to be the president of a country, is to act civilly and to act accordingly, and to basically strong arm the Prince of Wales, Prince Charles, into well, actually not even really talking to him, just to have William and Harry do the whole introductions. I just think it's just silly. It's completely silly.
Yeah, I mean, I in a lot of cases, and this one, even this one in particular, I can't find myself, defending Trump. I really can't. But at the same time, it's like he's fresh in his presidential term. I do want to at least give him the benefit of the doubt, in that he will become more civil as his presidency continues.
I did that with Theresa May. When she first came in, I was willing to accept, okay, she's probably going to enact Brexit, but if she's got a concise plan, if she knows what she's doing, I'll be a bit more accepting of it. But she's really become a leaf in the wind. She just goes whatever flow the populist will, the people wants to go. She's just very tentative, not willing to make any kind of move. I mean,
yeah, which I have seen that she is a bit wishy-washy on her position sometimes.
This is why I sort of say with Reagan, and she's definitely no Iron Lady. I mean, I disagree with Thatcher on a lot of things.
Yeah,
but
she is
Thatcher,
no Margaret Thatcher.
But Thatcher at least had a strong will. Like, she was a very good diplomat. May is not.
Yeah, to respond to an earlier point here is actually honestly I think Trump is fine with how he's speaking, but then that's probably personal perspective because I hang out with screaming artists all day. Okay, that's a bit of an exaggeration.
You hang out with a lot of you hang out with a lot of the rears.
Yeah, two of them actually do go re all the time. So yeah.
God forbid.
maybe they ain't that much of an exaggeration. But,
this is why I don't leave the home.
Oh, trust me. Those people don't leave the home either.
No, they don't. But yeah, at least Trump ain't screeching like Pepe the Frog on national television, huh?
He's not far off, honestly. Look at the thing with CNN where he's like, the difference between him and Obama when someone did something like, if someone were to do something like that to Obama, he'd have to just laugh it off or say they're just being pedantic or something like that. Trump is actively rising to these things. He's not demonstrating the ability to brush these things off,
which I think is inherently part of his personality, but at the same time, I think it's also something that particularly a lot of his supporters may actually like about him is the fact that he is willing to be confrontational, and he's not willing to so easily compromise.
Sure, but being confrontational is not the same as being,
civil,
just, pedantic or things like that. It's being like, I'd say someone like Sargon maybe is confrontational, but he's not for the most part he's not extremely pedantic. He can be quite confrontational, but he can make intelligent points. Someone, however, like Paul Joseph Watson is more focused about being confrontational than presenting an intelligent argument, and I think Trump is the same kind of thing. It's not about intelligent discourse to them, it's just about winning the argument.
Essentially it's not about who's right, who's wrong. It's about who wins, who loses.
Yeah.
Well, what's more about, at least in Trump's case, persuasion? Like, have you read Scott Adams' blog posts on the presidential of the election from this past year?
I have not.
Oh, you definitely should check out. Here, let me get you a link to his blog.
Oh, please do. I would love a good read.
Yeah, they are excellent. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, it looks like looks like the one janitor and Barian are going at it.
Oh,
surprise! Fucking prize there.
Here we go. Here's the link. Can you guys both get the chat here, or should I send over DMs?
You can do the chat here if you want to.
Okay. Okay, get that link. Yeah, I'll post it in the main one too.
Cool beans. All right, but anyways, we kind of veered off, honestly, and and we're on our last point. Yeah, we're on our last.
I'll take responsibility.
Yeah, we're on our last point for page 4, because I think on the multinational thing, I think we the general consensus was more and agree.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the last point on page 4 being making peace with the establishment is an important aspect of maturity.
Depends what you mean by establishment. Do you mean?
I think they mean the government.
Do you mean the current government in power, or do you mean just the establishment, as in law and order?
I think they mean the current government in power.
Well, I would say establishment could have a variety of implications.
Well, yeah, it could mean. It could mean a corporation, but I think.
Yeah, regardless of what it means, however, I personally would have to disagree.
Yeah.
Because I do think that regardless of whatever establishment we're referring to, it's more a sign of maturity to appropriately question it rather than to just make peace with it.
The thing is, you're saying making peace. You can still question something while being at peace with it. the assumption of making peace. I find the antithesis of that is to, start screeching about it, and to just start, getting into an uproar about it. That's what I'd say is the opposite of making peace. Questioning it is not inherently not being at peace with it. It's just you want to know more about it, and you
Well,
might say,
essentially, what I mean by question it is to the point of, you don't have to make peace with the establishment as a sign of maturity. I think a bigger sign of maturity is to question it, to disagree, to, in at appropriate times, to, focus yourself against it, which, it shows a lot greater, intellectual maturity, especially, to do that, rather than to just, lay down and say, okay, go with it.
Yeah, I see your point, but if we were to look at it from establishment, as in stuff like, law and order, we're not looking at it from partisan politics, just like, just this is how the government works, this is how the state works, and things like that. I would lean disagree because I would lean agree because if you're not completely,
Well,
like I said, there's a
okay, what if
difference between. I think I'm being a bit semantic here, but there's a difference between, you know, making peace. You can still not disagree with things while being at peace with them. It's more when you're not making peace, like when you're not at peace with it, um, you're going to obviously demonstrate that through other means. But my point is, you can still be at peace with the establishment while not necessarily agreeing with it, and I think that's a mature thing to do. I think that's mature, like if you're not just autistically screeching about the establishment and just muddying the waters of the debate, but at the same time, you can't. That doesn't mean you have to sit down and let the establishment roll over you. So that's why it's only a slight agree.
Which is a
uh,
perspective I can understand, but, I still have I'd still
okay,
have
but
to sit with disagreement, regardless. What do you think, Dan?
what if okay, let's say it is the establishment in this case is the law. What if you don't agree with all this? What if, from a point from earlier, you want weed to be legal or something? Then that's inherently not a peace at the with the establishment. So would that mean that someone who wants weed to be legal when they live in the state where it isn't, that they're immature?
Um, no, if they no, that wouldn't make them immature. That would be they can protest against it, obviously,
Well, yeah, but
but
then they're not at peace with it.
In a certain respect, it's a disagreement. It's questioning the establishment. It's disagreement with the establishment,
well, it really
and by
depends on what
and
you.
by that facet, active opposition to the
Yeah.
establishment.
It depends what you mean by making peace. Ultimately, like I would say I am at peace with the establishment, but I obviously strongly disagree with the American establishment, let's say, but I
All
obviously
right.
strongly disagree with what Trump is doing. But all in all, I don't feel the need to, you know, start strikes and things like that and actually take the
Uh-huh.
initiative to um, take actual action on it. I think it's just, oh, I disagree with this, but let's see how it goes. I think that's, I actually, the more I think about it, I think there is a bit of absolutionism to it. So I think I'll disagree because I think there might be
Yeah.
some cases where it can be justified. I think there are cases that's justified. It's just in our current climate, I'm not really seeing it. I think people take it a bit too far sometimes.
And that's primarily the point I was trying to make is that, I understand your perspective, and even when taking that into consideration, I would still have to, when applying my own perspective as well, I disagree with the sentiment here, but, you know not overly so, but still disagree more than agree.
Yeah. For me, I disagree because, hey, by by the logic of the question, the founding fathers would be immature. So to keep going back to that point.
All right, so I'm getting the feeling it's a general sense of disagreement.
Huh?
I said I'm getting the general feel that it's a sense of disagreement.
Yes. Fox. Fox.
Yep.
All right, well then we can finally move on to page 5. Oh, thank God, it's a short one.
Yeah, it's the religious one.
Yeah, and I think
This will be fun.
I think page 6 is sex, and that one's gonna be even shorter. All right, so if you got through that okay, you'll find these propositions on religion a breeze. Astrology accurately explains many things.
Strongly disagree. I think
Um,
astrology is. I think it's quite interesting. It's kind of like I like to sort of think about those things, but I don't consider it factual in any sense of the word. It's like mythology, basically. It's like it's a fun thing to sort of think about, but there's no scientific proof behind it. So to say it accurately explains many things is just flat out wrong.
Well, see, that's exactly why I would disagree, but not strongly, is because albeit there isn't any, scientific evidence to explain it, there may, there may be things about it that maybe we don't understand it at the current time, but we may understand later. And so, I mean, there could be certain effects. I mean, what with the nonsense with the planets and the moons and the stars and all that stuff, there could be, to a certain degree, um, repercussions based on the effects of gravity, gravitational waves, dark matter, etc., that we just
Okay.
can't comprehend.
Okay, you're saying that these there is a chance that there could be some accurate explanation. My
Yeah,
point
from the
is,
simple
as
sense,
it's
from the simple
my
sense of the unknown is why I would disagree rather than strongly disagree.
okay, but that would be a different kind of thing to astrology. That astrology, as it stands now, is looking at horoscopes and things like that. If there were advances and we found out more about that stuff, I think that would be a completely separate thing. That wouldn't be defined as astrology.
So, finding a way to reverse the process of entropy would not be. You wouldn't consider that to be part of astrology.
So, what do you mean by that?
Uh, the way that stars deteriorate, like eventually the sun is it's not going to produce energy anymore, like plenty of other stars in the galaxy have, and so we either got to reverse entropy or we got to figure out something else, or eventually we're all going to be kind of screwed. Though that isn't for billions of years at least.
Nihilistic Bill is just like astronomy.
Yeah, that is astronomy. I think you're talking about here.
Okay.
With astrology. Astrology is things.
You're referring to things
astronomy.
like the zodiac.
Astronomy. Yeah, astronomy is fine. I'm fine with astronomy. It's astrology is things like the horoscopes, and I think they're fun. I think they're a bit of fun. I probably might read them just for a bit of a laugh and say, oh, maybe that can happen. Maybe I feel X way, but it's not something that accurately explains things. No.
Well, and that's why that's exactly why I disagree. Is that it does I don't feel it accurately explains many things, but at the same time I'm taking a more of a long view on the possibility that maybe there is to some degree a level of explanation as to how the stars and the moons and the constellations and everything and the planets do have an effect on us as individuals and our lives.
Yes, but that wouldn't be classified as astrology. What we know as astrology is already defined. And I'm not saying astrology can't change. I'm saying if we were to find out more information, it wouldn't be accurate to classify that as astrology. It would have to be defined as something.
That's a primary point, is that astrology as we understand it now, absolutely, you absolutely have a point. I'm just saying, I'm leaving open the question of the what ifs, and should at some point we discover these variabilities, then more than likely it would fall into the issue of astronomy instead of astrology. At which point I'll be like, okay, so it's astronomy now. But as it currently stands, being labeled astrology instead, I'd say, well, it's like magic. So
I just think
who
it's a bit
really?
of fun, but
It is a good bit of fun, but I see it kind of like this, kind of similar to magic. It's like, we don't really understand it, but I think it could possibly explain not many things, but at least some things. But
maybe,
that's
but
exactly why I
again,
disagree. That's exactly why I still disagree with the sentiment that it accurately explains many things. But I'm not going to go so far as to say strongly.
but again, I'd say if you're thinking that, I think that would be more when you think of astrology. What kind of specifics you do like are the people who are? I guess there's no way to ever would say it, experts of astrology. What are they using to get these horoscope readings and these interpretations? Like, what are they doing, every month or every week to get these different interpretations of what the stars are
Well, yeah,
supposedly saying?
and that's why those specific little details about, like, all that bullcrap about here's going to be your horoscope, this and that and that, and I don't really give that stuff much credence. It's the concept itself of forces unknown, even astronomical forces unknown, that we don't understand how they exactly affect our lives. And I do believe that it's at least possible that they could. But as for all these astrologists and all these people, and giving their horoscopes and reading all that crap, I think that's all bullshit, obviously.
I think that can just be classified under astronomy. I think that's more
Well,
a scientific thing.
Well, it could be once we understand it. But as it currently stands, because we don't, I'd still kind of toss it into the mythological astrology field. It's kind of a game of semantics on the naming of it, but at the same time, my point still stands. I do disagree with the sentiment.
Yeah, I think
to whatever degree.
I think we're both sort of pluralist in that regard, in the fact that we think there's more to it. I definitely think there's probably more to the stars that we don't know. It's just I wouldn't classify it as astrology. I would classify it as either astronomy or something entirely different.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I can understand the argument. I absolutely can.
It's
Dan,
just really would you strongly disagree or disagree?
I disagree as well. I am curious though, which if you do agree, which side of the political compass are you on, right or left? Because both could kind of be classified as, or stereotyped, I guess, as believing in this type of mumbo jumbo.
Honestly, I think agreeing with this kind of a statement, I think may, at least based on my understanding, swing one more toward the liberal side, the libertarian left.
I would say the opposite. I'd say it would be more authoritarian to believe that it because you've got these people telling you these things. I'd say it would be quite authoritarian to just believe it.
No, that hadn't occurred to me. Huh.
Well, see, and that's a concept I can kind of grasp, but at the same time, it is talking about astrology, not religion and a great deity and a plan and fate and all that sort of stuff.
But it's the same
more
kind of principle,
it's more that fancy hoo-woo mumbo jumbo stuff that that more people generally on the leaning more toward the libertarian left would kind of get into, aka think of hippies.
Yeah.
All right, I think let's just go disagree with that. Because you guys both disagree, I'm strongly disagree, but that's fine.
As long as we all recognize it's pretty much bullshit.
Yeah. Nihilist Pillow says open-mindedness versus dogmatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, essentially. Let's see. You cannot be moral without being religious. I personally am going to strongly disagree on that one because I know for a fact it's bullshit. Because I'm not religious and I am moral as fuck.
Yep, strongly disagree.
I'll agree because I believe that the morals come from a central creator. Or so, yeah.
Yeah, and hey,
That's not to
that's
say that.
and
Yeah.
hey, that's
Well,
perfectly
that's not
fine,
to
man.
say that you have to believe in that creator to be immortal. It's just that, well, that's where they come from. So, yeah.
Which is fine, man. I mean, hey, it's like I constantly tell everybody in my life to each their fucking own, dude.
So we've got a strongly disagree, and an agree. So
And we're
should we
gonna
just put
go.
that as a disagree?
That's just going to be a disagree. Find a middle ground.
Yeah.
Hmm. That's good.
Okay, so next one is charity is better than social security as a means of helping the genuinely disadvantaged.
Strongly agree.
I just disagree slightly.
I personally would just have to disagree. I couldn't strongly disagree because I absolutely understand the benefits of charity and exactly how helpful they are in society. But at the same time, I see I see something like Social Security and the sort as being a more stable method of support and help.
The way I see it is charity is not. It's definitely coming from a good place, but it's not the most pragmatic solution to the problem. I think the most pragmatic solution to the problem is something like social security, um, because charity is really just a way of thinning the edges. I feel
Yeah,
it's only takes really the edge off things. It
yeah,
doesn't completely solve the problem. Um,
From what I've heard, the job of Social Security used to be done, by the church, which, well, I guess that's why it's in this section of the test. But I think that if we lived in a more religious society, the church might be able to do a better job of doing this sort of charity. Like, even because even if you don't believe in the tenets of the religion, then you just go there and they'll support you and give you stuff to eat and whatnot.
yeah.
this
Which
is
is
the thing, though. In the current climate that we're in, I would definitely agree that in the medieval times and the eras of like that Renaissance, the church was extremely important. I think there's a lot of good things that the church did. The problem is now currently there have been replacements for the church, and I think it's talking about in the now.
Like the government.
Well, not just the government. You've
Oh
got
yeah.
you can.
there's the government with its social security programs and its food stamps and things like that. There's also
And they used to
there's
teach people
also
how to read and write,
yeah,
and now we've got
there's also
schools.
nowadays there's secular food banks and clothing drives and things like that. So charity once upon a time used to almost be exclusively the realm of the church and religion, whereas nowadays charity is in a far more open field.
Mhm.
But I would still disagree with the sentiment, and uh, I think Fox, you said disagree.
Yeah,
All
not
right, and
strongly.
I
and
would strongly agree with the
strongly agree.
sentiment because I'm very much against the Robin Hood method.
So no, so overall consensus would be middle ground agree.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
All right. Some people are naturally unlucky.
Um, Disagree.
I'm gonna be dogmatic and say strongly disagree.
Well,
Uh,
I personally I'm gonna sit on I'm gonna sit a bit on the agree end, but only ever so slightly because as some in my experience sometimes regardless of effort, regardless of ability, etc., 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 you see all kinds of people who have great ability and put in great effort, and they're just life is just a shit. And there's other people
I
who
think
hardly do a
Well,
thing. They
I
have no
think
real no
luck
ability, and they're lucky
is.
as fuck.
I
I
think
mean, there is you can be really unlucky, and then suddenly something falls on you and you die. But that's not a lifetime of being unlucky. That's like this happened to you once. So that's kind of.
no. The way I see it, it's more luck is a human product. It's something that we have assumed exists, but there is no sort of proof that it does exist. So I'm going to sort of be dogmatic and say there is no such thing. luck is really much an open to interpretation thing. So to say that some people are naturally unlucky, I think there's always a reason for something. To say something is lucky or unlucky is very much simplifying it, especially when you're just talking about people. With something like a roulette spin, yeah, sure, I'd accept that. But when it comes to something as intricate as people, there's so many factors going on that I just can't just lower it down to just lucky or unlucky. Yeah, luck is a social construct, like Pierre Carlin said.
Gender is a social construct. But if we lived in a matriarchy, it would be so much better and peaceful.
Did you know the word gender was invented by like a mad scientist, basically, like someone who his son had a botched circumcision, so he just said, "Okay, it's a girl now," and yeah.
That would not surprise me one bit. But I mean,
It's true.
I'm gonna stick to my guns on this point here. I'm still gonna go with agree.
Oh, yeah.
Agree, albeit slightly. And then I think Fox, you said strongly disagree, and Dan said disagree.
Yep.
Yeah, good, disagree.
Yeah. So our average consensus will be disagree.
Sure.
All right. Next point is, it is important that my child's school instills religious values.
I'm a pretty big proponent of homeschool, so I guess agree. That's not to say that I think that. Well, actually, okay. To be honest, I think that the public schooling kind of shouldn't really be a thing, at least not as it currently is. So I'll say agree.
To me, it depends on what you mean by religious values. Because I think, like the question said, you can be moral without being religious. I think the religious aspect, there are values that are considered religious, but they can also be taken and then not have those religious connotations to them and still be values. They can still be values and virtuous. But then I look at it from another perspective and say, instills religious values, does that mean, learning about what different religions think and how they act and stuff? In that case, I'd be more inclined to think that's okay. Because I think it's important to people to understand the culture, the other cultures, and see what they believe without necessarily.
Well, there's also the concept that it could be referring possibly to the to the idea that even in like public schools, that in public schools, teachers should be allowed to essentially preach their own religious perspectives to young children.
Okay, that's why when I
to curriculum though, don't they?
Well, that's why when I say agree, I don't mean for the public schools, because you do that, they're just going to be, it's going to be the religion that the government wants you to believe in. Well, right now that's Islam. So
thanks, Obama. Yeah, that's why. I wouldn't strongly disagree with this sentiment, but I would disagree on the basis of keeping open the idea of teachers attempting to preach and instill their religious values on young children in public school and things like that, and keeping in mind the necessity of the separation of church and state.
Yeah, I'd put just a normal disagree there.
Ooh, sorry. All right, and Dan said agree, I believe. So
yep.
General consensus being a somewhat disagree.
Sure, that's fine.
You say that like you're so hurt. like we just destroyed your self-confidence with that. Like, yeah, I guess.
Nah, it's fine.
All right, now on to the final section: sex. Sex outside of marriage is usually immoral.
I think it's stupid, but I don't know about immoral. Okay.
I mean, I'd
clarify with that.
I mean, I personally have to say disagree, but go ahead.
When I say that, I mean, you don't go doing those things with someone and then later decide I won't ever want to see or speak to this person never again. That isn't healthy. That's not to say that you need to go through the religious ceremony of marriage, but like maybe before you decide to do those things together, you should know, yeah, this is the person that I want to spend the rest of my life with. At least that's kind of how I see it.
I'm just going to nip to the toilet again, but I'll just say a normal disagree on that one.
The way I look at it is that, do I think sex outside of marriage is okay? Oh yeah, I do. So, do I think it's immoral? No, I don't think it's immoral. Do I think it's generally kind of stupid? Absolutely. Um, particularly if part of your entire goal when having sex is I want babies. And as far as I'm concerned, if
okay,
you're
well
gonna,
then,
as far as I'm concerned, if you're going to have sex for children, you want children. Well, you better basically just ensure your ass is fucking married, because it's not only a benefit to yourself and your own emotional stability to have that relationship, to have that bond, but it's also of utmost benefit to the children.
okay, well, I would say at that point it is immoral if you get pregnant or your girlfriend gets pregnant and you don't stick around, then yeah, that is immoral. But that's not really what the question's asking.
Well, yeah, like just having sex outside of marriage, I wouldn't say is immoral. If the question had been having children outside of marriage is usually immoral, at that point I would agree.
Absolutely.
But
like,
as the question currently stands, I'm on just a simple basic disagree.
So I guess that's a consensus then, since I don't think it's immoral. I just think it's stupid.
Well, yeah, and there's nothing wrong with thinking it's stupid because it pretty much is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, he's actually taking longer to go to the bathroom this time. Anyway, so yeah, well, we'll do a base consensus of disagree there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think he's back.
There he is.
Well, that took you a lot longer than the last time.
All right. Well, we came to the general consensus of disagree on that previous one.
Yep, that's good.
All right. So the next one's going to be a same-sex couple in a stable, loving relationship should not be excluded from the possibility of child adoption.
Strongly agree. I think because I think it's up to I honestly think there is somewhat of an argument to make about someone's sexuality being somewhat influenced by their environment, but ultimately I think it is something that comes to people naturally. I honestly think it's something that those people should be able to express themselves. And I know there's the argument of, oh well, if there's no sort of social construct of a man and a wife, then everyone would, like, too many people would go gay and the population would plummet. No, it wouldn't. Like, it really wouldn't.
Well, no, I'd stay the population would stay about the same, since because obviously if you're adopting, that means someone else
which hey, honestly,
couldn't take care of the
I
kid.
completely promote the idea of more people going fag, because honestly, we already have a goddamn population problem. We need to cut it the fuck back and just let it stagnate.
I mean, I kind of see, well, hey, in 100 years, everyone who's alive now is going to be dead, so we probably shouldn't be too. At least we probably should not be too gung ho about decreasing the population.
The thing with the population crisis is not so much that there's so many people being born. I don't think that's the huge problem. The huge problem is that people are living longer, and once people get to a certain age, their body begins to deteriorate and they're in a state where they can no longer work efficiently for the state.
So essentially, once people reach a certain age, we should just be done with them.
No, I don't think I don't. That's what
You
everyone.
Nazi.
Well, they're
That's
good
what
for.
everyone. That's what everyone. When I talk to people generally about it, that's what everyone sort of jumps to the conclusion to. They always think, "Oh, well, you just support euthanasia," then. And I'm like, "No, I don't support euthanasia. I'm saying we should encourage private pensions." This is kind of a controversial opinion of mine, but I think we should. I think the state pensions. We spend more on state pensions in the UK than we do the NHS. I think they should be cut by about 25%, and they should. In return, private pensions should be encouraged, and more money should be put into the NHS and education. More, services that are provided. The NHS is for everyone, and education is suffering very much from underfunding. Nobody's complaining about how underfunded state pensions are really at the moment. I think they're far too generous.
Yeah, I think I would generally agree with that sentiment, at least in regards to the UK.
I don't know what it's like in America.
Well, in America, pensions. Well, you're one lucky motherfucker if you can ever get your hands on one.
With regards to state pension, well, with private pensions, I think there should be more of an incentive to encourage private pensions. But having said that, it's not the most pragmatic thing. In the world for a lot of people. Like, some people just can't feasibly do that. So I don't know. It's a bit difficult, but generally, I do think there's a bit too much money being put into state pensions. But back to the same-sex question, I would put strongly agree, because I don't see the reason. I think the reasons against it are too minimal and too, much of a stretch to really deny people that right. I think it's stretching too much just to deny, that right to people.
Well, I'd have to personally, I'd have to personally strongly agree myself, just on the simple basis of, a same sex couple in a stable, loving relationship is at least especially in the realm of adoption, it's a lot more beneficial to the child to at least have the chance to have that stable two-parent home, rather than just being adopted by one douchebag who wants 20 adopted kids to get all that money from the state, or a single mother or a single father or anything like that. It is a stable, loving relationship, and I think that's the circumstance. Whether it's two men, two women, a man and a woman, whatever it may be, it's that stable, loving relationship that is of most benefit to the child.
This is one I've thought a lot about, and I haven't really figured it out completely. But for now, I guess I'd say agree, just because yeah, hey, if they can't have kids of their own, you might as well have them help with the kid who doesn't have parents anymore, because the parents, for whatever reason,
Yeah. So on that one, that's general consensus. Apparently, of a strong agree.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, the kid is mostly gonna grow up to not necessarily, but I would say that there would be an increased chance of the kid growing up people like the parents. But then I don't think there aren't so many. I don't think that there would be that many adoptions for that to be such an issue that it could severely decrease the population.
I mean, I can just speak from experience here, anecdotally. I've known tons of gay couples who adopt children, and honestly, the rates of kids coming out of that parenthood, being gay themselves or bisexual, as compared to heterosexual or anything, the fact that it really all kind of falls in line with the general population flow, it's just like, I don't really see the variability here. I mean,
Okay.
it may, circumstantially, once in a while have an effect, but for the most part, people just grow up as they are, and whether they have a
Mhm.
same-sex parentage or heterosexual parentage.
I suppose.
All right, this next one. Oh, joy. Porn. Pornography
Hey.
depicting consenting adults should be legal for the adult population.
Agree. It lowers rape rates.
I'd probably put strongly agree there.
Well, as a late 20s male, I would have to agree. I won't strongly agree. On the simple basis that depends on what kind of porno you're talking about. Because there is some
Yeah,
porno.
I got you there.
There is
Well,
some
it is
porno out there that's
consenting
just it is consenting adults, but there is some porno out there that's just consenting adults or not. It is just crazy.
Yeah, but you
Yes,
don't have to look at that porn. That's the thing. You don't have
I
to
don't know.
look
I
at
think
that
if there's a great risk of physical bodily harm involved, and I think that even if the person is consenting, maybe you probably shouldn't.
Well,
I don't know.
prime example is that there is porno out there of two consenting adults where one of them ends up getting castrated.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know
that's
there's
No.
that one.
those are very, very sort of extreme circumstances we're here.
Yeah,
Like that,
yeah,
this
but
is
that is the only reason I would agree strongly, fairly strongly, but not completely strongly, is that there is that porno out there that's just like, um, um, no, just no.
yeah, but then again, we're talking about people being able. I think the question is sort of about people watching it more so than actually acting it out, because that would just sort of be sex rather than pornography. Pornography is people then going on to watch that, and the people watching it are not getting actually hurt, and the
But see,
adults are
that's just the
consenting.
funny thing about porn, though, is that it is a pretty common practice for people who, especially couples, who watch porn together, or even people who just watch porn and end up hooking up with someone else with the same interest, is that watching this pornography, it to a certain degree entices them to try it themselves, and it's that particularly extreme stuff that kind of concerns me. Consenting adults or not.
Besides, you can't always just hire an artist and draw it.
Yeah, not everyone can
I
get
mean, people who
commissions.
look at like the really fantastical stuff that just is not physically possible. No one's going to go out and mimic that, and so that takes care of the video games cause violence type of deal. Because then
Yeah,
it's everyone knows it's fantasy. Whereas if it's two actual people and you're seeing it, then it isn't fantasy. Hey, they actually did that. We should go do that.
yeah. Well, it's like Nihilistic Pillow said. Basically, no to Hellraiser porn.
Yes.
So I think on that one we're looking at a strongly agree and two agrees.
Yeah, I don't mind putting that in agree. That's fine.
There we go. All right, next one is what goes on in a private bedroom between consenting adults is no business of the state. And I have to say right off the bat, that's an absolutely strongly agree with me.
Yes, I'd probably say I agree.
Actually,
Because
I'm
that
gonna have to
included
knock.
one of the.
I'm gonna have to knock that down. I'm gonna have to knock that down to agree, because again,
Yeah.
we may not necessarily be talking about anything necessarily sexual. There may be a sexual component going on in a private bedroom between consenting adults, and some of it could just be outright horrifying, even to the point of consent or not. This is torture. This is
But
a
you're
crime.
kind of using the same arguments that I used in the drug thing, in that it would be damaging to these states to have to look after people acting this out.
To a certain
it's-
degree, yes. I mean, I don't really care, 98% of the time, what goes on in a private bedroom between consenting adults. It's particularly, if there's like no real restrictions on it, no real regulation as to, hey, maybe don't do this. That people are gonna end up doing it, and that's when you'll start. That's when you'll start getting into that again, like Pillow said, Hellraiser porn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm absolutely against assisted suicide being legal. So, and even then, like, how would you prove that was the other person consented? They're not alive anymore afterwards, so they can't go to court and say, hey, yeah, I said it was okay.
Just
Yeah.
resurrect them just for the court case. Go
Yeah.
Hellraiser on them. But
Yeah,
no, I think the
have a
difference.
seance.
I think the difference between what I'm saying about drugs and the private bedroom is, with drugs, that's one of the main components that you can take away from drugs. With sex, you're talking about very situational circumstances.
Yeah, but
And
it
in
may
those,
be very situational and very extreme and very rare, but it's still there. It's still a possibility, and so I want to at
you'd
least take
agree
that
with
into
me on the
consideration.
drugs. So you'd agree with me on the drugs front.
To an extent, yes.
Um,
Because the only contention I would have is that is primarily the differentiation between an individual as opposed to multiple people consenting or otherwise.
Another
on
example, like,
on the issue
you going?
of drugs and things like that, I think it's entire. I'm very very much in favor of the individual. It's when you start tossing more people in the mix that things get a little more complicated.
Another example came to mind. What if they're printing money? What if it's two consenting adults who are printing U.S. currency, basically?
In the privacy of their bedroom, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you got a study over there at that end of the house, but fuck it, let's do it right next to the bed.
Well, yeah, then you can close the curtains and no one will see.
yeah, I think we know what the question's asking. But
But yeah, I'd have to go with an agree on this, kind of like the last one, agree but not strongly.
Sure. Same for me.
yep, that's agree.
All right.
We've
Second to
reached
last.
consensus here.
All right. Second to last one. No one can feel naturally homosexual.
Bullshit.
What?
Bullshit.
Yeah, that coming from my faggot in the kitchen.
Well, I've got to say, I strongly agree because it's a choice. No, I strongly disagree. Don't worry, I'm not going to scare you like that again.
Well, as a homosexual, I obviously strongly disagree.
I think it's a bit more complicated than that, but I'll disagree.
All right, so. Well, I mean that is a good point. It is more complicated than that because studies have consistently shown that it's a varying degree of both nature and nurture.
Yeah, but
So,
no one, just the way the question is phrased, is quite confrontational, sort of thing.
yeah. I guess if you took the question at face value, not question but the statement, that no one can feel naturally homosexual, then I would have to strongly disagree at face value, just because there absolutely is a natural aspect to it. If you had to introduce all kinds of other variables, then I could be persuaded down to disagree, but I would never agree or strongly agree with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that would put us as a 2 disagrees and 1 strongly disagree.
Wait, weren't you strongly disagree?
I was, but I did say if I took the statement at face value that no one can feel naturally homosexual, then I would strongly disagree because part of homosexuality there is a natural component. However, if I were to introduce several other variables and many other differentiating factors, then I could be persuaded down to the level of disagree but I would never agree or strongly agree with this statement.
Okay, I'm just going to stick at strongly disagree. I think I'll be.
I think for the sake of my own consistency, and the consideration of variables, I'll go with disagree.
All right.
Mhm.
That's
And I disagree as well.
it's a strongly disagree and 2 disagree. So we'll do disagree.
Yep.
And the last one.
Well, the government is putting chemicals in the water underneath the listic, but
Goddamn fluoride! It's turning the frogs gay.
They're turning the frogs trans, guys. Come on now. Get with the times.
Hussein bin Laden wants to put fluoride into your tap water.
Don't mind him. He's had too much wine. He's drunk.
Oh boy, yeah.
All right, last one. These days, openness about sex has gone too far.
Considering the, I'd say agree, because I've seen. I think that letting, as one example that comes to mind, I think letting kids to the really, really risque pride parades is probably not such a good idea.
I would consider that a factor, but I would also consider the factor of, it be it television commercials or entertainers or otherwise. Why the absolute fuck would you ever feel the need to sexualize this stuff, especially knowing for a fact how massive of a percentage your fans are minors or children?
There's this one commercial I keep seeing of this. I forget the name of the company. It's a burger place, and it's like
Carl's Jr.
this girl in yeah, that was it. It's a girl in a bikini eating a burger.
Some
it's
hot
like,
chick. She's
okay,
having water sprayed on her.
Yeah,
and everything.
why do I want to? Yeah, why is it doesn't go together? You know, like I'm not saying that like they can't air that ad, because that's not for me. When I say I don't want you to do this in front of kids, it's like way further than that. Like if they start airing porn ads and when children are watching TV, it's like no, definitely not.
Yeah, I mean, on this entire concept, I mean, I'm just gonna have to put it out there. I will agree with the sentiment, albeit slightly.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I think you're looking at it from a perspective of could it go too far? It's talking about these days, as in. I think you're looking at the worst possible scenario of the.
Oh no! I'm
I'd
absolutely looking
I'd
at
say
it.
these days.
I'm absolutely looking at it as has it gone too far these days? And that's exactly why I explained the things I did about entertainers and TV commercials and all sorts of other entertainment, being sexualized, it being somehow socially responsible to be dragging toddlers and children to these pride parades and things like that, where guys are walking around with their dicks flopping about and giving each other blowjobs. I know I've seen it.
Oh God, yeah. Okay, in that case,
Oh,
yes.
That's even worse than what I heard.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay, yeah. In that case, yeah, that is.
Yeah.
Really
I went to San Francisco Pride and Folsom Street Fair multiple times, and it was tragic, and there were children everywhere.
Ugh, God, like I would, and it's not just a gay thing. I'd complain about that if it was actual, straight couples doing that as well.
Yeah, I don't care if it's gay
Oh
or
yeah,
straight.
definitely.
It doesn't matter what the sexuality involved is. That's inappropriate, plain and simple.
Yeah.
So I would definitely agree on this. Not strongly, but still agree.
These days, I suppose you both agreed, so it doesn't really matter what I go. But I'm trying to think.
The only way that you could blow us out of the water is if you strongly disagree, in which case I'd have to click disagree.
Yeah, just be tactical. No.
Yeah, for me, I'd say agree, but only because the question doesn't really clarify if it means like in front of children or not. So, and if it said, do you think that the society is too sexualized in the presence of minors, then I'd definitely say strongly agree. But from how it is, I just say agree.
Ultimately, I would say if you're saying too far, you're assuming that it's a problem, and I think what you've outlined with the pride parade is a problem. But if we're talking about general TV and stuff like that, I don't think it's gone too far. It's pushed the envelope, but I don't think it's gone too far. So
I'm
Well,
guess
it
I'm
doesn't say
it's a
it doesn't say TV. It says
just
uh,
sex.
society. Yeah.
yeah, and in general society, I think we've sort of pushed the envelope.
And
Because with
honestly,
TV and movies do have ratings, so like they
Yeah.
don't.
yeah, but even just pushing the envelope, for me, is still within the same realm as going too far.
Mm, I personally go disagree, but you go agree because it's a very slight disagree. I could really be, you know.
I'm sure if we talked about it for another 15 minutes, I'm sure I could persuade you. All right, now just based off of going through this whole thing with you two and then the other three I had in before, let's see
Oh,
where
is
it
that it?
currently stands. Yep, that's it. And then after this,
Hey,
we'll just go through the test 3 more times, real quick, just to see where each of us falls
that'll
on,
be
on
fun.
on the compass, and then at that point we'll be able to say Auf Wiedersehen and get
Yep.
end the stream and all that good stuff. Let's see. So overall, from the conversation over the last 6.5 hours, it came out, just barely left of center, and just maybe about somewhat libertarian.
Yeah, I think that's very reasonable centrist results. I think that's not far from what I'd see myself personally as, because in terms of economics, I sort of lie in the center, and then in terms of libertarianism and authoritarianism, I am a bit more libertarian, but I see the points of authoritarianism.
And to an extent, yeah. All right. Well, that's actually some surprisingly good results right there. Especially considering it was, based off of, more consensus opinions of like 6 different people. That's not bad. All right.
At least
now
we're not the same as Hitler. So.
Oh, thank God.
I had a friend who did, I got. Oh no, I had one of my friends who took the test a while back. Apparently got like he got the same as Hitler, and like he's a black guy. So
He is Black Hitler. Ghazi Kodzo, you have been dethroned.
Aquabia.
Aquabia. All right, now, so we're just going to run through it real quick and get some results here. Who wants to go first?
I will, sure, because I didn't.
All right, Dan, here we go.
Okay.
Part 1 of 6. If economic globalization is inevitable, it should primarily serve humanity rather than the interests of transnational corporations.
Strongly agree, but it is not inevitable. But that's not what it's asking. So keep going. So
I'd
yeah, strongly agree.
I'd always support my country, whether it was right or wrong.
Disagree.
No one chooses his or her country of birth, so it's foolish to be proud of it.
Disagree, but only slightly. Because, well, yeah, you do. You can just move. So.
Yeah. Our race has many superior qualities compared with other races.
Disagree, but only slightly. Sure.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Agree.
Military action that defies international law is sometimes justified.
Sure, agree. Sometimes it is, I guess.
There is now a worrying fusion of information and entertainment.
I disagree that it's worrying, so disagree.
All right, page 2. Let's see.
I mean, sure, that is what's happening, but I don't think that it's worrying. So.
Well, essentially.
Yeah.
All right, the economy. People are ultimately divided more by class than by nationality.
Sure, agree.
Controlling inflation is more important than controlling unemployment.
Disagree.
Because corporations cannot be trusted to voluntarily protect the environment, they require regulation.
Disagree. That's what boycotts are for.
From each according to his ability, to each according to his need, is a fundamentally good idea.
No, that's communism. Disagree strongly.
It's a sad reflection on our society that something as basic as drinking water is now a bottled, branded consumer product.
Disagree. That isn't really that sad.
Land shouldn't be a commodity to be bought and sold.
Disagree, because it is a limited resource. So yeah.
It is regrettable that many personal fortunes are made by people who simply manipulate money and contribute nothing to their society.
Disagree, because that is still contributing to society in a way.
Protectionism is sometimes necessary in trade.
What's that?
Protectionism is in trade is basically it's the concept of looking out for one's own interests first.
Sure, that's sometimes necessary. Agree.
What the fuck is that noise?
Oh, you can hear him yelling in the background. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I'll just mute when I'm not talking.
All right. The only social responsibility of a company should be to deliver a profit to its shareholders.
Disagree. Did you catch that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, just make sure.
The rich are too highly taxed.
Disagree.
Those with the ability to pay should have the right to higher standards of medical care.
Agree.
Governments should penalize businesses that mislead the public.
Disagree. That's what boycotts are for.
A genuine free market requires restrictions on the ability of predator multinationals to create monopolies.
Disagree. Again, that's what boycotts are for.
The freer the market, the freer the people.
Agree.
All right, part 3. Abortion, when the woman's life is not threatened, should always be illegal.
Strongly agree.
All authority should be questioned.
Disagree.
An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth.
Disagree.
Taxpayers should not be expected to prop up any theaters or museums that cannot survive on a commercial basis.
Agree.
Schools should not make classroom attendance compulsory.
I disagree, I guess, to a point.
All people have their rights, but it is better for all of us that different sorts of people should keep to their own kind.
Disagree, I guess.
Good parents sometimes have to spank their children.
Agree.
It's natural for children to keep some secrets from their parents.
Sure, agree.
God damn it. Possessing marijuana for personal use should not be a criminal offense.
Sure, disagree.
The prime...
No, I'm
mean...
sorry, agree.
Agree, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I disagree. That should be a criminal offense.
The prime function of schooling should be should be
I
to equip
remember
the
that
future
one,
generation. You disagree?
Oh,
wait.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be reading and writing.
People with serious inheritable disabilities should not be allowed to reproduce.
I'd say disagree.
The most important thing for children to learn is to accept discipline.
Strongly disagree.
There are no savage and civilized peoples. There are only different cultures.
Strongly disagree.
Those who are able to work and refuse the opportunity should not expect society's support.
I'll say disagree because I still think with this one they're talking about the government and not altruism.
When you are troubled, it's better not to think about it, but to keep busy with more cheerful things.
Disagree.
First-generation immigrants can never be fully integrated within their new country.
Agree.
What's good for the most successful corporations is always, ultimately, good for all of us.
Disagree.
No broadcasting institution, however independent its content, should receive public funding.
Disagree.
Right, next page. How you see the wider society. Our civil liberties are being excessively curbed in the name of counterterrorism.
Strongly agree. Yeah, they are.
A significant advantage of a one-party state is that it avoids all the arguments that delay progress in a democratic political system. Although the electronic age, I disagree. Death penalty should be an option for the most serious crimes.
What one? Disagree.
In a civilized society, one must always have people above to be obeyed and people below to be commanded.
Disagree.
Abstract art that doesn't represent anything shouldn't be considered art at all.
Disagree.
In criminal justice, punishment should be more important than rehabilitation.
Disagree.
It is a waste of time to try to rehabilitate some criminals.
Disagree.
The business person and the manufacturer are more important than the writer and the artist.
Agree.
Mothers may have careers, but their first duty is to be homemakers.
Strongly agree.
Multinational companies are unethically exploiting the plant genetic resources of developing countries.
Sure, I guess agree.
Making peace with the establishment is an important aspect of maturity.
Strongly disagree.
All right. Finally, the short sections. Astrology accurately explains many things.
Disagree.
You cannot be moral without being religious.
Agree. Sure.
Charity is better than Social Security as a means of helping the genuinely disadvantaged.
Strongly agree.
Some people are naturally unlucky.
Disagree.
It is important that my child's school instills religious values.
Agree.
Final section. Here we go. Sex. Sex outside marriage is usually immoral.
Disagree.
A same-sex couple in a stable, loving relationship should not be excluded from the possibility of child adoption.
Sure, agree.
Pornography depicting consenting adults should be legal for the adult population.
Sure, agree.
What goes on in a private bedroom between consenting adults is no business of the state.
Sure, agree.
No one can feel naturally homosexual.
Disagree.
Final question. These days, openness about sex has gone too far.
Agree. Okay.
All right, let's see where you stand.
Fun.
You are.
So you get.
You are just right of center, and
Hey.
just below the line on libertarian rather than authoritarian.
Yay.
So I think you're the same libertarian as us, basically. You're just a bit more to the right economically.
Well, I can almost guarantee I may fall quite a bit further into the green than you will, Fox.
Shall I? Yeah, shall I go next?
Absolutely. All right, let's see here.
Here, I'll mute.
All right, take the test. And so, would you like me to read out the questions, or would you like to just look at the screen share?
I've got the questions up, so
Okay.
economic globalization is inevitable. Yeah, go. You can ask them, actually.
If economic globalization is inevitable, it should primarily serve humanity rather than the interests of transnational corporations.
Strongly agree.
I'd always support my country whether it was right or wrong.
Disagree.
No one chooses his or her country of birth, so it's foolish to be proud of it.
Disagree.
Our race has many superior qualities compared with other races.
Disagree.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Disagree.
Military action that defies international law is sometimes justified.
Agree.
There is now a worrying fusion of information and entertainment.
Strongly agree.
All right, part 2. Economy. People are ultimately divided more by class than by nationality.
Agree.
Controlling inflation is more important than controlling unemployment.
Agree.
Because corporations cannot be trusted to voluntarily protect the environment, they require regulation.
Agree.
From each according to his ability to each according to his need is a fundamentally good idea.
Agree.
It's a sad reflection on our society that something as basic as drinking water is now bottled, branded consumer product.
Disagree.
Land shouldn't be a commodity to be bought and sold.
Disagree.
It is regrettable that many personal fortunes are made by people who simply manipulate money and contribute nothing to their society.
Strongly agree.
Protectionism is sometimes necessary in trade.
Agree.
The only social responsibility of a company should be to deliver a profit to its shareholders.
Disagree.
The rich are too highly taxed.
Disagree.
Those with the ability to pay should have the right to higher standards of medical care.
Disagree.
Government should penalize businesses that mislead the public.
Strongly agree.
A genuine free market requires restrictions on the ability of predator multinationals to create monopolies.
Agree.
The freer the market, the freer the people.
Disagree.
Right. Personal social values. Abortion, when the woman's life is not threatened, should always be illegal.
Disagree.
All authority should be questioned.
Strongly agree.
An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth.
Disagree.
Taxpayers should not be expected to prop up any theaters or museums that cannot survive on a commercial basis.
Agree.
Schools should not make classroom attendance compulsory.
This is when I started answering them, and I kind of want to make sure I get what I answered. Just off the top of my head, I think I would disagree on that.
All right. All people have their rights, but it is better for all of us that different sorts of people should keep to their own kind.
Disagree.
Good parents sometimes have to spank their children.
Agree.
It's natural for children to keep some secrets from their parents.
Strongly agree.
Possessing marijuana for personal use should not be a criminal offense.
Agree.
The prime function of schooling should be to equip the future generation to find jobs.
Agree.
People with serious inheritable disabilities should not be allowed to reproduce.
Disagree.
The most important thing for children to learn is to accept discipline.
Disagree.
There are no savage and civilized peoples, there are only different cultures.
Strongly disagree.
Those who are able to work and refuse the opportunity should not expect society's support.
Disagree.
When you are troubled, it's better not to think about it, but to keep busy with more cheerful things.
Disagree.
First-generation immigrants can never be fully integrated within their new country.
Disagree.
What's good for the most successful corporations is always, ultimately, good for all of us.
Strongly disagree.
No broadcasting institution, however independent its content, should receive public funding.
Agree.
God, that's always such an annoying section, so long. Our civil liberties are being excessively curbed in the name of counterterrorism.
Agree.
A significant advantage of a one-party state is that it avoids all the arguments that delay progress in a democratic political system.
Strongly disagree.
Although the electronic age makes official surveillance easier, only wrongdoers need to be worried.
Disagree.
The death penalty should be an option for the most serious crimes.
Strongly disagree.
In a civilized society, one must always have people above to be obeyed and people below to be commanded.
Strongly agree.
Abstract art that doesn't represent anything at all shouldn't be considered art.
Strongly disagree.
In criminal justice, punishment should be more important than rehabilitation.
Disagree.
It is a waste of time to try to rehabilitate some criminals.
Disagree.
The business person and the manufacturer are more important than the writer and the artist.
Disagree.
Mothers may have careers, but their first duty is to be homemakers.
I'll go agree on that, actually.
Multinational companies are unethically exploiting the plant genetic resources of developing countries.
Agree.
Making peace with the establishment is an important aspect of maturity.
Suppose I'll go agree.
Astrology accurately explains many things.
Strongly disagree.
You cannot be moral without being religious.
Strongly disagree.
Charity is better than social security as a means of helping the genuinely disadvantaged.
Disagree.
Some people are naturally unlucky.
Strongly disagree.
It is important that my child's school instills religious values.
Disagree.
Now, sex! Sex
My
outside.
favorite part.
I know, right? Sex outside marriage is usually immoral.
Disagree.
A same-sex couple in a stable, loving relationship should not be excluded from the possibility of child adoption.
Strongly agree.
Pornography depicting consenting adults should be legal for the adult population.
Strongly agree.
What goes on in a private bedroom between consenting adults is no business of the state.
Strongly agree.
No one can feel naturally homosexual.
Strongly disagree.
These days, openness about sex has gone too far.
I'll go agree.
All right, now let's see where you stand. There we go. A bit further off the center than Dan was, and a bit more in the libertarian edge.
I think that's still sort of in the centrist kind of area. I do think I'm...
Oh, absolutely.
I'd probably say
I'd honestly consider the center somewhere around here-ish.
I think I'm a bit more left than I expected. I probably expected myself to be that libertarian, but I feel the questions in the quiz are more geared towards because a lot of people, I've never seen anyone get really far right results. All the results I've seen from the right have only been quite sort of slightly towards the right, as opposed to um, um, you know, very fully on the right. So
Well, I have personally seen the occasional person get pretty far right, but they've always usually been also at the same time slightly libertarian.
I don't know. I'm quite surprised about how far left I would, but I think it's the way the questions are in the quiz. I'd probably put myself maybe up one notch and to the right 1.5 notches personally. That's where I personally put myself, but
Yeah,
I kind of answered a bit quickly, so
yeah,
whatever.
it could be a factor.
Mm.
And so now it's my turn. I'm not even going to bother reading them out. Strongly agree. Disagree. Agree. Strongly disagree. Disagree. Agree. Disagree. 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 Strongly agree. Agree. Disagree. Disagree. Agree. Agree. God, there's so many fucking questions in this section. Disagree. Strongly disagree. Agree. Strongly agree. 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 Disagree. Strongly agree. Disagree. 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 Agree. Agree. Strongly agree. Agree. Disagree. Disagree. Strongly disagree. Those who are able to work with physical shit dogs. Agree. Agree. No, that was a disagree. Wait, yeah. Agree. Strongly disagree. Agree. Agree. God, why are there so many questions? No, it's just because
Yeah, it's a long one.
It's just getting repetitive and tedious at this point. Disagree. Disagree. Strongly disagree. Disagree. Strongly agree. Strongly disagree. Disagree.
I think we lost Pillow.
Strongly disagree. Well, and that's a personal fucking problem. Agree. 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 Disagree. Ah, finally, the short sections. You cannot be moral without being religious.
Oh, he's back.
Hey,
Pillow.
I'm listening. You cannot be moral without being religious. Strongly disagree. Charity is better than Social Security as a means of helping genuinely disadvantaged. Disagree. Entry unlucky, yes. Poor material schools of religious values, strongly disagree. Sex outside of marriage is usually immoral, disagree.
What you drinking?
Oh, him too, huh? Oh, thank God it's not just me. Pornography depicting consenting adults should be agree. Agree. Strongly disagree. Agree. All right. Let's see. Oh, there I am. Well,
Ooh, Sam Adams.
I'm pretty similar to Fox, I guess.
I can't see.
I don't have screen share on because yeah, is it on? Was his on the right or the left?
Do
I
what now?
can see it a little bit. I think you're a little...
Yeah, I might as well just turn it on, I guess. Let's see. Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's honestly where I'd personally see myself to be.
And I'm not too far off from your results. I think your libertarian results might have been a little bit lower.
Yeah. I think I was left one box as well. But I'd probably put myself.
If I remember correctly, you were somewhere in the. I think you were somewhere in the the fourth box left, and the fifth box down.
I can rewind the stream because I've got it muted. Yeah, I'm very slightly diagonally left of you.
Yeah, very slightly. Hey, that's not bad.
Yeah, I'm surprised I was significantly well, not significantly, but I was surprised I was the most left-wing person here.
Well, yeah, I think that primarily had to be. I think the biggest factor of that had to do with you answering more of your questions with a strongly connotation. Because I know some of the ones that you answered strongly disagree or strongly agree. I just did a agree or disagree, so it didn't push me as far. And that's kind of why I'm glad I was able to sit down, have this stream, and have these conversations, is because it did adjust from my previous results. Once you took other things into consideration. Because
yeah, I think everyone sort of gets more centrist, like the more you sort of talk to people. Because I remember, I think I did this quite recently, and I was surprised at how libertarian it made me. It made me like about halfway down. I mean, I think I was around the same point on the left.
Yeah, because amazingly, this was my previous position.
Oh, nice. I've never. I think I've only once been like slightly to the right. I think. But when I've done this, but I've never been, near the authoritarian side of things.
Oh yeah, absolutely not.
Which is not to say there's something. Oh, all authoritarians are stupid doo-doo heads or anything. It's just.
Yeah, and it's also not to say that people with more libertarian-leaning perspectives don't occasionally have some more authoritarian viewpoints.
Yeah.
Which is.
I get more annoyed with. Sorry, go on.
Well, I was just gonna say which is kind of the point of this stream, in order to discuss these things, as well as some other issues we discussed before you guys came in, which was the nuance of political ideology. Is that no one's ever so few people are ever really so extremely partisan, because most people regardless of where they fall on left or right, authoritarian or libertarian, they'll usually inevitably share some viewpoints and policy perspectives with any of the other cores of this entire compass.
Honestly, I get more I get more annoyed with the people who they'll preach libertarianism, but then they won't practice it really. Like they'll like the you probably haven't heard, but the thing with the sad puppies thing. Have you heard of that at all? Where this guy Declan Finn had given his suggestions for the. Do you know what I'm talking about at all? Have you heard of sad puppies?
Somewhat, yeah.
Yeah, it's the Hugo Award thing where they make a list of here, nominate these, and this one guy called Declan Finn had made a list of what he was suggesting for that list, and Sarah Hoyt and Amanda Green got really upset at him, even though these are people who preach libertarianism. So
It's starting to come back a bit.
It's really when you're an authority, you naturally become authoritarian. That's why I see so many people tend to fall in the libertarian camp, is because we're not an authority generally. We tend to fall into that camp. Like, we're not politicians, we don't have any stakes. And I try to sympathize with the politicians on that front. Because if I didn't, I think I'd be close to, ANCAP views or something like that.
ANCAP. All right, well, that was definitely interesting. My God, the stream's already at 7 hours and 14 minutes.
Man, who's gonna watch that whole thing?
Nobody, because I only have 57 subscribers and nobody gives a shit.
I did.
Hey, you should come on.
My channel.
Should come on my channel. I got 107 subscribers.
Fuck you.
Don't worry, I've got like 170, so go on.
Fuck you too.
Most of them are from a video I made on extra credits where I pointed out, like, hey, they're against this one game that the new Ubisoft open world game they said was like it was racist, but then you look at one of their old videos and they're saying, this other one that's the same thing, it's perfectly fine. Gee. And that blew up pretty well, and I got a bunch of subs from that, but they don't really watch streams, so.
I'd probably say a lot of my new subscribers are from Sargon, sort of feeling the same kind of thing that I'm feeling with Sargon. It's having talked to Sargon, I like him. I think I'd get along with him on a lot of things, and I think he, me and him sort of agree on things also. But, his problem is that he kind of lets his audience run rampant, and I hope he doesn't like to get I hope he doesn't get domineered by those more retrograde rights, these sort of poltards and all that.
I highly doubt that'll ever be the case.
I don't know. Sometimes when he does that, it screams a bit midlife crisis to me. But
to an extent, I'll admit.
I remember one time I was watching, I think it was an Airplay after stream, something that he was on, where one of his more vocal critics was in the YouTube chat, and so Sargon went away from the discussion that was happening on the stream and started arguing with the guy in the YouTube chat, and that's when I kind of stopped respecting him as much, to be honest. I mean, there are other things as well. But
who was this person and what stream was it?
I don't remember the stream. It was John Kelly though, so.
Okay.
Well, I'll be the first to admit, Sargon. Well, he has his moments.
Yeah.
Don't we all though? That's the thing. Like I've had my moments on my channel already. I mean, I've been, especially my earlier content, I've been a bit of a prick in my earlier content, so I've decided I'm going to try and avoid being a prick in future and try to make more informative and in-depth analysis.
Oh yeah, I mean, I try to be informative and intellectual and for the most part reasonable, but at the same time, if I could be a dick and I can have fun at someone else's expense, I kind of will, which is like the video I made in response to Trey Melvin. That one. Oh, I'm making plenty of fucking points, but I'm gonna be a dick about it, and even
it depends
and
on the person.
Probably even more so in my latest response to Steve Shives.
You're gonna get blocked now.
Oh, he had me blocked long before that.
I'm gonna see if he's actually got me blocked. Steve Shives. I
Well,
guess no.
well, that entirely depends. Are you on Twitter?
Yes, but I'm not blocked. Believe it or not.
My God.
I've never tweeted at him though, so.
Well, that may be the problem right there. Is that you've never once tweeted at him with even the slightest of disagreements.
Mm.
Yeah, I gotta be honest though. I know, you know the whole thing with AirPlay and the Skypes that Sargon was in, or no, the Skype conversation involving AirPlay that Sargon was involved with.
Yeah.
Well, my best friend in the world, QQ, was kind of a big part of that. So that obviously has colored my opinion of the guy. I think the last Sargon video I watched was his response to John Oliver, the John Oliver video he did on Trump,
Oh, yeah.
and that one was interesting, but it wasn't the most exciting thing. I don't know how his other videos have been since then or around that time. So.
He is very much sort of taken a. I think there's no way around it. It's very sort of Trump apologetic, Brexit. Well, actually, no, he supports Brexit, but with Trump, I don't think he actually supports Trump, but he's having to defend him quite a lot.
Yeah, because.
And it's really coming across as if he's not really criticizing him enough and holding his feet to the fire.
Well, it's kind of like what he mentioned in his one of his latest videos, is that he'd love to sit there, he'd love to attack Trump, he'd love to attack the Republicans and conservatives. The problem is that the left just keeps giving him too much fucking ammunition it's literally a bother. It's literally a bother at this point because he keeps on having to fucking address that crap instead.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, I can totally see that. I mean, weren't there people complaining about how he got on the plane and didn't wave? And that's just crazy to me,
Yeah, I don't care about those things. Like, even the pussy grabbing stuff, okay, it might say something about him as a human being, but it's not political in nature. I mean, I'm concerned about him saying stuff like climate change is a Chinese hoax. I'm concerned about him saying vaccines cause autism. I'm concerned about him having to be, treated
the
like a
vaccines
child.
one was that was a tweet years and years ago now.
No, it was something that was brought up in the presidential debates, and he said stuff like, we need to make sure vaccines. I don't think he's very against vaccines. He's not completely against it, but he's very cautious about it. And
okay, my concern with the vaccines cause autism thing is that was people will use that as if you're at all critical of maybe the side effects of this one particular vaccine might not be worth the benefits, maybe that you'll get lumped in with the crazies who think that they cause autism.
Yes, but he has explicitly said autism. Like, he's not saying, this might cause something else or something like that. Because autism is something you're born with, really. Yeah. It's not something like you could really develop, like depression or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But what is that? What is that photo?
It's a GIF. It's Trump doing his whole crap in the debate, but they scrunched up his face and removed his nose.
But even ignoring that, the fact is, the guy who purported that rumor was found out to be, it was found out to be a hoax, and he was basically disgraced.
I thought that was a woman.
No, it was a guy.
I thought it was what's her name on some TV show.
I've got it in the Sunday Times here, actually, because it was an article that I read in the Sunday Times.
Okay.
I'll open it up now. I'm now opening up a newspaper.
A newspaper? You fucking pleb.
Well, it is like the CNN and Fox News and stuff. His name is Andrew Wakefield, disgraced British former doctor who was struck off in the UK in 2010 for bogus research linking the MMR vaccine to autism. After an award-winning investigation by the Sunday Times, the General Medical Council hit him with charges, including one that he acknowledged through his lawyers to be a fraud. And now apparently he's gone on and met up with Donald Trump in America, according to the Sunday Times. And the Sunday Times is not some left-leaning. It's owned by Rupert Murdoch. Like, he has less control over it than, say, the Sun, which is the tabloid newspaper that he runs, and Fox News. But I like the Sunday Times. I think it's the best newspaper in Britain right now. I used to read the Observer, but which was formerly, well, the Guardian, I suppose I should say, is a bit easier. But I'm just finding the Guardian is just getting really unhinged, getting very pedantic about things.
I've seemed to have noticed that lately, especially like in the last, fucking 6 months.
Yeah, it's just, there's still some really good authors in there, like Andrew Rawnsley is all right. I love Nick Cohen. Nick Cohen's my bae.
There's still a few bright lights in that dark sea of shade and tragedy.
But yeah, when you start, someone linked. I got shown something today. One of the stupidest things I've ever seen in my life. From the Guardian. I'm just so sad this is coming from a publication that I consider respectable. Where is it? Calling the Holocaust sad is the first step towards denying it ever happened, was the title of one of the Guardian's opinion editorials.
Oh God, yeah, I saw.
Isn't the Guardian the same place that Jessica Valenti writes for? Because I know that one. Yeah, and she's kind of a laughingstock in certain circles. I'm not.
Yeah, she's writer for the Guardian.
I think there's an article I read that was on Medium. I think Stacey McCain wrote it, but I don't remember what his new Twitter account is. It'd be kind of hard to track down. It was on her new book, and it was like just a big, not really a review, but more the Cliff Notes version of her book, where like he took sections of it, and it's like, it clearly shows like someone who has really clearly made a lot of bad decisions and doesn't really want to take responsibility for them,
I've also seen today, I've also seen today, it was a response to one of my comments on YouTube on Sargon's stream with Ben Shapiro. I deliberately made it inflammatory just to provoke a reaction, I'll admit. But one of the comments was someone going in depth saying socialism is a failure and the Nazis failed because they were socialist. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sure the systematic extermination of a big portion of their population had nothing to do with it.
Hitler didn't do nothing. God, I swear to God, that's still going to be one of my favorite things about 2017 already. Is that guy just standing in front of that "He Will Not Divide Us" camera and saying Hitler did nothing wrong, and then fucking Shia LaBeouf just going.
I just love the camera shake. I love the camera shake though, like that. It's just like Hitler did nothing wrong, and then all of a sudden the camera just shakes as Shia LaBeouf enters Shia LaBeouf mode.
Nihilistic Pillar says, well, they failed because of socialists. Okay, mate.
And even then, like the other examples that this guy in the comment, because he made this big long comment about it, and it's like he's listing all these examples of like communism and Cuba and stuff, and it's like, no, this isn't socialism. This is socialism taken to an extreme. It's like saying having an anti-immigration stance is not racism or fascism. Like, you're literally doing the same thing you're accusing other people of. Like, this is my problem with so many people on the right now, is they're doing exactly the same thing they're accusing the left of. There's very few sort of rational thinkers
Both sides at this juncture, they're both playing their own version of identity politics.
What I do on my channel really is I think there's enough channels to explain how bad the left is at the moment. I think there's enough of that out there. And I will make a video or two of criticizing the left if there's like a new perspective that I can add. But I think most people are on top of it. But with the right, I really don't think they're held to account much for their poor behavior. And that's what I mainly do is call out what I call the retrograde right, which is or like the right wing's version of the regressive left, working against pragmatic elements.
Oh yeah,
Working
but
against what the right wing should be.
the primary reason
do
I tend to focus on the left. I mean, I know the right has plenty of targets, and I know there's already enough big ass named channels out there attacking the left. But primarily, my biggest reason for attacking the left, aside from the fact that one, it's easy, and two, it's funny, is the fact that I see all these other big channels. They'll make their arguments and observations and everything, and I'm just like, well, I may have a different perspective and a different opinion, so I'm going to share mine.
One thing, I don't know if this is unrelated, that I've noticed is that it's much easier to be blunt about it. It's much easier to make clickbait money by pissing off the right than it is the left, because the left tends to be much better at spreading either screen caps or the archived version of the page than the right is. At least lately, it wasn't. A couple of years ago, wasn't as bad, but yeah.
Well, I think that's definitely a factor, to be sure.
Yeah, as in like saying, if you don't go to see the new Ghostbusters, then you hate women. That'll get more clicks than why the new Ghostbusters is terrible and shows that we should never put a woman in a leading role for Hollywood films.
God, I remember I saw James Rolfe's video on that, and I thought,
oh, that was great.
I thought he was very intelligent the way he sort of voiced it. I'm like, I guess leave yourself open to it, but the reaction the fucking SJWs from the left provided was just so fucking stupid.
Well, yeah,
I mean, I just thought, I
it's
don't know,
two
just give it a
things.
chance. I mean, it was a piece of shit, the movie. Although, to be honest, unpopular opinion, I never liked the first Ghostbusters.
Yeah, we have our tastes.
Yeah, I don't know. I've always found that movie overrated, but it was better than the fucking reboot, that's for sure.
Well, to me, there are three factors. First, there's the fact that just defending the movie will get you outrage clicks just by default. That's why there were so many articles. Then there's the sites that were paid by the movie studio just to run showpieces for it. That's another factor. And then there's also with how much outrage there was against it, how much backlash, the consensus has kind of become, well, it wasn't that bad, and well, no, it isn't that bad, but is it still worth paying $12 to see in theaters? Probably not.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I'd pay at best, and you'd have to convince me of this. At best, I'd pay $3 or $4 to see it in theaters.
I'll be honest, I haven't seen it yet. I don't know. One thing I'm curious is, how is it compared to the Angry Birds movie? Because the Angry Birds movie
was way better. It's so fun.
Oh, it is?
Angry Birds movie is
that's
so
good,
much
because
better.
that one for me was it was okay. I'd watch it on TV. I could see paying for a Redbox. I would probably be kind of disappointed if I went to see it in theaters, because like the only really good part for me was the eagle and the scene at the end where it actually is like the video game. Everything else was kind of okay, but not really. Like I wouldn't regret it forever if I never saw the film.
That's an interesting question that could lead from that is, what's your favorite sort of video game movie? Because there's so many bad ones.
Gosh, let me think. Oh, Postal, definitely.
Really?
Yeah, that movie was awesome.
I thought that was a Uwe Boll movie.
Well, actually, I've seen two Uwe Boll films, the Postal and Assault on Wall Street, and I love both of them. Assault on Wall Street was amazing. Like it's you got to see it. It's like actually really really good about this guy who his family was completely screwed over by the big bankers, and his wife just ends up dying because she had to go off medication because of it, or she took herself off, or what, I don't remember the details. And so he goes out and starts just murdering big bankers, and it's like the most exciting thing ever. I mean, obviously, I'm not saying that we should be imitating this, but it's a great movie. It just is. I don't know if his earlier films are. I imagine they probably aren't as good, but that one in particular was just great.
The one that usually comes to mind, and it's not even that good a movie. Well, actually, two. It's the one I'm thinking of is the Mortal Kombat movie. It's not even that good a movie because it kind of misses the point of the games. Like it just completely.
Well, that one, the only way you could do that well is if they're all dead in the end, except for the main character.
I suppose they were, but it wasn't like the same kind of violence. It was PG-13, so they had to tone it down. And then the other one I'm kind of thinking of was the first Tomb Raider movie with Angelina Jolie, because I think she was perfect for the role as Lara Croft. I think there were problems with it, but I thought it was okay.
Well,
And
the first Tomb Raider movie was. They believe me, they could have done so much better, but at the same time, at least it was nowhere near the travesty as the fucking sequel.
yeah, the sequel was awful. And
I was
now
a
that
big young
Pillow
when that
brings
happened.
up the Mario Bros movie, that movie is so bad it's good in my opinion. I enjoy it just for just the design. How can you get away with saying this guy is King Koopa and he's just a normal regular guy and he only turns into someone at the end? It's just so bad it's hilarious. Like
Well,
great movie to get high or drunk to.
just letting everyone know, I am gonna. It's 7 hours and 35 minutes in, so I think I am gonna end the stream. I mean,
Okay.
we can keep the hangout going afterwards, but I am gonna end the stream.
Okay.
All right, so
See you guys.
yeah,
See ya.
so I want to thank Dan and I want to thank Fox and the other three who were here earlier, and their information's down in the description. And I do appreciate everybody who came by and everybody who watches this video after it gets uploaded. After I turn this shit off, and I don't know, 7 days later maybe it'll actually be up. And then thanks everyone for watching and supporting this channel. Feel free to go into the description, check out the my link to my Twitter page, my Patreon, as well as my Ass.fm, where you can ask me anything you want, and maybe at some point I'll actually address some questions on live stream sometime. But for now, I think we're gonna end at 7 hours and 36 minutes. Have a good one, y'all.